Renegades of Pern by Anne McCaffrey. Copyright 1989 by Anne McCaffrey. Performance copyright 1993 by Brilliance Corporation. All rights reserved. Author's dedication. John Green, Maréchal des Logis, 1958 through 1988. Oh, Johnny, why did they do ye? Introduction. When mankind first discovered Pern, third planet of the sun Rukbat in the Sagittarian sector, they paid little attention to the eccentric orbit of the Red Star, another satellite in the system. Settling the new planet, adjusting to its differences, the colonists spread out across the southern, more hospitable continent. Then disaster struck in the form of a rain of mycorrhizoid organisms which voraciously devoured all but stone, metal, and water. The initial losses were staggering. But fortunately for the young colony, thread, as the settlers called the devastating showers, was not entirely invincible. Both water and fire would destroy the menace on contact. Using their old-world ingenuity and genetic engineering, the settlers altered an indigenous life form that resembled the dragons of legend. Bonded with a human at birth, these enormous creatures became Pern's most effective weapon against thread. Able to chew and digest a phosphine-bearing rock, the dragons could literally breathe fire and sear the airborne thread before it could reach the ground. Able not only to fly, but to teleport as well, the dragons could maneuver quickly to avoid injury during their battles with thread, and their telepathic communication enabled them to work with their riders and with each other to form extremely efficient fighting units. Being a dragon rider required special talents and complete dedication. Thus, the Dragonriders became a separate group, set apart from those who held the land against the depredations of thread, or those whose craft skills produced other necessities of life in their craft halls. Over the centuries, the settlers forgot their origins in their struggle to survive against thread, which fell across the land whenever the Red Star's eccentric orbit coincided with Pern's. There were long intervals, too, when no thread ravaged the land, when the Dragonriders in their wares kept faith with their mighty friends until they would be needed once more to protect the people they were pledged to serve. One such long interval is coming to a close at the opening of our story. Though with a decade to go before another pass of the Red Star, few are yet aware of its ominous approach. Indeed, few believe thread will ever fall again, and in the false comfort of that belief, people have grown complacent. With that complacency, discord has arisen in hold and hall, setting in motion a chain of events that results in Renegades on Pern. The Renegades of Pern. Prologue. In the northwestern province of High Reaches, an ambitious man has just begun a campaign of territorial acquisition that will make him the single most powerful lord-holder on all of Pern. His name is Fax, and he will become legend. Meanwhile, in the hills of Limos Hold, in the eastern mountains of Pern. "He's here again," the woman said, peering out the dust-grimed window slit when she heard the clatter of hooves on the cobbles in front of the cot-hold. "I told you he'd come back. You're for it now." There was a certain note of sly anticipation in her voice. The slovenly man at the table glanced contemptuously in her direction. His belly was full, though he had grumbled with every mouthful that porridge was no dish to serve a grown man, and he had just decided to do a little fishing. The metal door of the hold was vigorously pushed in, and before the cot-holder could get to his feet, the room was full of determined men, short swords prominently at their belts. Uttering little shrieks of dismay, the woman flattened herself in the corner of the inner wall, oblivious to the clatter of pans and cups that spilled from the hanging cabinet. "Thella, you're out," Lord Gedanays said in a cold, harsh voice. He stood, fists on his belt, his dark leather riding cloak fanned by his arms, making him appear much larger than life. "Out? Out, Lord Gedanays?" Thella stammered, staggering to his feet. "I was just going out, Lord, to fish for our evening meal." His voice changed to a plaintive whine. "For we've naught to eat but boiled grains." "Your hunger no longer concerns me," Lord Gedanays replied, swiveling to examine the filthy room with its rickety furnishings. His nostrils flared briefly in disgust at the musty smell of accumulated damp and dirt.
4 times you have failed to tithe, despite generous help from my steward to replace your moldy seed grain, your broken, misused tools, and even a draft animal when yours developed foot rot. Now, out! Gather your belongings and get out!
Felix was stunned. Out? Out? The woman's voice quavered.
Out!
Lord Geddenese stepped aside and gestured sternly toward the door.
You have exactly 1/2 hour in which to gather your possessions.
The Lord Holder's eyebrows twitched with scorn as he glanced about the sordid dwelling.
And leave.
But where will we go? The woman cried despairingly, but she was already gathering up pots and pans.
Wherever you wish,
the Lord Holder said. Turning on one heel, he strode out of the place, kicking aside a pot lid. He motioned to the steward to oversee the eviction, mounted his runner beast, and rode off.
But we have always been beholding to limos,
Felix said, sniveling and twisting his face into a piteous expression.
Every hold supports itself and ties to the Lord Holder, the steward said impassively, folding his arms. Yours doesn't. 25 minutes left.
Sobbing loudly, the woman dropped her apron load of pots and covered her ears to block out the implacable verdict. Felix cuffed her, snarling in bitter rage.
Get the pack sack, you stupid pig! Go roll up the bedding. Get moving!
The eviction was accomplished on time, and Felix and his woman were driven, staggering under their burdens, down the narrow track, away from their cot-hold. Felix turned back once, before the bend hid his former home from sight. He saw the wagon then, drawn up near his empty beast-hold, saw a woman holding a babe, an older child beside her on the seat, saw the neatly packed belongings, the sturdy burden beast yoked to the trace, the milk animal tied to the wagon gate, and he cursed fluidly and fiercely as he pushed the stumbling woman before him. Under his breath he vowed vengeance on Lord Geddenese and on all at Limos Hold for his humiliation. They would be sorry. They would. He would make every man jack of them sorry. Fax's lightning campaign has been successful. He has made himself Lord Holder of High Reaches, Crom, Nebal, Keo, Balin, Riverbend, and Ruatha, having gained possession by dint of marriage, or murder, or the ferocity of his marauders. Tillich, Fort, and Ball have called in every able-bodied man, armed them, and drilled them in defensive skills. Beacon fires have been placed on hilltops, and fleet-mounted messengers recruited to bring word of any incursion into their borders. But news of those calamitous events has seeped slowly to the more isolated holdings. Dowell always knew when visitors were on their way up the wagon track to his mountain hold. Shod hooves echoed as noisy clatters from the next valley down.
A messenger comes, Barla,
he called to his wife as he laid down the plane with which he had been smoothing a fine piece of Fellis wood, destined to be part of a ladder-back chair he was making for Lord Cale at Ruatha Hold. He frowned as his ears told him that more than one rider was on the way, and at speed. Then he shrugged, for guests were infrequent, and Barla loved visitors. Though she never complained, he often thought he had been unfair to take her so far up the mountains during spring and summer.
"Of fresh bread and a bowl of berries," she said, coming to the entrance of their hold.
At least he had given her a right smart and commodious dwelling, he often assured himself, with 3 large rooms cut into the rock face on ground level and 5 above. There was a good beast hold for the runners and the 2 burden animals he used to haul timber from the woods, and a drying loft for the timber he had seasoning. The visitors, 10 or more men, brought their animals roughly to a halt in the clearing. One look at the unfamiliar sweaty faces, and Barla stepped instinctively behind Dowell, wishing that her face was smudged with flour or soot. The leader's eyes narrowed, and his smile turned ugly.
"You're Dowell?"
The leader did not wait for a reply as he dismounted.
"Search the place,"
he snapped over his shoulder. Dowell's fingers curled, wishing he had the plane still in his right hand, but he straightened his shoulders and sought his wife's hand with his left.
"I am Dowell. And you?" "I'm from Ruatha Hold. Fax is now your Lord Holder."
Dowell heard Barla's swift intake of breath, and he squeezed her hand hard.
"I had not heard that Lord Cale had died. Surely nothing's sure in this world, carpenter."
The man strolled casually up to the pair, his eyes all the time on Barla. She wanted to bury her face in Dowell's shoulder to escape the look in those lewd eyes. Suddenly, the troop leader hauled her away from Dowell's side, cackling as he forced her to turn and turn and turn until she was dizzy and had to grasp the nearest thing, him, to stay upright. To her horror, he pulled her against him. She could feel the gritty dust of his sleeve and shoulder and saw the dried blood on his collar. Then his stubbled, coarse-skinned face was far too close, and a blast of his foul breath hit her before she could seal her eyelids shut and avert her head. "I wouldn't, were I you, Trager," someone said in a low voice. "You know Fax's orders, and she's already plowed for this year." "No one's hiding, Trager," another man said, pulling a weary runner behind him. "They're here alone." Barla was spun free, and with a stifled cry, she lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. "I wouldn't, were I you, Woodman," said the same low voice that had cautioned Trager. Fearfully, Barla looked up to see Dowell straining to reach Trager. "No! Oh, no!" she cried, staggering to her feet. Those men would think nothing of killing Dowell, and then what protection would she have, with her kinsman Lord Cale dead? She clung to Dowell as Trager ordered his men to mount. He wheeled his beast, glaring at her through narrowed eyes, an evil smile drawing his lips across his teeth. Then he gestured with his arm, and the troop sped down the track from the mountain hold, leaving Dowell and Barla shattered by the brief encounter. "Are you all right, Barla?" Dowell asked, embracing her tenderly, a gentle hand on her waist. "I've come to no harm, Dowell," Barla replied, patting his hand over her gravid womb. Echoing in the silence was the next word. Yet. "Fax is the Lord Holder of Ruatha," Dowell muttered. "Lord Cale was in excellent health when—" He trailed off, shaking his head. "They murdered him. I know it. That Fax. I heard about that jumped-up high-reacher. He married Lady Gemma, and it was an unpopular, hurried wedding. That much the Harpers said. Quietly. They called him ambitious, ruthless." Barla shuddered at the thought. Could he have murdered all in Ruatha Hold? His lady? Lessa and her brothers? She turned scared eyes on him, her expression bleak. "If he has murdered those at Ruatha," Dowell hesitated, and his fingers flexed over his wife's stomach. "And your second cousin, but once removed in that line." "Oh, Dowell, what shall we do?" Barla was truly terrified. For herself, for her babe, for Dowell, and for those who had died in blood. "What we can, wife. What we can. I've skill enough to see us well settled anywhere. We'll go to Tillich. We're not that far from its borders even now. Come, Barla. We'll go have some fresh bread and berries and make plans. I will not be beholden to a lord who kills to take another's rightful place." 5 turns after Fax's astounding coup, Tillich still maintains a full complement of men-at-arms, though the novelty has long since worn thin, and boredom is a fierce problem in the barracks. Wrestling contests are frequent, keeping the participants fit and offering entertainment at gathers when the champions of the different barracks are pitted against one another. The moment the man's head cracked ominously on the cobbles, Dushik sobered. Then, with his next breath, he was on his knees beside the body, feeling the neck vein for a pulse. "I didn't mean it! I swear I didn't mean to hurt him!" Dushik cried, glancing at the ring of men around him and noting the sudden hostility of their expressions. Hadn't they been encouraging him, taking bets against his strength? Hadn't he been taunted enough at this gather? There had been plenty to hand him wineskins and flagons. A burly gather steward elbowed his way into the clear space of the circle. "Is he dead?" Dushik stood up, bile rising in his throat. All he could do was nod his head. This was the 3rd time, his wine-dulled brain reminded him. The 3rd time. "This is the 3rd time, Dushik," the steward said, tugging on his sleeve. "You'd been warned often enough about your sort of brawling." Too much wine!" Desperately, Dushik tried to assemble a defense. The 3rd time meant that he would be denied the hold, his cot, and the work he was trained to do. 3 deaths from brawls, no matter how they occurred, also meant he would have no luck applying to any other holder. He would be banned, holdless. They put me up to it!" He tried to lay blame to those in the circle, the ones who had bet on his prowess as a wrestler. They made me!" Suddenly, Lord Otterell himself pushed into the circle. "Now, what's this?" He looked from Dushik to the motionless body on the cobbles. "You again, Dushik?"
The man's dead? Then off with you, Dushik. The hold is closed against you. All holds are closed against you. Pay him off, steward, and escort him to the High Reaches border. Fax uses men of his sort.
Otterell snorted with contempt.
Clear this up. I don't want an unpleasantness to spoil the gather.
He turned on his heel, and the circle respectfully parted to let him pass.
He didn't listen to me,
Dushik cried, turning vainly to the steward.
He didn't understand. 3 men dead because you won't hold your punches, Dushik, is one too many. You heard, Lord Otterell.
Suddenly, 3 more strong stewards bracketed Dushik. He was marched to the barracks, allowed to collect his gear, then locked for the night in the small holding cell situated at the back of the beast hold. Even Lord Otterell would not force men to forego a gather to escort an unwanted man to the border. But the next morning, those who escorted him were neither talkative nor forgiving for the journey.
Don't come back to Tillich, Dushik,
the leader said in farewell. But at the last moment, he handed over Dushik's sword and long knife and a sack of journey rations. After 7 turns, Fax's usurpation has become more or less accepted, except by the Harper Hall. The Master Harper, Robinson, has been hearing unsettling reports from his harpers that make him mistrust this uneasy peace. Fax is ambitious, and with all but Ruatha Hold prospering under his harsh management, it is entirely possible that he will look eastward to the broad and fertile plains and the mines of Telgar. As if aware of Harper Hall's scrutiny, Fax has begun to turn harpers out of his holds and halls for the most spurious reasons. Whatever teaching the harpers have provided, Fax says, the young will learn from his deputies. He has challenged authority and succeeded. What will he challenge next? As if there is an infection in the very winds that sweep the northern continent, others are challenging long-established ways. In Ista Hold, certainly one of the most conservative, a young man defies parental authority.
I don't care if everyone else in the family has been happy on High Palisades Island for every generation since the first record. I want to see what the mainland is like.
Torek separated the last 5 words with emphatic thumps on the long kitchen table. His father, a master fisher, regarded him in shocked amazement that gradually turned to frozen anger as his second son openly, and in front of the younger children and the 4 apprentices, defied him.
There's a lot more to Pern than this island at Ista.
Oh, Torek, his mother began, appalled. She had argued with him, trying to soothe him, and had even tried to placate her angry husband.
And how, might I ask,
his father began, holding up his hand to stem his wife's interference,
do you think you're going to support yourself away from this hall? I don't know, Father, and I don't care. And never fear, it won't cause you any embarrassment because I'm not staying around this place for the rest of my life.
Torek stepped over the bench on which he had been seated for yet another unendurable meal.
There's a whole continent out there, and I'll see what else I'm able for. I've asked you fair for my journeyman's badge. You won't give it, so I'll leave on the trader. Leave on that filthy trader, Torek.
His father rose as his 18-year-old son strode to the hall door, scooping his weather gear off its peg.
Leave, he bellowed, and you will have neither hall nor hold, and all men's hands will be turned against you. I'll have the harpers read it.
The door slammed shut so hard that the latch bounced up, and it swung open again on squeaky hinges. The others at the dining table simply sat, stunned at such an unexpected drama at the end of a tiring day. The master fisher waited, hearing the progress of steel-tipped boot heels departing across the exterior flagstones. When all sound had died away, he sat down again. Looking across to his oldest son, who was still gape-mouthed, he said in a tight, bitter voice,
"That hinge wants oil, brother. See to it after your meal."
His wife could not completely choke back a sob of dismay, but her husband paid her no attention. He never mentioned Torek's name again, not even when 5 of his remaining 9 children followed their brother irrevocably off High Palisades Island. Caroon Hold, winter, 2 turns later.
Light-fingered she is, and I've told you that time and again, husband, she's not to work in this hold ever again. But it's winter, wife. Kata should have thought of that when she filched a whole loaf of bread. What does she think we are, stupid? Rich enough to stuff her guts with more than she needs to do her work? Out she goes tonight. She's holdless as of this moment. Let her remember that as well. She'll have no recommendation from Greystones, if there is anyone fool enough to hire the slut. At Karoon, on the first high spring tides in that 8th turn after Fax's rise to prominence, a battered ship finally makes safe harbor, her rigging torn, mainmast snapped, bowsprit broken, and several of the crew vow to find a less hazardous occupation. The third mate cannot look forward to employment of any kind.
Now, Brera, I've added a few credits to what's yours by rights. But a footless man's no good in the rigging, nor on the nets, and that's a fact. I've asked my brother, who's portmaster, to see you healed and healthy. Talk it over with him. See what work's available in the portholes. You were always a good man with your hands. I have a good word for you, too, in his recommendation. Any Lord Holder will see you're an honest man who's had a trade taken from him by injury. You'll find a place. I'm sorry to have to beat you, Brera. Real sorry. But you're doing it anyway, aren't you, Master? Now, let's not be bitter, fisherman. I'm doing my best for you. It's a tough enough life for an able-bodied man, let alone... Say it, Master Fisherman. Say it. Let alone for a cripple. I wish you wouldn't be so bitter. Leave it to me, then, Master, and get back to your able-bodied fisher-folk. You'll be missing the tide if you wait too long.
All through the summer, rumors of impending threadfall are spreading. Someone suggests that Bendon's lone weir is circulating the rumors, but that idea is scoffed at. The precious Dragonriders of Bendon never show their faces outside the old mountain, and yet the possibility of Thread's return begins to dominate all conversations. As the harvest in Southern Bowl was particularly heavy that year, Lady Morella and her steward were constantly in the groves and fields, overseeing the pickers who were prone to slack off if given any opportunity. "We must be thrifty with the earth's products," Lady Morella kept repeating, urging the pickers to increase their efforts despite the heat of the waning summer days.
Lord Sangel expects a fair day's labor for the marks he pays.
Aye. He's wise to be storing the plenty while the skies are clear,
one of the foremen remarked, picking hand over hand at a rate that astonished Lady Morella.
Now, I want no talk of that nature here.
Denol, Lady Morella, the man filled in courteously enough.
And it would settle our minds some, lady, if you could assure us that sort of talk is nothing but sun-dream.
Of course it is, she said in her most decisive tone. Lord Sangel has looked into the matter thoroughly, and you can rest assured that Thread will not return.
Lord Sangel's a good and provident man, Lady Morella.
You ease my mind. Pardon me for mentioning it, lady, but if someone, say like some of the children, could bring us empty sacks, and even the cart could come between the rows to pick up the full ones, we could move much faster down these rows.
Now, Denol, the steward began in an admonitory tone.
No, that's not a bad idea, Lady Morella replied, noting the numbers of men and women plodding to the top row with full sacks. Only children above 10 turns, she added, for the younger ones must attend the harper and learn their traditional ballads.
And we appreciate our opportunity, Lady Morella,
Denol said, his hands darting with incredible speed from the fruit to the sack in front of him.
Moving about as we has to means they don't get their learning. Tradition means a lot to me, lady. It's a backbone of our world.
His sack was full, and he respectfully bowed as he trotted down the row to deposit it on the cart and pick up an empty sack. He was back and picking again within seconds, moving with diligent energy. She went on down the rows, noting how often pickers had to leave their rows, the steward silent behind her. When they were out of earshot, she turned to him. "Implement the change tomorrow. It would speed things up and give that man an extra mark for his suggestion." The steward kept his eye on Denol throughout the harvesting, somewhat annoyed that he had not had the idea himself. But he could never catch Denol slacking the pace he set, either among the bushes or in the groves or when they started the back-breaking labor of digging the tubers. Denol still logged in more sacks than any other picker. The steward had to concede that the man was an excellent worker. When the harvest was done, Denol approached the steward.
If my work has been satisfactory, steward, is it possible that me and my kin could stay on here over the winter? There's still a lot to be done with the pruning and wintering of the land.
The steward was startled.
But you're a picker. You'll be needed next at Ruatha. Oh, I won't go back there. Not no way, steward, Denol said, looking apprehensive. Ruatha's no place to go anymore since Lord Fax took it. But there's Karuna. Aye, and the new lord's a fair holder. But I've a mind to settle.
He glanced up at the sky.
I know what the lady said, steward, that we wasn't to pay any mind to the gossip, but, steward, I can't get it out of my mind now. What with my nippers coming home and practicing their harper ballads and reminding me of what can happen does threadfall.
The steward was frankly contemptuous.
Harper ballads are for teaching children their duty to haul and hold and wear. And they're smart ones, my nippers, steward, to be brought up in a trade, not wandering where thread could fall out of the skies on them and eat them up like they was no better than ripe fruit.
The steward felt a shiver go down his spine.
Now, then, you heard Lady Morella tell you to stop such gossip.
Would you speak to the lady for me, please, steward? Denol slipped the bonus mark into the steward's hand, his look imploring, his manner suitably self-effacing.
You know I'm a hard worker. So's my woman and my oldest son. We'd work harder still for a chance to stay in such a fine hold as this. Finest one this side of the world. Well, I don't suppose there'd be any harm in your staying the winter, provided, the steward swung a warning finger on the man, you do work hard and show no disrespect, and stop that nonsense about thread.
By the autumn of the 9th turn, the rumors are well spread, whispered in gathers, on back roads, in wine cellars, in kitchens and lofts. Trouble is coming. And not just that this turn's harvest is unaccountably poor after last turn's bounty. But then Karun has experienced grave drought, and Nerat terrible torrents, and 2 mines in Telgar have collapsed, so the pessimists are certain that this is only the start of some tremendous calamity.
There'll be a pass?
Ketrin first stared at the carter, then frowned.
They said thread would never come again. I don't believe you.
He knew Borgold as a pragmatic, unimaginative sort, and a responsible carter, worried only about his precious burden beasts, the great horned bullocks that pulled his wagons. But the traders sounded convinced.
I don't like to believe it, Borgold replied, looking dolefully at the line of carts as the drivers urged them into Telgar hold.
He nodded, absently counted as each passed.
But with so many people, sure it will come. I believe in taking precautions.
Precautions? Ketrin repeated, giving Borgold a startled look. What precautions could you take against thread? Do you know what thread can do? Drop out of a clear, bright sky on a man and eat him, boots, balls, and all. It'd devour your biggest herd beast quick as you could snap your fingers. Start at one end of a prime field of wheat and roll across it, leaving not so much as a straw. Ketrin shuddered. He was scaring himself with that old Harper description of thread devastations. Borgold gave a snort.
Like I said, I'd take precautions, just like my great-greats when they were hauling. The Amhold train has serviced hold since the very first pass, and thread didn't stop my ancestors. It won't stop me.
But thread kills. Ketrin was becoming worked up over the mere thought of its return to Pern's skies.
Only if you get a direct hit, and no fool stays out in it.
It eats through trees and flesh and anything not stone or metal. Then Ketrin made a dismissive gesture.
Nah, can't be true. You've been too long on the track, Borgold, to listen to fools talk, and I don't take it kindly that you're spilling such tripe at me. Tain't tripe, Borgold replied, sticking his chin out defensively. You'll see. But don't worry. I'll still haul your supplies up from Karun and Egan. I'll be safe with my precautions. I'll put thin metal sheets over our carts and shelter the animals in caves. Thread won't score man nor beast in the Amhold train.
Ketrin shuddered as if he felt the hot score of thread down his back.
You holders, Borgold added with good-natured scorn. You have it too easy. Thick walls and deep passages, he gestured to the mighty prow of Telgar Hold, make you soft and easily scared. Who's scared? Ketrin drew himself up. But you wouldn't have any place to shelter if Thread caught you out across the plains. There's mountain routes to take. Longer, you understand, but never so far from caves. Look you, though. Borgold rubbed his chin. It's going to raise the cost of hauling. Extra time, change of relay stations, the expense of converting the carts, all that adds up. Raise the carting costs? Ketrin burst out laughing. So that's what it's all about, my friend. Naturally, you'd have to raise your charges with all this rumor of Thread coming again. He slapped Borgold affectionately. I'll lay you odds to evens, Borgold, that this is no interval, that Thread is gone. Ended. Borgold stuck out his big fist. Done. Always knew you had some Bitron blood in you. They were interrupted by the hearty voice of Ketrin's master. Oh there, Borgold! Had you a good trip? He did not wait for a reply. Are you bringing me those supplies? Here, Ketrin, bring Carter Borgold up to the hall. Where are your manners, man? I'll trade you, Borgold, Ketrin muttered. In the spring of the next turn, Fax meets his death in a duel at the hands of Falar, rider of Bronze Menementh, and Bendon Ware goes on search for a woman to partner the last queen egg, hardening on the hatching grounds. While every Lord Holder heaves a sigh of relief for the death of the tyrant, they find themselves uneasy at this resurgence of the Dragonriders. For though the rumors about the return of Thread died down during the winter, the search has revived them, reminding folk of all they once owed to the Dragonriders. In some folk, Fax's death and the impression of the new queen have awakened old longings and dreams. And you will not reconsider, Pershar? Lord Vincent demanded, amazed, almost infuriated by the artisan's continued refusal. Vincent bore in mind that the man was an absolute genius with brush and color. Pershar had faithfully touched up all the fading murals and produced perfectly splendid portraits of all his family members. But there was only so much he could, in conscience, offer the fellow. I thought the terms of the new contract were most generous. Vincent permitted his chagrin to border on the irritated. You have indeed been extremely generous, Pershar replied, with the mournful smile that one of Vincent's daughters found affecting, but which, at the moment, annoyed the Lord Holder. I do not fault the terms of the contract, or wish to haggle over incidentals, Lord Vincent. It is merely time for me to travel on. But you've been here 3 turns. Exactly, Lord Vincent. Pershar's usually long face crinkled in a happy smile. Actually, the longest I have stayed in any major hold. Really? Vincent was easily flattered. So it is time and a half for me to be off to a different clime, to explore more of this marvelous continent. I need stimulation, Lord Vincent, far more than I need security. The artist bowed in a self-deprecating apology. Well, if travel is all you wish, take this summer off. Good season for getting about. I'll have my fishing master arrange passage for you. You wouldn't need to be back here until... Good Lord Holder, I will return when it is time to return, Pershar said ambiguously. With a second graceful half-bow, he turned on his heel and left Vincent's office. It took a full hour for Vincent to realize that Pershar's deft rejoinder had been a firm goodbye. No one had observed which of the many trails leading from Nerat's main hold the painter had taken. Lord Vincent was quite upset for the rest of the day. He really could not understand the fellow. Here he had a full set of rooms, a workshop where he had, it was true, trained several talented holders to his craft over the past 3 turns, a seat at the high table, plenty of marks in his pocket, and 3 new suits of clothing, shoes and boots as required, and the use of a sturdy runner beast. Eventually, having heard the artisan's parting phrase repeated by her affronted spouse for the 20th time in an evening, the lady holder of Nerat said, He did say he'll return when it is time, Vincent. Cease fretting. He's gone for now. He'll be back. In Telgar Hold, 2 turns later, when the Lord Holders are becoming increasingly aware of and annoyed by the Weyrs' ascendance, Lord Lerad is trying to make a suitable disposition of his rebellious sister. Lerad, I'm your sister, your older sister, Thella shouted, while Lerad signaled vigorously for her to lower her voice. With his eyes he appealed to his mother to support him, but Thella raged on. You will not marry me off to some niggardly, foul-mouthed, snaggle-toothed, senile old man, just because father agreed to such a travesty in his dotage. Darabal is not senile or snaggle-toothed, and at 34 he is scarcely old, Lerad replied behind clenched teeth. Being a brother, even half-brother, he did not appreciate the defiant stance of her magnificently proportioned body, athletic and fit in her riding gear. To him, the high color in her cheeks, the flash of the hazel eyes, and the contemptuous curve of her sensuous mouth meant merely another stormy session with her. It did not help that she was within a half span of his own height, so that in the high-heeled, long riding boots she preferred, she was eye to eye with him. At that moment, he would have liked to throttle her challenge and reduce her to compliance with the good beating that was long overdue, but Lord Holders did not thrash dependent kinswomen. Thella had always been the most contentious of his sisters, both half and full-blooded. Argumentative, arrogant, willful, and stubborn, making far too much use of the freedom their father had granted his adventurous and daring daughter. Lerad had sometimes suspected that their father had almost preferred Thella, with her aggressive, high-handed manner, to his son's more considerative, reflective ways. Lord Tarathel had even looked the other way when Thella had beaten a young drudge to death. He had, however, taken her to task for riding a promising young runner into the ground. Valuable animals could not be wasted. Or perhaps, as Lerad's mother had suggested, Lord Tarathel had given the girl special consideration since her mother had died giving birth to her. No matter the reason, the old lord had encouraged his firstborn child in her hunting, riding, and exploring pursuits. It had amused Tarathel to encourage her to defy convention. Thella was also 11 months Lerad's senior, and she made as much of that seniority as she, a daughter, could. She had even challenged Lerad at the conclave of Lord Holders, demanding that she, Tarathel's firstborn, be considered first for the holdership. She had been politely, in most cases, and dismissively in others, told to take her rightful place with her stepmother, sisters, and aunts. Telgar Hold had rung for weeks with her complaints at such injustice. The drudges bore new lash marks daily as she vented her frustration, and some fled the main hold on any pretext they could invent. Darabal is a minor holder, not even. Darabal holds an impressive spread from river to mountain, my girl, and you'll have more than enough to occupy you if you would deign, Lerad allowed some of his feeling to color that word, to marry the man. His offer is in good faith, you know, so you keep telling me. The jewels he offered as a bridal present are magnificent, Lady Fira put in with some envy. She had nothing half as good in her own coffers, and Tarathel had not been a stingy man. Have them! Thella swept that consideration aside with a contemptuous flick of one hand. But I will not accompany his guard of honor, she sneered openly, back to Hilltop Hold as a meekly submissive bride. And that, my dear Lord Holder, for emphasis, she slapped her riding stick against her high leather boot, is my final word on the subject. Yours, perhaps, Lerad replied in such a harsh tone of voice that Thella looked at him in surprise, but not mine. Before she could guess his purpose, he grabbed her by the arm and marched her to her sleeping room. Giving her a hard push inside, he closed the door and locked it. You are a right fool, Lerad, Thella called through the thick panel. Son and mother heard the thud of something heavy being thrown against the door, and then there was silence, not even broken by the curses with which Thella usually answered confinement. The following morning, when Lerad relented enough to allow food and drink to be brought to Thella, there was no sign of the recalcitrant girl. Thella's gowns remained neatly folded in their chest, but all of her rough-wear gear was gone, along with the bed fur. On investigation, 4 runner beasts, 3 good mares already in foal, and Thella's strong and willful gelding were missing from the beast hold, as well as a variety of gear and sacks of journey food. 2 days later, Lerad found that several bags of marks were missing from the safe hold in his office. Discreet inquiries by Lerad revealed that Thella had been seen leading a string of horses, heading southeast to the dividing range between Telgar and Bitra. There was no further report of her after that.
To Darabal, Lared sent a younger half-sister, a rather sweet and certainly biddable girl who was quite happy to have a decent hold of her own and a husband who would give her such beautiful gems. Certainly, Darabal would later thank him for a remission from the tempers and terrors of Thella. When threat did indeed begin to fall on Pern, and the Lord Holders threw all support behind the Band and Weyr leaders, Lady Fira worried about Thella. When she first heard reports of rather peculiar thefts occurring along the eastern mountain trails and the Igan River track that carters had been forced by Threadfall to use, she nursed very private suspicions about Thella. For a long while, Lared never once connected the thefts with his half-sister. He persisted in blaming the holdless, the dissenters, those turned out of hold and hall for violent acts or robberies, the Renegades of Pern. Chapter 1. Eastern Telgar Hold. Present. 9th Pass. First turn. 3rd month. 4th day. Jayge had hoped his father would stay longer at Kimmage Hold. He did not want to leave as long as he and his shaggy mare were doing so well in races against the Holder boys' runners. Ferrex looked so clumsy with her winter hair that it had been easy to fool the other lads into wagering against her. And, to give the Kimmage boys their due, they had not warned off any of the outholders who came in with their fathers to visit the main hold. So Jayge now had a most satisfactory collection of credit bits, almost enough to trade for a saddle when next their wagons encountered those of the Plater clan. He needed only another race or two, just a 7-day more. The Lilcamps had been at Kimmage all through the wet spring. Why did his father want to move out now? No one argued with Crendon. He was fair but tough, and although he was not a very big man, anyone who had experienced his fist, and Jayge still did at times, knew that he was far stronger than he looked. Just as a holder, major or minor, was the final authority on his property, so Crendon was obeyed by his kin. A shrewd trader, a hard worker, and honest in all his dealings, he was welcome in those smaller, less accessible holds that were unable to get to the main gathers on a regular basis. To be sure, some crafts sent travelers on regular routes to take orders for their hauls, but they rarely ventured up the narrow tracks into the mountains or across broad plains too far from water. Not all of Crendon's goods bore a craft hall stamp, but they were well made and cheaper than craft hall products. Crendon also had a fine memory for what his clients might need, and carried a varied stock, limited only by the space of the wagons. So, early that morning, bright and clear, Crendon gave the order to break camp, and by the time a hot breakfast had been eaten and everything was once again neatly stored in the wagons, the teams were harnessed, and all the Lilcamps stood ready to move out. Jayge took his position by the lead wagon. Now that he was 10, he rode courier for his father on the nimble Ferrex.
"I admit it's a fine day, Crendon," the holder was saying, "and the weather looks to hold fair a while, but the roads are hub-deep in mud yet. Stay until they've dried out enough to make travel easier." "And let other traders make it to the Plains Hold before me?"
Crendon laughed as he swung up onto his rangy mount.
"Thanks to your good fodder and hospitality, my beasts and my folk are well fed and rested. That lumber's going to fetch a fine price at Plains, and we'd best be on our way with it. The track is downhill most of the way from here, so the mud won't be a problem. A little gentle exercise will work the winter fat off of all of us, get us in shape for the hills again. You've been a good host, children. I'll have those new clamps for you when we're back this way in a turn or two, as usual. Be in good health and heart in our absence."
He stood in the stirrups, looking back over the train, and Jayge, seeing the look of pride on his father's face as he surveyed his clan, drew himself straighter in the saddle.
"Move 'em out!"
Crendon cried, his deep voice reaching to the last of the 7 wagons. As the beasts leaned into their yokes and harnesses, and the wheels began to turn, there was waving and cheering from the holders lining the flagged apron in front of the entrance. Some of the holder boys raced up and down the line, yelling and snapping their dry whips, showing off the proper pop they had learned managing the Kimmage herd beasts. Jayge, who had long since proved his prowess with the lash, kept his long whip neatly tied to his saddle horn. Above Kimmage Hold, the hills were covered with fine stands of the timber that, lovingly nurtured and wisely logged, brought Kimmage holders their income. Once every 5 years, they made the long journey to Caroon Hold to sell the timber that had seasoned in their work cavern. The Lilcamp clan had traded labor with Kimmage Hold for many generations, chopping and hauling timber, or, in the worst of the winter season, helping to enlarge Kimmage Hold into its rock fastness. Now the trees that the Lilcamps had felled 5 turns before were loaded on the wagons. A good profit would be made of that lumber. As Jayge leaned back to check his bedroll, a lash whistled past his ear. Startled, he swiveled to catch sight of the rider going past him and recognized the Holder boy he had bested in wrestling the night before. As Jayge leaned back to check his bedroll, a lash whistled past his ear. Startled, he swiveled to catch sight of the rider going past him and recognized the Holder boy he had bested in wrestling the night before. "You missed," Jayge called cheerfully. Gardro would have bruises today, for Jayge had given him some hard falls. But maybe the boy would not be so eager in the future to bully the little kids into doing his chores for him. Jayge hated a bully, almost as much as he hated someone who abused animals. And it had been a fair fight. The lad was 2 turns older than Jayge, and 2 kilos heavier. "I'll match ye again when we come back, Gardro," Jayge cried, and managed to duck out of the saddle as the other boy wheeled his pony, lash swinging above his head for another attempt. "Unfair! Unfair!" 2 Holder boys yelled. That caught Crendon's attention. He hauled his spirited mount back to his son. "You been fighting again, Jayge?" Crendon did not approve of any of the Lilcamp folk brawling. "Me, father? Do I look like I've been fighting?" Jayge concentrated on looking surprised at the question. He had never mastered the air of genuine innocence that his sister could turn on. His father gave him one long, undeceived look and held up a scarred, thickened forefinger. "No racing now, Jayge. We're on the move, and that's no time for foolery. Steady in the saddle. We've a long day ahead of us." Then Crendon let the runner have his head and moved forward to lead. Jayge had to fight down temptation when the Holder boys begged him for one last race. "Just down to the ford? No? Then up over the spur trail. You'd be back before your father could miss you." Even the stakes mentioned were good, but Jayge knew when to obey. He smiled and, with a sigh, turned a deaf ear. Even though winning would have ensured him the coveted saddle. Then one of the wagons caught a wheel in the side ditch, and he and Ferrex were called to help get it back on the track. When he looked over his shoulder to ask the boys to help, they had already scattered. Good-naturedly, Jayge looped his tow rope through the haul bar on the side of the wagon and urged his sturdy runner beast forward. The wheel came free all of a sudden, and clever Ferrex danced out of the wagon's way. Recoiling his rope and knotting it on the worn nub of his saddle horn, Jayge glanced back at Kimmage Hold, impressive in its bluff that overlooked the energetic Caroon River. On the other side, the home herds grazed eagerly on the new grass. Sun warmed Jayge's back, and the familiar creak and rumble of the wagons reminded him that they were moving on to Plains Hold, where, he consoled himself, there surely would be someone who would underestimate Ferrex. He would have that new saddle the very next time they passed the Platers. Ahead of him strode his father's big mount, leading the way along the track by the riverbank. Jayge settled himself deeper into the saddle, stretching his legs in the stirrups, and only then realizing that he would need to lengthen the leathers. He must have grown a half-hand since they pulled into Kimmage Hold. Shards! If he had grown too tall, his father might switch him off Ferrex, and Jayge was not sure what his father would have him up on next. Not that any of the Lilcamp runners were slugs, but they would not fool other kids the way Ferrex had. They had been several hours on the trail and were nearly ready for a nooning stop when the cry went up. "Rider! Coming fast!" Crendon raised his arm to signal a halt, then swung his big mount around and looked back the way they had come. The messenger, racing after them, was plainly visible. "Crendon!" the oldest Kimmage son cried, yanking his runner to a stop. His message came out in gasps. "My father says, come back! All speed! Harper message!" Hauling a scroll out of his belt and thrusting it at Crendon, the boy gulped, his face blanching, eyes wide with fright. "It's thread, Crendon! Thread's falling again!" "Harper message? Harper tale?" Crendon began dismissively until he noticed the blue Harper seal on the roll. "No, really, it's not a tale, Crendon, it's truth. Read it yourself."
Father said you'd need to believe it. I can't. I mean, we've always been told that there'd never be more thread. That's why we didn't even need bend and wear anymore. Though Father's always tithed because he's beholden to Lemos, and we've more than enough to do it out of charity since the Dragonriders did protect us when we needed it. Crendon cut the boy's babbling off with another gesture.
Quiet while I read.
All Jayge could see was the black-inked words bold on the white surface and the distinctive yellow, white, and green shield of Caroon Hold.
You can see it's real, Crendon, the boy rattled on. It's got Lord Corman's seal and all. Message has been on the way for days, because the runner popped a tendon and the messenger got lost trying for a shortcut. He said threads fallen over Nerat, and bend and wear saved the forest, and there were thousands of Dragonriders over Telga for the next fall. And we're next.
The boy gulped again.
We're going to have thread right down on us, and you've got to be inside stone walls, because only stone, metal, and water protect from thread.
Again, Crendon laughed, not at all dismayed, although Jayge felt a spasm of cold uncertainty shiver down his spine. Crendon rolled the message up again and thrust it back at the boy.
Thank your father, lad. The warning is well meant, but I'm not falling for it.
He winked at the boy good-naturedly.
I know your father'd like us to help finish that new level in the hold. Thread, indeed. There hasn't been thread in these skies for generations. Hundreds of turns. Like the legends told us, it's gone now. And we'd best be going now, too.
With a cheerful salute to the astonished boy, Crendon stood in his stirrups and roared out,
Roll 'em!
There was such a look of total dismay and fear on the lad's face that Jayge wondered if his father could possibly have misread the message. Thread! The very word caused Jayge to squirm in his saddle, and Ferrex danced under him in response. He soothed her and argued with himself. His father would never let anything happen to the Lilcamp train. He was a good leader, and they had wintered profitably. Jayge's pouch was not the only one that was reassuringly plump. Still, it was hard not to be scared. His father's response had surprised him. Holder Children was not the sort to play jokes. A straight man, he said what he meant and meant what he said. Crendon had often described him so. Children was a good deal straighter than some holders who looked down on trains as feckless folk, little better than thieves, too lazy to carve out a hold for themselves and too arrogant to be beholden to a lord. Once, when Jayge had been in a fearful brawl and his father had given him a thorough hiding, he had justified the fight by saying that he had been defending his blood honor.
That's still not a reason to fight, his father had said. Your blood is as good as the next man's.
But we're holdless.
And what's that to mean? Crendon had demanded. There's no law on Pern that has ever said a man and his family had to have a hold and live in one place. We can't invade another man's property, but there's land no one's even set foot on, all around us. Let those who are weak or scared shiver in four walls. Not that we've to worry about threat anymore, but, lad, we've been holders in our time, in Southern Bowl, and there are bloodkin living in it still who are glad to claim us as relatives. If that's all you need to keep from brawling, take no taunt on that score.
But Ertine said we were only one step above thieves and pandlers.
His father had given him a little shake.
We're honest traders, bringing good wares and news to isolated holds that can't always get to a gather. We travel from inclination and choice. This is a broad and beautiful world we live in, Jayge, and we'll see as much of it as we can. We spend long enough in one place to make friends and understand different ways of doing things. That's far better, to my mind, than never moving out of one valley all your born days and never hearing a new way of speaking or a new way of doing. Keeps the brain blood circulating, shifts ideas, and opens eyes and hearts. You're old enough to know how welcome we are at every hold the train stops at. You worked along with us at Vesta River Hold, extending their upper stories, so you know we're not lazy folk. Now, hold your head up proud. You've a good blood right, and don't let me catch you scrapping again because someone teases you into it. Fight for a good reason, not such a damn fool, prideful reason. Now, you've taken your punishment, get to your bedroll.
He had been only a kid then, but now he was nearly a man, and had learned to ignore silly taunts. That had not stopped him from using his fists and his naturally agile body, but he had learned which fights to get into, and how to protect himself well enough to avoid the too visible marks of a brawl. And pride in his bloodline gave him an air of confidence that only a real fool would challenge.
Jayge liked the kind of life his family led, never staying long enough in one place to grow weary of it. There was always something new to see, new friends to make, old ones to re-encounter, and, for the time being, races to be won on Ferrex. The trail turned abruptly south, skirting a granite outcropping and affording a wide view of the other shore and the low foothills that would culminate in the immense Red Butte. Suddenly, Jayge was conscious of the odd sky to the east, a lowering, threatening gray. He had seen plenty of bad weather in his 10 turns, but never something like that. Glancing toward his father, he saw that Crendon had also noted the strange sky, slowing his mount's walk to study the grayness. Suddenly, Radis, Jayge's youngest uncle, came tearing up from the rear, shouting at Crendon and pointing to the cloud.
"That came up sudden, Cren. It's like no weather I've ever seen before,"
Radis cried. His mount circled Crendon's as both men scanned the horizon.
"Looks like a local storm,"
Crendon said, marking the discernible edges of the cloud. Jayge had joined his father by then, and the first wagon was slowing, but Crendon waved them on down the track. "Look it!" Jayge's arm shot up, but Crendon and Radis had also seen the flashes of fire that proceeded in bursts along the edge of the cloud. Lightning? He was unsure himself, for he had never seen sparks that flared and remained airborne like that. Lightning always connected with the surface. "That's not lightning," Crendon said. Jayge saw the color drain out of his father's face, and his runner began jigging under him, snorting with fear.
"And it's been awful still. Not a single wary or snake around."
"What is it, Cren?" His brother's uncertainty was making Radis nervous.
"They warned us! They did warn us!"
Crendon hauled his runner up on its hindquarters, yelling at the top of his lungs and gesturing with his head for Radis to get to the rear.
"Get moving! Get him rolling! Charler, whip him up! Get that rig moving!"
He kept turning his mount, his eyes scanning the wooded hillside.
"Jayge, get down the track. See if there are any ledges we can shelter under. We've got to find some shelter. If even half of what they say about Thread is really true, we sure the flamin' hell can't stay out here in the open."
"Couldn't the lighter wagons make it back to the hold?" Radis asked.
"Vorel's team's fast. Dump everything, put the children in it, and go like hell."
Crendon groaned, shaking his head.
"Oh, we're hours down the track. If I'd believed the message."
He pounded his saddle horn with his clenched fist.
"Shelter! We've got to find shelter! Go, Jayge! See if there's any shelter at all!"
"Then timber, Cren, slanted against the wagon?" Radis suggested, his mount sliding about the track and narrowly missing the edge overhanging the river.
"Thread eats wood, too. That'd be no use. Stone, metal, water!"
Crendon stood in his stirrups, pointing down to the river that frothed along its rocky bed. "That?" Radis responded. "Not deep enough, and far too fast."
"But there's a pool, a big one near the first cascade, if we could make that. Jayge, scoot along. See how far away that pool is. Charler, whip up that team and follow Jayge as fast as you can. Radis, unhitch the beast from that timber wagon. We can't save it, but we'll need the beast. Move out! Whip 'em up!"
Jayge dug his heels into Ferrex's side. Why did they have to be caught on this part of the track, on the one day's trek through forest and hill that could provide no real shelter? He knew the pool his father meant. It was a good fishing spot, and it would be deep with all the winter rains shedding from the hills. But a pool? That was no real shelter from Threadfall. Jayge knew the teaching songs as well as any kid of Pern, and it was stone walls and stout metal shutters that one needed during Threadfall. As the track rose to the crest of a hill, the deep basin came into view, its waters sparkling invitingly. Thread could devour flesh. How deep did one have to be underwater to be safe? Jayge lifted Ferrex into a hard gallop, counting in rhythm with the little beast's strides so that he could judge the time it would take to reach the pool. He kept watching the banks and the track, hoping that he might notice a rock ledge or even a burrow. They could put the babies in the burrows. How long did a fall last? Jayge was so agitated that he could not bring the traditional duty ballads to mind. It would have to be the pool then, he thought, as he and Ferrex plunged down the incline. 15 minutes even for the biggest, heaviest wagon. And there was a line of big boulders that formed a natural dam. He could see the current flowing smoothly over the lip. He kicked Ferrex on into the water to test its depth. The gallant little mare was swimming in moments, and Jayge plunged off her back, shuddering at the chill in the water, and bobbing under as his feet found no purchase. Deep enough. Everyone but the wee babies could swim. But swim where? Jayge yanked on Ferrex's rein, and obediently she circled to face the river's edge. When he saw her hit the bottom, he swung himself up into the saddle and started her back the way they had just come. He could hear the sounds of the train echoing loudly down the valley, the thunder of hooves and wagon wheels, the urgency of strident calls. Jayge thanked the Dawn sisters that all the wagons had been scrupulously checked before they had left Kimmage Hold. Now was not the time for a wheel to spin off or an axle to break. He only hoped the burden beasts could be forced out of their usual plodding pace. Jayge kept his eyes on the cloud as he raced back. What were those gouts of flame? It looked like thousands of flame flies, the nocturnal creatures he and his friends had tried to capture in Nerat's lush jungles. And then he realized what he was seeing. Dragons! Holds and Weyrs Dragonriders were flying thread, as Dragonriders should, as Dragonriders always had, and now were again, protecting Pern from threadfall. Jayge felt a surge of relief that was instantly overwhelmed by confusion. If the Dragonriders were already flaming thread from the skies, why would the traitors need the river pool? Worlds are lost or worlds are saved by those dangers dragon braved? The verse sprang to Jayge's mind, but it was not the one he wanted. Lord of the Hold, your charge is sure, in thick walls, metal doors, and no verdure. But Lilcamp folk were holdless. Then his father came galloping around the bend, Challer's rig nearly at his heels. The pool's just down this hill, Jayge began.
I can see it myself. Tell the others.
Crendon waved his son back down the line. The other wagons were strung out, their canvas tops swaying dangerously from side to side. Already bundles had toppled, or been tossed out on the roadside, and Jayge started to pull Ferex up in order to retrieve something.
Don't stop!
His father ordered. Habit warred with that order. Lilcamp folk never littered their path with discards. Jayge made his way back to the next wagon, halting Ferex only long enough to shout to Auntie Temma, always a clever driver, who actually had her two yokes clumping along at an awkward canter. He had to jump Ferex up into the woods to avoid being caught up in the stampede of the loose runners and stock. He saw the deserted timber wagon, rocks propped under its wheels, and, lumbering along behind the loose animals, the 8 yoke of burden beasts that had pulled the Lilcamp payload. Borel, his oldest uncle, had all his kids prodding the bawling creatures, who bucked and kicked against the sticks instead of moving forward until the 2 drovers began to flick weighted lashes at the knobby rumps. Jayge cantered on down the line, passing Auntie Nick and her husband, who were riding burden beasts and hauling others by their nose rings. The last wagon had been switched to runner teams and was picking up speed. Jayge swung in behind it, making Ferex sidle as he punched at crates perilously close to falling out. He did pick up some lost baggage, scooping it up and lobbing it into the back of the nearest wagon. He also tried to keep in mind just where the strewn belongings had landed, so that after all the fuss was over he would know where to retrieve them. Traders learned to be very good at marking places. Once Jayge had been somewhere new, he could always return. The way was so clearly printed in his head. By the time the Lilcamps were all in the pool, the gray mass of thread was nearly upon them. The pool was full of floating debris from the wagons that had been driven into the deepest part. Crendon and the uncles were trying to make certain that the animals would not drown themselves, for the burden beasts were bawling and the runners were neighing in panic. Some of the yoked beasts were trying to climb up onto the far bank. Jayge had swum Ferex to the dam side of the pool, where some boulders loomed above the water. The mare's eyes were wide with fright, her nostrils distended. Only his stubborn hold on her reins kept her from swimming off. He was treading water, one hand locked desperately around a rocky knob. The scene before him would be forever etched in his mind. People thrashing in the water, their yells and shrieks no less terrified than those of the animals. Bundles floating free and going over the dam, mothers holding young children onto the tops of submerged wagons. Crendon, in the shallows, rushing from one side of the ford to the other, enforcing orders with his lash, yelling that they were only safe under the water, that when thread fell they all must hold their breath under the water. Forever, Jayge always would remember the scene framed by the sight of the inexorable approach of thread, and the Dragonriders flaming it. Then, not wanting to believe his eyes, Jayge had his first glimpse of thread. 3 long spears of the stuff slapped into the tall standing trees on the bank. Their trunks flared briefly and then began to vanish. So did the brush and trees on either side. Jayge blinked, and there was a bald patch and something disgustingly pulsing, rolling, and with every turn more of the thick mulch disappeared and more trees fell. Suddenly, a fountain of flame washed across the spot. He saw the long, twisting thing in the center of the flame turn black and burn quickly, adding an oily yellow smoke to the clean fire. Jayge almost missed seeing the dragon at all. He was so caught by the terror of the thread burrow. But the dragon hovered briefly to be sure of the destruction, so Jayge caught the sight of the huge golden body as the dragon— gold was for queens, wasn't it? Beat strongly upward and flamed again farther up the hill. There was another dragon farther down the river valley, another gold. But someone had told him that gold dragons did not fly, and there was only the one queen in Bend and Wear. Before he could puzzle that, he heard hissing, the sound of something hot entering the pool. Ferrex thrashed, shrilling in terror, and Jayge saw the thick rope of thread coming down almost on top of them. Diving for Ferrex's head, he ducked them both under the water, working his arms violently to ward the stuff away from him. Something hit Jayge on the back of his head, and his warding hand came into contact with a pot floating free from some wagon. Flailing to the surface, he found himself in the midst of cooking wares. Ferrex had her head above water again, snorting to clear her nostrils. The current pulled at Jayge, and he grabbed at a floating saddle tie and yanked himself to the mare. He guided her away from the break, water pressure pushing them against the boulders. The pot and a big lid clanked against the stones beside him. The screaming about him took on a new note, shrill with fear and pain, both human and animal. He looked over his shoulder and saw thread falling across the pool, falling on everything. Where were the Dragonriders? He craned his head up and saw the wriggling, falling things. Then there was a dreadful hiss, and a terrified bawl from Ferrex beside him told him that a thick tendril of thread was attacking. Jayge grabbed the pot and scooped up the hideous thing, then plunged pot and its contents underwater. The lid bounced against him, and Jayge grabbed it and held it as a shield over his head and that of his frantic mare. When he felt something hit it, he yelled and gave a frantic push to dislodge the thread, propelling himself backward and kicking water over Ferrex's head in case that would do some good. He had no sooner done so than he caught sight of flame and was aware of a tremendous whooshing noise, followed by a shout that his ears heard as, "You bleeding fools!" Then there were more licks of fire, while Jayge huddled under his pot lid, one arm around his mare's neck. Blood ran from her rump and turned the water pink. He also saw, disbelieving, the blackened head of a runner, turning idly and then disappearing as the current caught it and took it over the dam. Then he was far too occupied with fending thread off himself and his mare, trying to keep any of the drowning stuff from touching him. His leather pants were reduced to shreds, and his boots, he found when he was able to examine them, were thread-scored. Much later, Jayge learned that it took about 10 to 15 minutes for the full threadfall to overpass a stationary point, and that the Dragonriders did not always overpass rivers and lakes because thread drowned in water, and that the old-timers, who came from an earlier time when thread had been a constant menace, were resentful of having to protect so much forestry. That terrible noon, when Jayge finally led an exhausted Ferrex out of the water, the pool was filled with lifeless, bobbing bodies, animal and human, and the pitiful remnants of the prosperous trader train. "Jayge, we'll need a fire," his father said in a dull voice as he followed his son out of the water, dragging the sodden gear he had removed from the body of his rangy runner. Jayge looked up the bank to the forested slope, amazed to see that fine stand of trees reduced to smoldering trunks and charred circles, black and oily smoke rising ominously. The rich, dense woods had been changed to barren, smoking poles, branchless and charred. The hillside hid from view the continuation of fall and dragon fire, and once again the sun blazed down. Jayge shivered. He paused long enough to take the saddle off Ferrex, who stood, all four legs thread-scored, head down and uncertain, too tired to shake water or blood from her body. "Move it, lad," his father muttered, starting back to the pool to help Thella, who was carrying a still form out of the cold water. Muted sobbing and louder cries of grief followed Jayge up the slope. It took him a long time to find enough unconsumed wood to start any sort of a fire. He walked very cautiously, terrified that a tendril of thread might have survived the dragon fire. When he got back to the river, he kept his eyes on the fire he was starting, unwilling to look at the still forms lying on the stony verge. He was immensely relieved to see that his mother was there, bandaging someone's head. He saw Aunt Thella, too, but he had to turn away from the sight of the hideous raw marks, like something cut by the claws of the biggest wary ever, on Radis's back. Aunt Beddo was rocking back and forth, and Jayge could not bear to find out if his baby cousin was injured or dead. Not just yet. As soon as he got the fire going, he took the rope from his saddle and brought Ferex with him to bring more wood down to the shore. On his way back, he made himself see the extent of the tragedy. Beyond the new piles of soaking bundles and wet crates, there were 7 small bundles, 3 very small, and 3 larger ones. No, the babies would not have made it. They would not have known to hold their breath under water. Nor would his younger sister, or his youngest cousins. Tears streamed down Jayge's face as he piled the wood by the stones that surrounded the fire. 2 dented kettles were heating water, and, astonishingly, a soup pot had been recovered. Saddles had been placed in a ring around the fire to dry. Someone was splashing in the pool, and he saw there, for the first time, the metal bands that had once spread the canvas wagon tops like the ribs of some great water snake. Aunt Thella burst to the surface and began to tug on a rope. He saw his father struggling with something still under the rope. Borel and Radis, despite their wounds, were desperately pulling at yet another submerged article. Jayge had just turned to untie the wood piled on Ferrex's back when abruptly she wheeled and dashed back up the slope, racing away from the camp as if a wherry had attacked her. Then dirt and sand flew around him, over the fire and into the soup pot. Startled, Jayge looked up, unable to imagine what new hazard faced them. A huge brown dragon was settling to the top of the track above the pool.
You there, boy! Who's in charge of this ground crew? How many burrows have you found? These woods are disastrous!
At first, Jayge could not understand the words rattled at him. There was an odd inflection in the man's voice that startled him. The Harpers kept the language from altering too much, his mother had once told him when he had first encountered the slower speech of the Southerners. But the voice of the Dragonrider, so small up there, perched between the neck ridges of the big beast, sounded strange to Jayge's ears. And the man did not really look like any man Jayge had ever seen. He seemed to have huge eyes, and no hair, and leather all over. Were dragon men different from the rest of Pern's people? Realizing that his mouth had dropped open, Jayge clamped his jaws shut.
You can't be ground crew. You're much too small to be any use. Who's in charge here?
The rider sounded offended, annoyed.
This isn't what I'm used to, I assure you. You'll have to do better than this. Will we just?
Crendon strode forward, Burrell right behind him along with Temma and Gledia.
Lads and women? Only 2 men? You can't have efficient ground crews if this is all you can provide us,
the rider continued. Suddenly, he took off a close-fitting cap, revealing a face that was quite human, if creased with a deep scowl and accentuated by the soot marks on his cheeks. Jayge stared, aware of many details that he would recall later and with cynical accuracy. Except that the rider wore his hair cropped close to his scalp, he was really like any other man. Under other circumstances, and with later knowledge, Jayge might have forgiven him his irascibility, and even some of his scathing disapproval. But not that day. However, it was the dragon that fascinated Jayge. He noted the dark streaks of soot on the dragon's brown hide, the 2 damaged ridges, the rough scars on its forequarters, long, thin scars, darker brown, many of them along its barrel and back, and the thickening of tissue along several wing veins. But it was the ineffable weariness in the dragon's eyes, whirling slightly and coloring from a purple to a blue-green, that Jayge noted particularly. Those eyes whirled in Jayge's dreams for many nights thereafter, but his strongest impression was of the weariness, a fatigue that he himself certainly felt down to his very bones. Although it was the dragon who dominated that first moment, the rider soon took center stage with his strong words and the contemptuous tone in which he delivered them. He spoke to Crendon as if the trader were a drudge, an unperson of no importance but to serve the Dragonriders' orders. For his father, and for himself, and for the shattered remainder of their kin, Jayge resented that tone, that Dragonrider, and all he stood for, and he hated the Dragonrider for all he had not done to protect them.
We aren't ground crew, Dragonrider. We're what's left of the Lil Camp train,
Crendon said in a hoarse voice. Those behind stared wearily up with unspoken resentment.
A train?
The Dragonrider was contemptuous.
A train? Out during Threadfall, man! You're insane!
We knew of no Threadfall when we left Kimmage Hold. Jayge drew in his breath. He had never heard his father utter a falsehood.
Yet that was not a true lie. They had not heard of Threadfall at the time they had set out from Kimmage Hold, and it was right for his father to shame the Dragon Rider.
You should have known!
The Dragon Rider would not accept responsibility. Word was sent out to all holds. It didn't reach Kimmage Hold before we left. Crendon was equally determined to set the blame.
Well, we can't protect every stupid traitor in isolated spot, you know. And I'm beginning to wonder why we bothered to come here at all if this is all the gratitude we receive. Which lord are you beholden to? Take it up with him. It was up to him to be sure you were warned. And if there are no ground crews from Kimmage, this entire area could be at risk. Come on, Rimbeth. Now we've got to check the whole bloody area.
He glared at Crendon.
It'll be your fault if there are burrows here. You hear me?
With that, the Dragon Rider replaced his helmet and took a firm grip on the straps that fastened him into position. In the brief moment, Jayge was certain that the dragon was looking directly at him as he stood there by the fire. Then the big beast turned his head, spread his wings, and launched himself into the sky.
Rimbeth's rider, I'll know you again. I'll seek you out if it's the last thing I do.
Crendon's words were a fierce shout as he raised his fist skyward. Jayge watched, incredulous, as first the dragon was there, and then it was not. Dragon riders were not what he had expected them to be, what he had been taught they should be. He never wanted to see another dragon rider in his life. The next morning, they managed to get 4 wagons out of the pool, along with as much of their baggage as remained usable after the immersion. Their food stores had been destroyed or swept away by the current. Many of the lighter bundles and crates had either been burned up or had floated loose and been lost. 3 of the 12 surviving beasts had lost eyes to Threadfall. All were savagely scored across their backs and the muzzles they had lifted out of the water to breathe. But they could be harnessed, and without them the retrieval of the wagons would have been impossible. Only 4 of the loose runners made their way back, badly scored, but alive. Jayge counted himself and Ferex very lucky indeed when he had time to think about anything but the appalling tragedy. His mother seemed scarcely to realize the loss of her 2 youngest children. She kept looking about her, a puzzled frown on her face. Even before Crendon had made the decision to seek help from Kimmage Hold, she had begun to cough, a soft, apologetic cough. The second morning, with patched harness and wagons still damp, the Lilcamps turned back to Kimmage Hold. It was an uphill journey, hard on animals with open sores on their backs, and on people weighed down by grief and despair. Jayge led his little mare as she trudged patiently with Borel's 3 small weeping children on her back. Their mother had shielded them from a tangle of thread that had eaten her to the bone before her lifeless form had slid into the pool, drowning the voracious organism. Challer had died trying to protect his prize team. "I don't understand it, brother," Jayge heard his uncle Radis murmur to his father as they trudged up the road. "Why did children not send someone to help us?" "We survived without them," Crendon said emotionlessly. "I can't call the loss of 7 people and most of our wagons survival, Cren." His voice was rough with anger. "Simple decency requires children—" "Simple decency flew out of the hold when Thread fell. You heard that, Dragon Rider, clear as I did." "But I heard children beg you to stay. Surely they'll need us more now." Crendon gave his younger brother a long, cynical stare, and then shrugged, plodding along in boots that had split open with the wear of the last few days. Jayge squirmed inside himself, and his hand went to his little hoard of credits. There would be no new saddle now. Other things would be needed more. Young as he was, Jayge knew that everything had abruptly altered. And young as he was, he also recognized the essential injustice that Shilden and all Kimmage holders imposed on the Lilcamps when they returned. Where before they had been honored guests, valuable partners in a logging venture, the Lilcamps had lost most of their assets, wagons, livestock, and tools. "I've my own folk beholden to me to provide for now, for the 50 long turns this pass will last. I can't take in any holdless and improvident family to apply to me," Shilden said, never once looking Crendon straight in the eye. "You've wounded and sick, and kids too young to be useful. Your stock's all injured. Take time and medicine to heal 'em. I've got to provide ground crews for every fall, to support not only Igenware, but Bendon when they call on us. I'm going to be hard-pressed to look after my own. You must understand my position." For one long, hopeful moment, Jayge thought his father was going to storm indignantly out of the hold. Then Gledia coughed, trying to smother it in her hand. That was the moment, Jayge later decided, when his father capitulated. His wide shoulders sagged, and he bowed his head. "I do understand your position, Holder children." "Well, just so's you understand, we'll see how things go on. You can bed down in the beast hold. I lost a lot of stock that are going to be very hard to replace. I'll talk about compensation for yours later, for I can't waste fodder on the useless. Not with thread falling, I can't." No Lilkamp was really surprised when Ratus, unwilling to accept such humiliation, left during the night. For many nights afterward, Jayge had nightmares involving dragon eyes shooting fire lances through his uncle's twisting, bloody body. Later that spring, Jayge's hoarded credits helped pay the healer for Gledia's treatment, but Gledia died before full summer, while all the able-bodied men, including Jayge, were out as ground crew. Chapter 2. North Telgar Hold to Iggen Hold. Present Pass. 2/4/12. Thella heard about the spring gather at Iggen Hold on one of her dark night forays to Far Cry Hold, where she had gone to acquire seedlings from their starting beds to renew the small garden she had just begun. Hiding behind bales of dry fodder, she overheard a conversation between the beastmaster and the barnman. Both were plainly envious of those chosen to make the trip to Iggen, despite the dangers of such a journey during a pass. Knowledge of a gather was very reassuring to the renegade Telgar blood daughter. Before she could hope to attract folk to work in her high mountain hold, she would have to supply basic needs, and legitimately. In one trip to a large gather, she could quite possibly acquire all she needed. She was already making plans as she waited for the men to leave so she could sneak to the greenhouses and help herself to the seedlings. It had taken her all that first turn to recover from the shocking frustration of threadfall. Thella did not cope well with failure. Not only had she lost 2 of her fine runners to the disgusting stuff, well, the animals had panicked with dragons flying over them and run off a precipice, but all her careful and ambitious plans had to be abandoned. The disappointment had plunged her into a deep, roiling depression. She had planned so carefully. If Thread had only held off until the following turn, she would have established herself in her own hold. She had found the place during one of her ramblings in the high country. Someone had once lived and died there, for she had removed 12 skulls, the only part of the dead that mountain snakes had been unable to masticate. What had killed the holders would always be a mystery, although Thella had heard of instances where entire hold populations had been wiped out by virulent disease. But they must once have lived well. The hold still held wooden furnishings. The stout slab table and the bed frames, dry and dusty, were usable. The metal fittings and utensils had a thin coat of rust, but that could be sanded off. There were cisterns for water and basins for bathing. Most of the south-facing apertures, protected by deep embrasures, had retained their glass. 4 good hearths for warmth and cooking needed only to be cleaned to be used. In her initial investigations as a young and optimistic girl, as yet unthwarted by the threadfall that had destroyed her plans, Thella had even found cloth, brittle with age, in the stone storage chests of the sleeping quarters, and grain in the beast hold. There were stone walls around enough highland pastures to support adequate meat animals, and pens were set into one side of the cavern. Thella knew the master herdsman had hardy strains that would thrive on mountain fields. She did not like the notion of sharing her living space with beasts, but she had heard that it was one way of generating additional warmth. One would need all the heat one could get in these hills. But the hold could have been completely re-established and hers, if she had just had the turn or two. The ancient contract law of Pern gave her that right. She could have insisted that the conclave of Lord Holders permit it, once she could prove her competence. Her father had told her, in answer to discreet questions, that anyone could form a hold, so long as it could be proved to be self-sufficient and remained well-managed. And a discreet check of the record hides told her that a Benamin bloodline had once established that mountain hold, but that it had been untenanted since before the last pass. Only Thella's determination to prove her competence, and her pride as eldest daughter of one of the proudest holds on Pern, direct descendant of its founder, in whom the best qualities of her bloodline were manifest in her beauty, intelligence, and skill, had kept her alive that first turn. But she had been reduced to a hand-to-mouth existence which even traveling folk would have scorned. Cursing every step of the way, she had been forced to leave her mountain hold that first winter, before the snows blocked the one trail down, or leave her own skeleton for snake fodder. Insult was added to injury as once again all of Pern, hold and hall, had to rely on those wretched Dragonriders who should have been thoroughly redundant. Her father had held that opinion. No Dragonrider had minced through Telgar's hold since that last pass had ended. It was all part of a giant concatenation of circumstances ranked against her, Thella of Telgar. But she would prove her durability and resilience. Not even thread would thwart her in the end. So by the coming of the second spring of that improbable but actual pass, Thella had finally wintered comfortably, having located 3 secure, well-concealed caves that were small but adequate for shelter. She had left each of them provisioned for reuse should she require them again. By that time she had become deft at extracting supplies from minor holds in Telgar and Limos, except for boots. She had hard-to-fit feet, rather long, wide across the ball, and narrow in the heel, and no matter where she had looked, she had been unable to find suitable footwear. Before, she had always had the hold cobbler to supply her boots and shoes. She had left behind a locker full of them, and as hard wear had lacerated worn leather, she regretted her lack of foresight. But then, she had not anticipated living in the rough for nearly 2 full turns. She had acquired all other items of clothing as needed. There were quite a few tall men in Far Cry and one of the other nearby holes, so clothes were plentiful. She took only new trousers and shirts, of course. Not even in extremity would Thella of Telgar wear used clothing. She had no trouble getting her hands on an appropriate jacket, a shaggy winter hide, and she had lifted furred sleeping bags, one for each of her 3 bolt holes. Those supplies, along with the food she took, were, after all, no more than a modest portion of the tithe due a Lord Holder's family, so she had no compunction about her acquisitions. She merely did not wish to be seen. Yet. But boots. Boots were another matter, and she might have foregone principle to get decent boots. A journey to Iggen Hold for a gather would be the best way to end the footwear problem, and satisfy 1 or 2 other minor needs that would fulfill the rudimentary requirement of her prospective holders. Perhaps she would be able to hire a likely herdsman, preferably one with a family to supply her with drudges. They could camp in the beast hold section and not interfere with her privacy. She had not wanted to take on anyone local, and gathers were an excellent place to find suitable and reliable persons. Iggen's gather was slated to begin in 10 days. The maps she had taken from Telgar, and had committed to memory, gave the position of camping caverns all the way down the Limos Valley to Iggen, so she did not expect the outward-bound journey to pose her any problems. According to what she had overheard, there would be 1 threadfall, falling to the north over High Telgar, and she would have to wait out another one hitting Karun and Iggen. She wished, and not for the first time over the past 18 months, that she knew exactly when threadfall was due. She had had some very narrow escapes, both from fall itself and from being seen by ground crews and sweep riders. It did not suit her, yet, for any suspicion of her whereabouts or plans to be known. She made the trip with both runners, switching from one to the other so that she could set a good pace. She would quickly outdistance the Far Cry travelers whom she did not wish to meet on the trace, although they had a head start. She had been forced to alter her overnight plans when one of her intended campsites proved fully occupied. But her fury over that was diverted when she discovered a hitherto unmarked cave with a small stream making a pool by its inner wall. She had been able to hobble the runners inside and treat herself to the luxury of a bath. She marked the spot unobtrusively so that she could find it again, secure in her infallible memory for places. From then on, she made a point of finding secondary caverns, and thus avoided any unnecessary encounters. An astonishing number of folk were on the move. Understandable, since this was evidently the first spring gather held in the new pass. By the night before, she was no more than an hour's quickstep from Iggen. In the dawn darkness, she had watered her runners at the wide river and left them hobbled in a blind ravine, its slopes greening in the swift, verdant growth of the desert springtime. Her gear she stored behind a boulder. From a careless cotwife, she had acquired the voluminous draperies worn by desert holders, contrived a suitable band to secure the headdress and conceal her sun-streaked blonde hair, begrimed her face, and used charcoal to thicken her eyebrows, giving her a grimmer cast. Then, with the traditional waterskin of the desert holder slung across her back, she was jogging along the high ground above the river even before she could make out the gather flag flying from the drum tower of Igan Hold. Then, with the traditional waterskin of the desert holder slung across her back, she was jogging along the high ground above the river even before she could make out the gather flag flying from the drum tower of Igan Hold. She quickly overtook groups of excited, chattering folk headed in the same direction, and merely grunted acknowledgment of their greetings. Desert folk tended to taciturnity, so conversation would not be expected of her. And as she had elected to run, she passed all those who were proceeding at a less demanding pace to their destination. She arrived in full dawn to find the Igan gather grounds well populated, and gave an ungrudged quarter mark for several pockets of hot bread, fresh cooked on a metal sheet over a crackling hot oil brush fire. Slices of a soft cheese inside the bread made a filling breakfast. She was a bit irritated when she was grossly overcharged for a misshapen clay mug for claw. But it was pay or go without, and the smell of the beverage after long abstinence was more than she could endure. She had never had to bring utensils to a gather, having always been accommodated in the Lord Holder's hall, and she had not thought to bring any from her travel pack. Fortunately, though the mug was imperfect, the claw was freshly made, not something that had aged on the hearth all night. Nearby, cooks were busy trussing a dozen herd-beast carcasses onto spits over glowing fire pits, the aromas soon to remind gatherers of the excellent spices that always seasoned Igan roasts. Replete, she strolled toward the great, colorful gather tents, her critical gaze noting storage creases and recent repairs to tunnel snake holes. Igan gathers had unusual accommodations. With the sun at near equatorial intensity by midday, traders could not have endured its fierce glare, so stalls were erected under a square of tented corridors, where flaps could be rolled up to provide both ventilation and quick exit. Thella had already noted scrawny brats sneaking in and out. At the first corner entrance, the gathermaster was overseeing the setting of the poles for an awning against the vicious noonday sun. The air inside was still cool from the chilly desert night. Already many stalls were ready, journeymen enticing the trickle of gatherers walking the tented square. Thella gave the tanner's craft stalls a cursory glance, noting that a workbench had been set up and a variety of trial lasts and tools laid out, ready to ensure perfect fittings. Apprentices were still unpacking travel panniers under the eyes of the master, who was arranging attractive displays of his wares, and an older journeyman was fussily adjusting the price boards attached to the tent pole. Thella walked on, suddenly taking in the meaning of the sign announcing that the master's leathers were thread-score-proofed. She snorted. Thread-score-proofed, indeed. She ignored weaver and smithcraft stalls for the moment and stopped to fill the wretched mug with fruit juice. It was so refreshing that she stayed for another, wondering how soon the porous, badly fired clay. The tent, despite ventilation, was beginning to warm up as more people pressed in to do their buying before the noonday heat forced everyone to rest. She walked the entire wrath against the extortionate potter, picked up a rock that someone had used to pound in tent pegs, and lobbed it deftly over her shoulder at his stand. As she slipped back into the tent, the satisfactory shattering and pained outcry, and smiled. Feeling equable again, she was ready to see us. When the master tanner journeyman, so that he could serve some better-dressed clients, she seethed more, wondered how she could risk courtesy. But her mood altered. A soft-spoken man with fingers scarred from leaf and needle was soothingly deferential and efficient. He fitted her immediately to a good stout pair of mid-calf hide boots and a pair of ankle-high ware-hide semi-boots, then took careful measures for full-leg boots, assuring her they would be ready before high. She paid him for the hide boots put on and the semi-boots, which she tied onto her water bag, and gave him half of the price of the third pair. That way, if her plans altered and she could not pick up the boots, she would not be out too much credit. She waited as he summoned an apprentice to begin cutting the sole to the pattern he had just made. Then, appeased, she left the stall. It was during her second stop at the bakefire that Thella noticed the big man. Even at a gather, he was exceptional. Exceptionally ragged, too, with a brooding, angry look that made people give him a span or two of distance from themselves. There was something almost pathetic about his air of aloofness, as if he knew, and even expected, to be shunned and avoided. He grudgingly gave up a quarter credit to pay for bread, carefully choosing the biggest of the pieces on the metal sheet, then waiting for them to finish baking. But he was very strong, and that commended him to her. She would need strong men, preferably ones who would be very grateful to her for taking them on. Suddenly it came to her that there seemed to be an unusually large number of holdless at the gather, if their status could be judged by their scruffy appearances. Few actually ventured into the gather tent, which was as it should be if they had no marks to pass, but they circulated freely among the crowds outside. Her belt pouch, full of good Telgar currency, was hidden from view under her loose robes, but nevertheless she unobtrusively shoved it under her shirt as she looked about for the guards Lord Lawdy ought to have posted to forestall disturbances and deal with petty theft. And this gather was particularly crowded, it being the first spring gather in the pass. Ah, that was it, she realized. There were always more holdless during a pass. Holders, with absolute authority over those within their walls, made sure that everyone they supported in such parlous times was sufficiently worthy of his or her keep. A holder, major or minor, could withhold shelter from travelers even if the leading edge of fall was close. In such times, people worked harder and obeyed right sharp, or they lost their sanctuary. As it should be, Thella thought with complete approval. If she had only had a little more time before the pass had started, she would have been able to exercise such time-honored options. She still would, or die in the doing. In one way, the pass might work to her advantage. For the promise of shelter within stone walls, there would be those eager to work even in a high, isolated hold. She began to scrutinize the holdless with an eye to the shoulder knots of their crafts, assessing their strength and desperation. Her holding might not be much yet, but it had possibilities. She wandered around the stall square again, keeping an eye on the progress of her third pair of boots and listening for any news or helpful information. What she heard was better than a harper's tale. A lot had happened since Thread had started falling on Pern again. Bend & Weyr had tried desperately to cope with the falls. Then, in an act of heroism unparalleled even for Pern's legendary heroes, Lessa, rider of Ramoth, Benden's only queen, had risked her own life and the life of her dragon in order to bring the 5 lost wares of Pern forward, going back 400 turns to a past time when there had been 6 full wares and persuading them to assist the seemingly doomed present. Thella found the mechanics of the feat hard to believe, but the fact was clearly demonstrated by the appearance of swaggering Dragonriders wearing the colors of Telgar, Ista, and Iggin wares, as well as Benden, and all too clearly Hold and Hall deferred to them in everything. On a later circuit, when she saw the apprentice in an ingratiating pose with an Ista Dragonrider, she gave him a stern glare. The young man blanched, apologized, and returned to stitching her half-finished boot. The very idea of his deferring work for a Telgar. Reluctantly, Thella realized that she no longer had that blood advantage, and stalked away in a savage mood. Those Dragonriders, acting as if the gather had been put on just for their benefit. She saw girls surrounding most of these Dragonriders, and juveniles hanging on the words of the others. Insidious group. And yet, despite her disenchantment, Thella noticed a definite difference between riders from Benden and those of the other 3 wares. What was the term she had heard? Old-timers? The old-timers walked with the unmistakable swagger of those totally assured of their eminence, while equally obvious was a certain eager, almost apologetic deference in the Benden riders. Thella approved of neither stance. Without the Lord Holder's support, the Weyrs, she corrected herself, though she still found it difficult to believe in the restoration, could not have continued to exist. It was becoming stuffy in the tented square, but by the time she had eaten her nooning under the canopies that had been raised near the fire pits, her boots were receiving a final polish. The master tanner stamped his approval on the finished product, and she paid over the second half. Her boots were handed to her, neatly encased in a rough cloth bag that she hung with the other packages. During her circuit of the gather stalls, Thella had purchased seed for late-maturing root vegetables, guaranteed by the master farmer in attendance to give a good yield. She also purchased spices. A few small sacks would not weigh down her runners and would be very welcome to season wild wary meat. The noon sun was pouring down on the tents, making the air within uncomfortably hot. People were beginning to look for places in the lounge areas to wait out the worst of the heat. Though she had not yet hired any workers for her hold, Thella had half a mind to leave, but it was an impossible time to travel. So she found a space in the western course of the gather tent, and, despite some long moments brooding about possibilities, made herself as comfortable as possible, her new boots forming a pillow. Then, reassured by the sight of God to protect the nappers, she fell asleep. A sense of movement near her outstretched hand awoke her. She had become sensitive to the slightest sound, even the near sights in the past turn or so. In her eyes, she saw a small figure bending over a sleeping man just beyond her, a dirty hand reaching with a knife to cut the bulging pouch. Not to conceal such a temptation, she reflected. Her knife was instantly in her hand, jabbing at the bent back. She shoved the blade to the flesh of a thigh, heard a stifled intake of breath, and the figure bolted, slipping under the tent flap. She looked back at the owner of the pouch, whose round, wide-open eyes were on her bloodied blade.
"You're quick indeed," shoving his pouch into his shirt and rearranging his clothing to hide the bulge. His craft knot, Thella saw, identified him as an Igan herder. "You should have done that before you slept," Thella muttered, disgruntled. She hated being aroused, and she had been sleeping deeply. She wiped her knife on the tail of someone else's cloak, aware of the almost suffocating blanket of heat, even though a little breeze stirred the tent flap. She would never get back to sleep again, and it was still too hot to think of returning to her runners. "I had it under me. I've turned in my sleep," the herder replied, equally disgruntled. He waved one hand over his face, courting the breeze. "I'm not that green, I'll have you know. I chose my spot among honest men and women," he added, in a querulous, aggrieved tone. "Look at the guard, fast asleep on both feet." But even as he spoke, the guard could be seen eyeing them. "It's getting so, honest folk." He gestured to their sleeping mates, who were indeed a prosperous-looking lot, wearing the brand-new knots of minor Igan and Karoon holds on their best gather clothes. "Can't be protected at gathers with so many holdless about. It's time to complain about this shocking disregard for privacy. Make some examples. Should be stopped. The more of us who speak out, the sooner there'll be a remedy to such behavior. You'll speak, of course." His voice had grown louder with each sentence, and some of the sleepers stirred. The guard warned them with a hand gesture to be quieter. "Speak?" Thella was briefly astonished at the man's audacity. "No." Then, seeing that she had offended him, she added, "I must be on the road at dark. Shocking problem, I agree." It cost her nothing to be conciliatory. He seemed suddenly indecisive. "A long way to go?" She nodded, ostentatiously settling herself to resume her rest. "North, perhaps? Along the western bank?" Thella gave him a long look of surprise, quite forgetting for the moment that she wore rough guise and was tall enough to be mistaken for a man. "For a ways." She thought of that pouch, bulging with credits. He was much older than she was, and did not look particularly fit. Get a ways out of earshot, knock him on the head, and she could have that pouch, and whatever he carried in his travel sack with little trouble to herself. "I'd make it worth your while to see me to my holding," he added, winking meaningfully. "You'd be there before the moon set, and a Harper half-mark in your hand for your company." "Aye, for that I'll match my steps to yours then," Thella agreed after a thoughtful pause. How easily deceived an honest man was, seeing his own honesty in others, she thought. She gave him a nod and closed her eyes. She would need the rest of her nap. The murmur of renewed activity roused her the second time. She and the Igan herder emerged into the cooling twilight and made for the latrine pits. She eluded him in the general shuffle for privacy and sought him out at the washing basins.
Harpers were already playing in the dancing square, though no one would be treading any measures yet. The evening air was heavy with the tantalizing smell of roasted, spiced meats, and by common consent, Thella and the herder joined the lines, waiting for a skewered slab of the seasoned meat. The herder paid for 2 cups of wine. Thanks for your timely intervention. Have you seen anyone limping? The herder asked. Thella shook her head, but she had not been looking for the culprit. Instead, she had been watching the big man she had noticed earlier grab a fallen piece of meat and run off with it. Hungry enough to eat it, sand and all, she thought, irritated by the sight. Gatherers ought to be able to enjoy their food without such intrusions. Still, if the man were that far down on his luck, and that quick and strong... She wished she had not promised to accompany the herder. Then, because she knew such courtesies were expected at a gather even between new acquaintances, she bought a 2nd round of wine. Drink made a man unwary. She also made certain, as she dropped a half-mark in the vintner's wine-stained hand, that the herder saw that she was well marked herself. She bought several more slabs. "For my nooning," she told the herder, who then assured her that he would provide her with that meal. "I thought you said we'd be at your croft by the moonset," she said, giving him a quick stare. To be sure, the herder hastily agreed. He said no more as she folded the meat into the pocket of the waterskin. But she had caught a note in his voice, an air about him that she distrusted, though she was quick enough not to give him any clue of her suspicion. He bought them both more wine, and she let most of hers leak out of her cup while she pretended to match him sip for sip. Winking at Thella, he paid the vintner to fill his travel bottle. She was beginning to find him tedious indeed. Well, no one was likely to miss him when she took him out, so she set off with him, leaving the gather site, passing the encampment which by then was nearly as merry as the square, and joining the wide track by the river, which sparkled in the light of Timor moon. Belior, the speedier moon, was just beginning to rise. Soon the way would be as bright as daylight, and considerably kinder to the eye. They had gone along the track for some minutes before senses, sharpened by the adversity of the last months, told Thella that they were being followed. They were well beyond even Iggen's own beast holes, and the cots that ranged on either side of the main hold. There were no travel lanterns in either direction anymore. She judged the follower to be on their left, taking advantage of the slope and the sparse ground cover. "What a magnificent night!" she exclaimed, throwing her arms out and swiveling on one heel so that she got a good circling turn. Yes, there was someone to their left about 4 lengths behind them. Yes, the herder agreed, "and Belior just rising. We must hurry." "Why?" Thella demanded, deliberately acting contentious, as if she were slightly inebriated from all the wine he thought she had drunk. "We've made a good gather. I've new boots," she slurred her speech. "And if I hadn't so far to go, I'd stay longer with such good company." She feigned a stumble on the stony track. As she rose, she came up with her belt knife shoved up one sleeve and a smooth stone in the other hand. "Easy now," the herder said, ranging himself on her right side as if to support her. He spoke more loud. She knew it was not the wine that caused it. Ahead of them, a rocky spur jutted out, caught back toward the river. So, someone thought they could drop her. Well, she would see about that. They were in the shadow of the shelf when she heard the faint scrape of shoe in sand. Every sense alert, she waited a fraction of a moment longer, then grabbed the herder and yanked him over just as a body hurtled through the air, dagger flashing in the moonlight. She grinned as the herdman cried out once, the assailant's knife slicing his throat. Then she acted, her own knife on the nape of the attacker's neck, pricking his skin as she shoved a knee in his back and pushed his head down, half smothering him in his victim's cloak and travel bag. "Don't!" a muted voice cried. Slowly he held out his knife hand, letting the dripping blade fall to the ground. "Easy now. Don't make me nervous," she said, roughening her voice. She grabbed his wrist and, when he made no resistance, flipped his arm back and up, twisting it tight against his shoulder blades. She could feel the thick muscles and wondered that she had mastered such a big man. But he was breathing shallowly, obviously unfit for such exertions. She gave his arm a painful twist, hearing him grunt where a lesser man might have cried out. She knew how to use such a hold to her advantage. "Was I marked out?" "Aye, you were." "Any others? It's early on a gather evening." When he had been silent long enough, she twisted again,
and he grunted. Any others? Aye, he'd marked others. Finish you off and go back for another. A fair gather for you. What did he promise?
Thella thought the big man simple to trust the herder and go back to the gather. The herder could as easily turn his helper into the guard.
Half what we took. He said it'd be enough to buy into a hold.
Buy into a hold? In her surprise, Thella forgot to deepen her voice.
Yes. There are holds where you can buy a place for a season. If you satisfy, you get taken on regular. I'm good with a flamer, I just don't like it, with thread falling and me with no place to shelter.
The phrases came out in grunts, but he made no attempt to struggle against her hold. She was beginning to wonder how long she could continue to exert the pressure necessary to cow the man. He was big. He could easily be the one she had noticed in the morning, but she had not seen the herder in anyone's company during the afternoon, so the scheme must have been arranged earlier. Well, at least he was not whining about wrongful treatment and holder abuse. And how much loyalty could a holder expect of you and your knife? She felt his body twitch beneath her knee.
Lady, give me a hold during this pass, or shove your blade in.
His muscles seemed to relax, as if he was tired of striving against the odds of life. He was at her mercy, and she was tempted to see if she had the strength to kill him, as she had had the wit to subdue him. But it's so easy to kill to live, she said, her voice coaxingly smooth.
Aye, easy enough to kill, but not easy to live holdless. Not easy at all.
He sounded very weary indeed. Your name? She asked. And previous hold? It was customary to circulate the names of brutal murderers shunned from hold to all lord holders to protect them from taking on such offenders. She could feel his muscles tense and wondered if he would lie to her. If she felt he was not telling the truth, she just might push home that knife. But she needed a strong holder more than she needed the gratification of a kill. I can, of course, tie you up and go back and get Laude's guards, she said, when he did not answer immediately. She wanted to make him sweat a little longer. Such power gave her a sense of ineffable superiority.
Dushik, I was called. I was beholden to Tillich.
She recognized the name from a list sent around several turns back and smiled, somewhat disappointed. Well, she must keep even the bargains she made herself, and he would be more useful to her alive. Ah, so you're the one, she said, as if she remembered more than the name. Mind that I can still turn you in, Dushik, she said, releasing him. And during a pass, you can be chained out in fall as execution, for it is my word against yours.
Aye, lady, I understand. But I acknowledge you with heart and mind as Lady Holder, and will give loyal service.
He actually sounded as if he meant it. So she released her hold on his arm and jumped backward, replacing her belt knife with her dagger in a fluid motion, but ready to throw both at him if he made a suspicious move. He waited a long moment, slowly working his arm down and around. He got first to his knees and then to his feet, his movements indicating deep weariness. Show me his pouch, Dushik, she said, holding out her left hand. He gave her a long, measuring look before he complied, and then stood waiting for her next order. As she thrust the bulging sack into her shirt, she realized that the scuffle had loosened her head covering and her braided hair had fallen forward. Now, see what else he had that's useful, she ordered, gesturing curtly with her dagger. By the time Belior had risen, Dushik had exchanged the corpse's clothing for his own, and, on Thella's orders, had heaved the body into the river. She made him discard the blood-stained cloak. There seemed to be plenty of other holdless wights at the gather, she said disdainfully. Would you say that any of them could be trusted to do a good day's work for their keep? For you, lady, he said deferentially, going down on his knee to her, I would see that they will. Thella was well pleased. Chapter 3. Southern Continent. Present Pass. 11-4-6.
There has to have been someone going through the sack,
Mardra, werewoman of Southern Weyr, insisted. She stared accusingly at Torek, Southern's holder. Couldn't the fastening have loosened during the journey, werewoman? Senator asked, though the elderly Harper's desire to placate the werewoman was stretched as thin as the holder's temper.
Then why, I ask you, why
She set her goblet down so hard on the table beside her that the stem broke and the remaining wine dripped onto the floor.
Now, look what you've made me do!
She beckoned to a fat drudge, pretending to tidy the surface of the sideboard.
Quickly, mop it up before it attracts a horde of flybys.
If Senator hoped that the mishap would distract Mardra, he was quickly disappointed. She never lost an opportunity to aggravate Torek. When Senator had been posted to the southern hold, Master Robinson had briefed him fully on the situation.
"You've been chosen for more reasons than merely trying to ease your joint ail, Master Senator," the Master Harper had said. "I can rely on your discretion and soothing manner, as well as your common sense, to keep me informed of any untoward occurrences."
The Master Harper had paused significantly, his clear eyes meeting Senator's.
"The Southern Weyr was actually initiated some 10 turns before Threadfall, though that is not general knowledge, and volunteer holders went to assist them. When this pass started, the Southern Weyr and hold were temporarily abandoned. Then, as you know, with Tabor as Weyr leader and the ill-fated Kilara as his Weyr woman, it became an excellent situation where injured dragons and riders could recuperate. You know the more recent history, I'm sure, with the discontent of some of the old-timers and the exile of the incorrigible dissidents to Southern, where they could do little harm. Torek, who was holding rather an extensive area, elected to stay on. He's rather well situated, mind you, though there were restrictions put on both the old-timer Dragonriders who were exiled and any commerce between North and South.
The Master Harper cleared his throat and gave Senator yet another enigmatic look. Senator had been so relieved that he could continue to function as a Harper even in the South that he would have been willing to do much more than exercise his diplomatic talents.
Torek puts up with Mardra, Tatan, Takul, who is, in my opinion, the worst of the lot," Robinson went on. "He'd have no such autonomy in the North, but I will want to hear what sort of friction develops. If you understand me, Senator?"
"I do, Master Robinson. I believe I do." Senator often chided himself for his innocence, but a man learned as he lived. Once, when Senator was just settling into Southern Hold, Torek's lovely young sister, Shara, had mentioned that Mardra fancied her brother, but that Torek wanted nothing to do with the werewoman. Mardra's attitude toward Torek reflected a deep and vicious antipathy, a desire to humiliate and demean.
I ask you why, Torek, my Queen Fire Lizard, who is far more reliable than a watchware, distinctly informs me that someone was there and crept away.
Having made her point, she glared at the holder, who said nothing, though Senator could see his fingers alternately clenching into fists and releasing into grasping motions.
Look at me when I'm speaking to you, Torek,
she added, leaning forward on her couch, her bleary eyes and features missing nothing of his attitude. When Torek moved his head fractionally, Senator could see her deciding on a further insult. With a Harper's appreciation for valor, Senator thought sadly of that glorious day when the old-timers' 5 Weyrs had arrived. Every man, woman, and child on Pern, saved from certain death by the reinforcements, had been grateful to their wings. He had been a Harper at Telgar, and had seen Mardra and Tatan, the Fort Weyr leaders, a handsome pair, so pleased with their reception. Takul, High Reach's Weyr leader, had appeared to be an energetic and knowledgeable leader, if slightly condescending to Falar and Lessa. After 4 turns of dealing with the disaffected old-timers, Senator found their decline increasingly painful to deal with. Mardra had become a raddled, blousy old woman, constantly wine-sotted, and Takul, stringy with age and pot-bellied, spent his time endlessly recounting spectacular falls which he had seemingly charred with only his dragon South's aid.
Look at me,
Mardra repeated, command still ringing in her voice, her eyes piercingly intent on the holder. Again his head moved fractionally, and Senator, judging by the furious set of the werewoman's lips, suspected that Torek had adopted his very disconcerting habit of seeming to look right through her.
She saw someone who shouldn't have been there. Someone who tampered with that sack. Find me that someone. I want to know what he or she took from that sack. Those were craft-hold ties to this Weyr, and I hold you, all of you,
For the first time, she glanced at the other masters who had been summoned with Torek.
Responsible for any losses. Now, hop it out of here.
There was a murmur of righteous protest from the other masters, farmer, fisher, herdsman, and tanner. Senator, too, would have backed any retaliation. Craftsmen had the right to withdraw their services from a holder, and, by law, from a weir, though such an extreme action had never been recorded. The harper caught his breath, slightly frightened of the consequences of such an act. They were, after all, in the early years of the pass. But just when he could no longer stand the suspense, Torek whirled and strode out of the warehall, his heels thudding loudly against the wide floorboards. There was a hint of frightened relief on Mardra's face. If she realized that there were limits past which she could not go, then the morning had had a positive outcome. Senator cleared his throat, giving Mardra a brief nod, and followed Torek. If the others could just contain their fury long enough to get out of the ware hall, they would have brushed out of the incident without irrevocable damage. All for some trivial bauble. Senator did not let his breath out until he reached the hall entry, just as Torek strode down the broad steps without seeming to touch them. Quickly, the other masters overtook the harper, as much to get out of the werewoman's presence as to support Torek's example. Senator did not consider himself a choleric man, but he was as livid as Torek. The farther the holder got from the ware-hall clearing, the louder his curses grew. By the time he reached the well-trod path skirting the cliffs around the beach, he was bellowing out inventive damnations, his voice rising above the complaints of the others.
"We're by choice, not tradition," Gebred, the master farmer, cried. "Even Kalara was better behaved than that twat. I'd use her guts for bait if I thought fish would take it,"
Ozamor the fisher said, his weather-worn hands closed into thick and dangerous fists.
"Chain her to the beach and let the leeches eat her." "Old baggage," was Maindy the herdsman's contribution. "Useless slug. Salt her, I would." "If only they didn't ride dragons," Torsten the tanner said. He shuddered. He was as incensed by the incident as the others, but by temperament he was a cautious man. His words stemmed the flood of invective. When the wounded northern dragons had been quartered at southern, the holders had become all too acquainted with the agony of a dragon whose rider had died, and the forlorn, gut-twisting keen of those that heralded the dragon's suicide. Though Senator winced at the idea, he was grateful once again to Ozamor. Dragonrider inviolability was deeply ingrained in them all, even a renegade holder like Torek. Which was why Torek had had to leave the ware-hall before a total rupture of discipline occurred. But by Feranth's first egg, it had been close. If they had not been in a pass, not that Southern's Dragonriders did more than mount a token flight. Senator shook his head, deploring the situation. "Their shipments of who knows what arrive," Torek began again in a savage tone, "dumped down by their dragons, and suddenly it's my fault that one sack arrived open. She doesn't even blinding know what was in it, much less if anything is missing. We're summoned like apprentices."
"More like drudges at anyone's beck and call," Gebred put in sourly.
"To account for a possible, not provable, theft on the word of a fire lizard? If she and that slovenly lot can't keep track of what comes in and out of their hall, why should I? And how? When I'm never informed of shipments or wear requirements unless they run out of something in the middle of one of their carousals."
Torek threw up both arms in his exasperation, hitting the fronds that draped gracefully to shade the path. He tore down branches and began shredding the leaves, needing some way to release his fury. The last 4 turns since the old-timers had been effectively exiled to Southern had been all too frequently punctuated with such scenes. The Dragonriders demanding explanations for matters of which Torek had no knowledge whatsoever. There would come a day, the harper knew, when Torek would not respond to a summons. Senator did not like to think about that day. The old-timers could not leave the South, and Torek would not. The situation deeply distressed Senator and his ingrained respect for the traditional values and duties. He did not understand why the were leaders would want to replace Torek. The man was an excellent holder. Unless the aim of those constant nuisance summonses and Mardra's needling were being deliberately designed to force Torek out of the hold and replace him with someone more accommodating or obsequious. The were leaders had misjudged Torek and his ambition in that case.
Torek had long-ranging plans for his holding, more extensive than those of the Weyr leaders, who did not appreciate the potential of Southern's bounty. Until just recently, the holder had seemed impervious to the demands and the pettiness, telling Senator that it was easier to do whatever he was bid and get on with the next job. Torek had then shocked Senator's Harper-trained sensibilities by remarking that the Dragonriders would all be dying off soon enough, preferably before his patience with them was exhausted. But any residual loyalty Senator had once felt had been totally compromised by the most recent episode. From then on, the Harper would support Torek completely, with no further comments about a holder's duty to his Weyr leaders. While Torek and his folk thrived in Southern, the Weyr leaders were visibly decaying. While Torek sent teams out to discover the extent of the Southern lands, the Dragonriders kept to their quarters, venturing no farther than the lake or the nearest beach to bathe their dragons. Just then, Torek stopped abruptly in the path, and the master fisherman tripped over his feet to halt, spreading out his arms to stop the others. Torek turned, eyes glinting narrowly with his fury, and made a scissoring motion with his hands. Anyone at all, he said, jaw working as he let his angry green eyes fall on the hastily assembled work party. Anyone! He brought open hands together in a resounding smack. Who gives over fire lizard eggs to old-timers gets thrown out of Southern. No excuse, no appeal. On the next boat north. Have I made myself plain? I shall post a notice to that effect, Senator began, and then broke off. Why would Torek forbid an occupation that had earned the hold occasional marks? Fire lizard eggs were in constant demand from northern traders and any seafolk pausing in Southern's deep harbor. Surely, not because Mardra's little creature had played a part in this affair. But the moment was not right to question Torek. The holder had resumed his furious pace, the craftmasters doing their best to keep up with him. Senator dropped back, as much because he wanted to absorb the meaning of that order as because there was no way he could keep that pace. He no longer had the energy he had once enjoyed, and despite the improvement the mild southern climate had made in the joint ale in hip and shoulder, the exhilaration of anger was giving way to exhaustion. He mopped his face, sweating even in the shade of the leaf-canopied trace, and let his pounding heart and the thudding pulse in his temples subside to a calmer rhythm. He wondered if he would send a message to the Master Harper about the latest uproar. Robinson already knew that Torek despised the old-timers, probably knew more about Tekul, Mardra, and the rest of the old-timers than Senator ever would. Perhaps he ought to be informed about Torek's new order. The amount of marks offered for the contents of a gold fire lizard queen's nest was more than most holders earned over 3 or 4 good turns. Granted, not that many gold nests were generally located, but the demand for the creatures always seemed to increase. Well, they were more than pets, Senator thought fondly, hoping his little bronze would perceive that he was no longer in Torek's angry company, and it was safe to return to his usual perch on the Harper's shoulder. He had also told Master Robinson that the old-timers were exacting far more than a normal tithe, and that the deliveries did not occur at the customary times, or by the usual carriers. It had been moon dark last night, and he had not seen a single dragon active that morning. But why would Torek forbid his holders to sell fire lizard eggs to the Weyr? On the other hand, Senator decided, a long account of that day's incident, when viewed in a calmer frame of mind, was nothing to bother the already burdened Master Harper with. Mardra had sent them all to see that one sack in their delivery hung open. Senator had looked closely enough to identify it as a northern weave, probably Nabolese. Certainly the hemp that closed the sack mouth was of Nabolese manufacture. There had been wine. One could smell the spill, souring in the hot sun. The master vintners of both Tillich and Bendon sent more than a fair tithe of their pressings to the Southern Weyr, but then, Senator thought uncharitably, Southern Weyr consumed far too much. Another bellow, only Torek could roar like that, startled him into a limping jog-trot. Who under the sun had been stupid enough to add fuel to Torek's rage? Senator hurried along. And to think that the Master Harper had implied that Southern hold would be a pleasant sinecure, with just enough activity to keep him from boredom. Well, boredom was the least of Senator's worries. When he emerged into the clearing on the bluffs above the beach, he groaned. 2 ships were anchoring, their decks plainly crowded with people and parcels. The last thing in the world Torek needed at that point was to deal with yet another shipment of useless northern discards. There might indeed be, there usually were, some useful workers with craft skills or general handiness, but far too many of those making the trip were as aimless as the old-timers were. Yet, when Torek roared again, Senator heard a glad note in the bellow, and the way the holder was making for the harbor steps, waving his arms over his head and yodeling, gave every appearance of welcome and pleasure. Quickly, the harper walked across the intervening space just in time to see Torek, arching majestically in the air, dive from the high point of the cliff into the deep, clear, blue-green waters of the anchorage and swim with powerful strokes to the larger of the 2 ships. It flew Rampese's pennant. "That'll help cool him down," a cheerful voice said at Senator's side. He looked over and saw Shara, her fire lizards chirping excitedly before they made a straight-line dash to the boat. "Hamian must be aboard." She flashed her lovely smile at Senator, and suddenly the morning was bearable again. "Remember? Ozamor brought us a message that he was on his way from Telger's Smithcraft Hall. My brother, an accredited mastersmith." She hugged herself, smiling with pride and anticipation. "Oh, Hamian has to be on board." What was the old woman's gripe this time? I ducked away when I saw him shredding Mandemos. One of the others present would undoubtedly spread the story, but the harper had some respect for his position. As he watched Torek's arms flashing in a vigorous crawl toward Rampese's ship and its passengers, he shook his head. "I hope he's doing the right thing, luring people to the south. We aren't getting the folk who are settled and craft-trained, mostly the holdless. And why are they holdless?" Senator wondered if he dared slip away for the rest of the morning. As harper, he really should not countenance the human importations, yet he knew how desperately Torek needed bodies to cut through the jungle growths, clear more land, and secure his ambitions. "Torek won't care, as long as they're still breathing. Not if Hamian's also aboard. I was wondering how on earth we were going to get him out of his black humor this time." Shara's ability to cool her brother's tempers was appreciated to the point where southern holders dreaded her absence on forays into the wilderness. She was, in her own way, as much of an original as her older brother, though her skill ran to healing rather than holding. She harvested the bounty of medicinal plants that grew to luxuriant size and in amazing quantity in the southern continent. She had no compunction about pursuing her particular interests, whether or not Torek forbade her to go out alone on the long searches she enjoyed. Suddenly, she began to jump up and down, waving vigorously. "Look, Senator, that has to be Hamian on the rail, and he's not going to let Torek outdo him." Senator shaded his eyes, squinting across the brilliant sea. He had just one glimpse of the figure posed on the weather rail before the man seemed to hover in his graceful dive, cleaving the brilliant blue water and bobbing up safely a moment later to swim energetically toward his brother. "Hamian's return couldn't be better timed," Shara remarked. "But I hope Rampese got a good price for our last cargoes." Senator shook his head. Torek was not supposed to trade with the North. If someone ever checked to see how many ships had been forced to seek shelter from storms in southern coves, always the one cove, there could be real trouble with the northern lord holders and the Bandit wear leaders. He was positive that if Torek approached the master harper, presenting the problems and the possibilities inherent in the magnificent continent, some proper arrangement could be made. Shara began to shout impartial encouragement to her brothers, and even those who knew of the latest encounter of holder and werewoman left their tasks to swell the hurrahs. Ozamor was ordering crews to the sturdy fishing boats to ferry cargo and passengers ashore. When Senator saw several more dive clumsily in to swim ashore, he felt somewhat encouraged by their enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Torek and Hamian had met midway, with much splashing, ducking, and shouts of challenging laughter. Senator decided not to worry until he had good cause. As he turned back to Shara, his bronze fire lizard settled to his shoulder. "Well, at least a few of those passengers have a measure of courage. Or maybe they're just tired of smelling themselves. Either way, Sandy, I take it as a good sign they try to swim in," she said, smiling. "I'd best warn Ramallah that we'll need more than fruit and rice on the table tonight." "I can do that," Senator said. "Surely you want to be here to welcome your brother after 3 turns' absence."
"Oh, I'm not hanging about while they pretend to be shipfish," Shara said, with a negligent wave. "They won't come in until they've half-drowned each other. And I can see that Master Rampese's launched his dinghy. There'll be messages for you to sign for, Senator. They'll be here long before my brothers." She turned on her heel toward the hold's cool caverns, and Senator made his way to the harbor stairs. Shara knew her brothers well, for Senator and Master Rampese were exchanging greetings before Torek and Hamian hauled themselves, laughing and breathless, out of the water. Torek had lost his bad humor in the exercise and was grinning broadly as he watched his younger brother strip sodden shirt and pants from a big frame made more powerful by 3 turns of smithcrafting. Senator and Master Rampese were exchanging greetings before Torek and Hamian hauled themselves, laughing and breathless, out of the water. Torek had lost his bad humor in the exercise and was grinning broadly as he watched his younger brother strip sodden shirt and pants from a big frame made more powerful by 3 turns of smithcrafting. "You were enough of a threat to the girls before you went north, Hamian," Shara yelled, throwing down dry, short pants. "Have the goodness to cover it decently before you get up here." "Shara, my lovely, I've brought you some samples of northern men. Maybe one you'll like," Hamian shouted at her, and ducked as she lobbed a ripe red fruit at him. "Any likely ones among the passengers?" Torek asked as he wrung the water out of his own brief garment. If Hamian worked as competently as he looked, he would be well worth the marks his absence had cost the hold. "Half-dozen, maybe," Hamian replied, losing the wit from his grin. "I did my best to leave the scum. I'll be fair. Master Rampese and Master Garm wouldn't have some of them aboard. We picked the likeliest. There was supposed to be a dragonless man." "Dragonless?" Torek stared at his brother in dismay. "Bend where?" Though he still respected them, Torek was at odds with the Bend and Ware leaders over many of their decisions. He relaxed visibly when Hamian shook his head. "No, from Telgar Ware. A blue rider. The harper said that a heavy tangle caught the dragon on the left side. Somehow he managed to land with Garan, his rider, but the man's riding straps had been scored clear through, and he hit the ground so hard they thought he was dead. There was nothing they could do for the blue. He went—" Hamian broke off. He had seen good dragon riders in plenty at Telgar Ware over the last 3 turns, counteracting his experiences with the old-timers, so a dragon's death was a felt loss. Torek said nothing until Hamian, in a swift change of mood, turned apologetic. "Look, I know we didn't get the quality of settlers we need, but they're all able bodies. Some of them had journeyman's knots, and a couple were apprenticed to trades. I'll take them all with me to the mines and work their butts off. If they don't like it, they'll be far enough away from here not to bother you. In fact," Hamian said, his smile a fair match for Torek's at his slyest, "I'll take anything that can breathe and walk to get those mines started. He clapped his brother on the shoulder with such a resounding smack that the noise startled those struggling to step to the pier from the rocking cockleboat. 5 fell into the water. "We will also teach you how to swim," he finished unexpectedly, grabbing the nearest floundering man by the shirt and lifting him easily out of the water. Then, when Torek shoved him toward the steps, Hamian bounded up to wrap powerful arms about his sister and swing her about in an exuberant embrace. "How's Brekkie? Did you see her? Miriam? Fëanor?" Shara was asking with what breath the crushing hug had left her. "I've letters for you, and I just gave you one message from Brekkie. She said she needed numweed the most, and were you going to harvest soon?" "Good. I shall supervise that myself." "And make a side trip down to your lake again," Hamian teased her. "Catch any new sports? No? Well, then—" He hooked an arm about her shoulders and started for the caverns. "Fëanor and Kant were at Big Bay to see me off, so all news is fresh. Miriam's a pain in the neck, but she'll change if she lives and has her health. And," he added, lowering his voice for her ears alone, "I also saw Mother. She still won't come, though Father's dead more than 3 turns. Brever would no more leave the craft hall to hold here under his younger brother than I could swim the currents. Our other 3 sisters won't leave her, though I tried very hard to get them and their husbands to come. But they won't if she won't, and she won't if they don't. It's all very well for Torek to want all his blood kin here, but if he thinks he can trust them all on that score, he's wrong. Frankly, I don't think any of them would do well here anyhow." Saddened by the thought that her mother would never live in Torek's beautiful hold, Shara leaned her head against her brother's broad, powerful chest, sea cool from his swim, and walked with him in silence for a few moments.
Torek had been the first to leave the family's high Palisades seahold. He had left the lonely island off the western side of Ista and gone to the mainland, out and about and away from the hard labor of the fishercraft. He had been in Bendon Hold when Falar had become were-leader and turned back the Lord Holder's attack. For perhaps the only time in his life, Torek had acted on impulse and had presented himself as a candidate for Ramoth's first clutch. Disappointed in that wish, he had volunteered to follow Fëanor in founding the Timed Were in Southern, and had remained on when that project had been abandoned. Once he had established, with much hard work, his hold, he had come back to Karun and talked first Kevalon and Murda, then Hamian and Shara into joining him. Their mother had been proud of Torek's achievement, but not of her children's desertion. Would she change her mind if Torek becomes official Lord Holder? Do you think then she'd forgive him and us for leaving, Father? She asked softly. Hamian cocked his head down at her. Shara was tall for a girl, but she was dwarfed by her huge brother. There's not much activity on that score, Shari. Lord Meron of Nabol's dying, and though he's got bloodkin enough, there's going to be a real ruckus over that succession. No time to be upsetting the incumbents. What's the matter? He asked, when Shara began to shake her head. One day they'll be sorry. One day they'll see their mistake in not confirming him, in leaving him out of the conclave. Shara, he is Lord Holder, in all but title, Hamian argued. And that's not today's good news. There are a couple of good, honest masters come to join us. Shara's hazel eyes glanced at him with irritation, and she ducked out of Hamian's embrace. Not you, too. I tell you, Hamian, if you said one word to anyone, especially Torek, me... Hamian reared back, hands warding off a blow, his expression one of amiable surprise at her reaction. I assure you I learned my lesson before I went for my mastery. Southern Hold women marry when and where they choose. And Torek had better remember that. With you reminding him whenever marriages occur, how could he forget? Now, he said, blocking her not-so-playful blow, can I please have something to take the tang of sea from my throat? We'd rough enough weather crossing the currents that I shouldn't have to take the rough of your tongue the moment I climb the steps home. Ramal has been squeezing fruit since I went for your shorts. And look, here's Mishala to greet you. Bring her with you. Grinning slyly, Shara slipped away from her brother's side to allow the first of the girls who had grieved at his departure to flirt with him on his return. No one clouded that evening with any mention of the morning's meeting with the werewoman. The entire hold immediately got to work to settle the newcomers so that all could enjoy Hamian's return. Even the scruffiest of the new arrivals, having survived Torek's scrutiny, were determined to make the most of so much food and honest hospitality. Even Senator put aside the thick rolls of messages, most of them dealing with the exiles, to enjoy roasted meat on the strand. Any murderers in this lot, Senator? Torek asked, guiding the harper down the beach away from the feasting. People were still gorging themselves, and Torek wanted to know how well his private assessments of the new settlers jived with the official reports. Only one, Senator replied, and he claimed self-defense. The harper was not convinced, having spotted the rather surly-looking fellow off to one side, shunned by other passengers. 15 were apprentice level, and 2 more got as far as journeymen in their crafts, and were turned out of their places for constant pilfering and theft. One was caught selling craft hall goods at 1/3 of their worth. Torek nodded. He was desperate enough to take any help to clear southern lands, even to the extent of circumventing the Bendon Were leader's restriction on any intercourse between the interdicted southern Were and Hold. So Torek was smuggling people in from the north. Some desperate, holdless folk heard whispers that he would not turn them away from the southern shores, but he was getting too many useless folk for his trusted settlers to absorb quietly. He needed more skilled men, trained in hold and haul management, and he had to keep his illicit settlers from the old-timers' notice. 2 were caught stealing unmarked herd beasts. There are, however, some honest settlers, Senator continued, hurrying on to the good news. 4 couples with good crafts, and 9 singles of varied backgrounds, some of them with very good recommendations. Hamian vouches for 4 of the men and 2 of the women. Torek, I'll say it now and get it off my chest. You should apply to the Master Harper. Torek snorted. He'd tell Bendon. And the Bendon Ware leaders, if you approach them with Master Robinson, would be the first to assist you. They wanted to explore this whole land, Senator said, sweeping his arm wide. And they would have, if the old-timers hadn't... Well, you know all that. He broke off. But some young, eager, trained Holder sons who know they're not going to get any place north during a pass would certainly see the advantages to coming south, even if we have to sneak them in when the old-timers aren't looking. Senator gave Torek a quick glance to see his reaction. Torek's head was down, and Senator could tell nothing from his profile. You certainly don't have to mention what you've already discovered. I haven't, I assure you, Lord Holder, Senator went on. But if ore is to be useful to you as a trading medium, it's got to be known. As I'm sure Hamian told you, the Mastersmith is desperate for all the iron, nickel, lead, and zinc he can get. Mine production in the north is at full pelt. You're remarkably well-informed for a Harper sent south for his health, Torek said, giving the old man a long, hard look. I am indeed Harper, Senator agreed, drawing himself up and returning Torek's stare. And that has always been more than simply singing teaching songs to children. We've got to mine. We've got to transport the ore, and that's going to take muscle. At least Hamian's brought back 3 good journey miners and another master. Torek rocked on his heels, jamming his thumbs in his shirt belt. There was a cool northerly breeze blowing across the strand. They'll have tonight's celebration, then we'll muster them all tomorrow morning. First light. Torek's grin was calculating as he thought of the stronger southern brews that were guaranteed to give the unwary vicious hangovers. And give them the usual warnings. The useful will remember, and the foolish will forget, and then cause neither us nor the Lord Holders who sent them further grief. Torek's callous attitude had once bothered Senator, but he had been at Southern too long not to see its merit. Southern was a bizarre, often cruel land, and those who deserved its bounty learned to survive its dangers. Those dragon men were supposed to explore, Torek declared. They haven't. I am. Flood, fire, fog, or fall, I'm going to find out just how big Southern really is. Senator forebore to mention either Shara's competence in exploring down the Big Lagoon River or her eagerness to go as far as she could. For all the innovations Torek had made in his hold, he retained some traditional views, especially about his sisters. Murda had been acquiescent. Shara was not. The Harper cleared his throat to voice a suggestion, but Torek went on. Even a dragon has to fly straight the first time he goes to a new location. Why did Thella recall all the good riders? His tone was so disconsolate, suddenly so weary and hopeless, that Senator almost felt sorry for the man. Giron was so drunk that for most of the first day he slept. The carter did not bother to check his load of barreled saltfish when he pulled into the cave site, so Giron had slept on undiscovered. Later, when all sheltering there were sound asleep, Giron rolled off the uncomfortable barrels and went in search of water. Slaking his thirst at the stream, he settled himself as comfortably as the rocky ground permitted and slept again. He stole food from campers the next evening, still disoriented, not remembering that he had marks enough tucked inside his waistband to buy whatever he needed. He kept trying to remember what it was he had forgotten. Something he should have, but was missing. Something he would never find again. There was an ache deep inside that would never stop hurting. The next day, another carter recognized the empty-faced stranger as the dragonless man. He brushed his clothes, fed him, and when Giron demanded wine, he let him have the wineskin, surprised that the former dragon rider did not complain about its raw, acid taste. The carter took him up on the seat of the wagon, because he conceived that he had a duty to protect one who had been a dragon rider. There were too many holdless rogues about who would rob even their mothers of marks. The carter endured the pathetic, silent man all the way across the mountains and to the door of the Master Tanner's hall. There, Master Bellasdan had his drum tower communicate with Igan Hold and Igan Weyr. Finally, Lord Laudy sent an escort with a spare runner beast. "We're here to take him back to the hold," the escort said. "He was supposed to go to Southern Hold. Cracked his skull, you know, and doesn't think straight yet. We'll get him there safely." Halfway there, Giron saw sweep riders, and, as the escort reported to Lord Laudy,
"He seemed to take a fit. He was screaming and yelling, and he whipped up the poor runner beast so hard we couldn't catch up. Last we saw of him, he was swimming across the river. I don't know if he was trying to catch up with the Dragonriders or what."
"Go across to the caves. Tell them to watch out for Giron. Let them know who he is, and that if anyone does him any harm, they'll answer to me, and to all the Weyrs of Pern." The urgent requests brought by Master Rampisi from Brecke and the Healer Hole were all the excuse that Shara needed to force Torek to allow her to go harvest the numbweed bush. She made it very clear that a quick trip just to harvest the bush would mean cooking it in the hold. Allowed a longer trip, the complete job could be done entirely on the site. Torek hesitated, and Shara's heart sank. She knew that he wanted her to spend time with some of Hamian's new arrivals, but she was not ready to settle down, and she was afraid that she might actually find she liked one of them. "I feel I ought to accompany her this time," Ramallah said suddenly. Catching her hard stare, Torek yielded, knowing that if he refused them both, he would have little peace. "You be careful, Shara," he said, wagging a finger in her face. "Smart and careful." With a teasing smile, she caught the finger. "Brother, why won't you, too, admit that I'm the master crafter out back?" She left it at that, and he stalked out of the family hall, muttering about ingratitude and dangers she could not imagine. Ramallah grinned and, her husband out of the way, added travel-packed foods to Shara's pile of gear. "We can make the morning tide. I've 3 boats." "3?" Shara was both surprised and delighted. "How did you manage that, Ramallah?" Ramallah shrugged. "No one can ever have too much numbweed. Garm took the coast route to check on the growth, and it's very good this year. I saw the total of Brecke's needs. You go after the unusual herbs. I'll manage the cookout. I need a respite." Shara laughed with genuine amusement. Ramallah was a quiet woman, competent, perceptive, and gifted with all the attributes Shara knew herself to be deficient in, especially patience. Ramallah was not a pretty woman, but she exuded an indefinable air that caused people to turn to her for advice and help. Shara did not know much about Ramallah's past, except that she had been in a healer hall in Nerat before she came to Southern. The other woman had bought her own place in Southern, and Torek had seen such worth in her that he had invited her to join him permanently in his hall. Ramallah never complained, but Shara could quite easily see how she might like a short break. Torek's hard ambition and driving energy were wearing. He would be occupied with Hamian in setting up the miners' train. Sanitor could fend off the wear, and Ramallah's 4 children were old enough to be useful on the trip. Shara completed her packing, throwing in a second pair of the double ware-hide high boots with reinforced toes that she preferred when tramping through Southern's undergrowth and streams, and adding her tough cotton shirts and knee breeches. She filled the many pockets of her vest with the minor tools she had found most handy to carry on her person at all times, then packed a double coil of new hemp rope, dagger, implement knife, and a short blade that fit in one boot, the roll of waterproof cotton that had acted as tent, rain gear, or bedding, and a broad-brimmed hat that shielded her eyes from sun glare. The 3 boats sailed with the tide, heeled over and flying as the stiff easterly wind caught the red sails. Most people were singing, and some of the younger boys, who regarded the voyage as the best part of the outing, had lines cast over the side, each hoping to catch the biggest prize. Shipfish picked up their customary bow positions, flipping and careering and generally making a show of themselves to the delight of the passengers. Their appearance augured a good, quick voyage, and Shara felt the shadows that had fallen over the hold lift. Damn the old-timers. Damn them right between. Those stupid restrictions were all their fault. She glanced quickly around as if someone could have heard her thoughts. Mir and Thella, her fire lizards, crooned softly from their perch on the cabin. Still, one ought not to ill-wish Dragonriders. Not all of them were like the old-timers, but those were enough to sour life in Southern. They came around the headland, and Shara jumped to the sheets when the skipper had to take in sail to avoid being driven too close to the rocky coast. They would be at the big lagoon by the next morning, at which time they could negotiate its hazards in broad daylight and on the tide. Once they had landed, and all the gear had been brought to a good site, Ramallah told Shara to get herself lost, but to be back in 10 days. "That won't take me much farther than I've been before," Shara complained, but at Ramallah's fond, stern look, she hefted her pack to her back, called Mir and Thella from the fair doing wing dances across the plain, and trotted off to make the most of her freedom, muttering cheerfully about restrictions. She had nearly reached the first stands of trees surrounding the plain when Mir, describing lazy loops above her head, gave a hopeful chirp, a sound that indicated to Shara that he had seen a gold. He was one of the randiest bronzes in the hold. Then his chirp altered briefly in surprise, and he returned to her shoulder. Thella took the other side, both of them alert. So when Shara heard the sounds of someone stumbling about in the forest and the scolding of a queen fire lizard, she was more annoyed at a possible curtailment of her 10-day holiday than she was surprised to find a stranger so far from the hold. Her annoyance fled at the sight of a scruffy lad, hunkered down in the brush and peering at the activity of the camp, one arm about the neck of a runt runner beast, while a young gold fire lizard had her tail firmly wrapped about his sunburned neck. He seemed disgusted that his queen had not warned him of Shara's approach, but he was willing enough to talk. His name was Pymer, he said, and all on his own he had already survived 3 threadfalls in Southern. Shara was impressed with his resourcefulness, and it occurred to her that here might be someone Torek could use. He was young and alone and clever, and she liked him. Resisting an impulse to ruffle his sun-streaked tangle of hair, Shara felt a pang of sorrow for whatever mother had lost this young rascal. A heart-grabber he was. Now, if she could find someone with his charm, say, 10 turns older. His cocky resilience decided her. She did not have to take him back to the shore yet. She could have her browse around and get the stuff Brecky had asked for, and she would have a chance to see just how capable a Southern holder he could be. Torek would listen to her evaluation. Maybe if she had a capable apprentice to take along, Torek would let her do some real explorations. As if he could read her mind, Pymer offered to help her with her herb gathering. Pleased, she motioned for him to follow her deeper into the forest. By the time they returned to the coast, Shara had formed a high but qualified opinion of Pymer. He was the born rogue and scoundrel she had suspected, and she was certain that a discreet inquiry to the north would prove that he was a craft apprentice, absent, for a dare she rather thought that had gone badly wrong, without permission from his hall. He had probably been in a major hall, or near a major hold, because he was knowledgeable about attitudes and issues that the average boy was unlikely to know about. His mind was as quick as his tongue, and he had a wry sense of humor and fun. His voice had almost settled to an adult baritone, so he was older than he looked. Pymer was also possessed of a finely tuned memory, and never forgot her traveling lessons on herbs or travel safety. He had an instinct for self-preservation that rivaled that of his fire lizard, and, like Shara, he had an exploring turn of mind. They would have been halfway to the snowy mountains if they had not had to be back to make the voyage home. He was exactly the stuff of which good Southerners were made. His main worry then was that his runner beast, whom he called stupid and who was anything but, could not be accommodated on one of the ships. He had sworn he would walk back to the hold if he had to, but he would not just let stupid loose. Shara had eased his apprehensions on that score, promising that a couple of strong sailors could easily lift the little runner beast into one of the sloops, but on the hike back to the coast, Pymer had become more and more laconic. Something was worrying him, and to Shara it confirmed her notion that he had not been entirely truthful with her. "We don't care what people left behind them, so long as they work hard here. It's a great place to start all over, Pymer," she said when they were within hailing distance of the camp. She waved to Ramallah, who had just noticed them. "I think we can even manage to get a message north. Discreetly, if there's someone who should know you're alive and kicking here." Instead of appearing relieved, Pymer looked away. "Yeah, I'll have to do something about a message, Shara. Thanks." But he did not look at her, pretending to adjust the chin-piece of the halter he had made for Stupid out of the varicolored grasses they had found in the swampland. Shara introduced him as the survivor of a shipwreck whom she had encountered in the wilderness. Torek will love him as a prime example to the faint of heart in that latest group. If a kid can live rough, they can manage too, she told Ramallah. He'll need boots, Ramallah commented. Too bad his feet aren't as tough as the rest of his hide. Shara laughed. Pymer's skin had taken a deep tan to the ragged waistband of his tattered pants. He had mended the worst rents with patches Shara had in one of her pockets, but he desperately wanted a waistcoat like hers, with sockets and pockets and gussets and gores where a fella could store anything he needed on the trail. Though he sported a few scrapes and scratches, he was less marked than some of those who had gathered numbweed bush. The stench of the cooked weed hovered like a miasma on the plain, but the tubs and buckets of the salve were already stored in the sloops. Fresh fish had been caught from the outer barrier reef, and roots and fruits had been gathered. There would be a good evening meal. On the sail back, Shara heard Pymer asking casual questions of the other youngsters. Somehow, the questions always got around to the matter of the old-timers. Whatever he really wanted to know, Shara thought, he did not seem to have found out by the time he could see the Weyr cliff itself. Shara instantly recognized a small skiff riding at anchor with its Harper Hall colors on the stern. It was not the first time that Meneley herself had come from the Fort Hold Healer Hall to collect Master Oldive's share of Shara's medicinal gatherings. Meneley might be Seahold bred, but she had never before made the journey alone. Could Sibyl have come with her? Torek was standing, elbows cocked, on the stone wharf. They would have to unload the ships before she got a chance to see Meneley and her unidentified shipmate. Getting stupid unloaded and up the steps proved easier than Shara had thought. Ramallah helped distract Torek. Pymer could be introduced later when Torek had had time to count the large number of full tubs and see how much had been gathered. But when Shara had gotten the boy safely to the entrance to the cavern, he had nearly dropped the load he was carrying. "A drum!" He caressed the edge of it. "That's an addition," Shara said. She was surprised not only by the drum, a section of one of the huge mandamo trees that were large enough to shelter a fair of fire lizards, but by the mixed emotions that rippled across Pymer's expressive face: familiarity, yearning, and calculation. He looked up and out, northwest across the sea. Then, before she could tell him not to, he pounded the drum in a complicated sequence. After that, he picked up the feather ferns he had dropped and looked politely at her for directions. The two of them had just reached her workroom when they heard the shout echoing down the cavern aisle. "Pymer, report!" "Sibyl?" The look of utter astonishment on the boy's face lasted no more than a fraction of a moment. He dashed from the chamber, Shara hard on his heels. Her castaway boy knew Master Robinton's messenger? When she got to the main hall of the hold, she found Pymer being embraced by Meneley and Sibyl. Only after Torek had shouted them all quiet, demanding explanations, did Shara hear an accurate account of Pymer's adventure. Pymer had gone with Sibyl to Nabol Hold, trying to locate the source of so many fire lizard eggs. It was believed that the deceased Lord Miran had had illicit dealings with the old-timers. Pymer had managed, and Sibyl gave his apprentice a scowl for the worry he had caused the Harper Hall, to get into the hold and audaciously steal one of the eggs hardening on Lord Miran's hearth. Forced to hide in a sack to escape discovery, he had awakened in Southern, panicked at the sound of voices, and again escaped discovery. "There is no way under the sun that you will get me to admit to Mardra, Loranth's rider," Torek said, his expression forbidding as he faced Sibyl, "that someone really had been in her bloody sack." He scowled fiercely at Pymer, who looked alarmed. "Well, she's forgotten the matter long since, I assure you," Ramallah remarked calmly. "I think we should concentrate on this enterprising young fellow." "He's got the makings of a good Southerner, Torek," Shara said. Chapter 4. Limos and Telgar Holds, Southern Continent, Present Pass, 12. It took Thella and her 17 raiders 7 days to make their way to her objective, Kadros Hold in the hills of Limos. For 4 days they rode. Then they left their runner beasts in a well-hidden cave with a guard, and made the final leg of the journey to a cramped hole in the mountainside an hour's climb from Kadros Hold. As they ate cold travel rations, they would not risk smoke being sighted by Asganar's sharp-eyed foresters. She reviewed her plan once more. Some of the new men still resented her. That would end after they learned that a good plan meant good results. With her dagger, she sawed off a sliver of the smoked meat, but she did not sheathe the blade. Instead, she began flipping it in her right hand as she walked. It never hurt to remind them all that she had acquired a convincing accuracy with any sort of knife, and she was not shy about displaying that skill to maintain discipline. "Resist the urge to take anything else that might come to your hand," she said, "or you'll take a short walk with Dushik." She paused again, letting the significance of that threat sink in. "The raids I plan," she went on, thumping her chest with the hilt end of her dagger, "secure us everything we need to make us quite comfortable, and—" She paused, letting her attention fall on Felek until he looked at her, startled. "Allow us to show our faces at most halls, holds, and gathers," she finished. One of her recruits, Radis, had contacts with traders, which Thella had made good use of. She generally knew what trains were moving where between falls. She always knew what each was likely to carry, and had mapped the best places on every route to lay in ambush, snatch what she needed, and disappear. She had no hesitation about lifting craft messages from couriers while they slept in the way caves that were thought to be safe from robbery. Like most bloodline holderkin, she had been taught drum rolls and understood most of the messages she heard, pounding back and forth in the valleys. She had profited in very unexpected ways from her turns in a major hold. "Remember that?" And she made a dramatic turn as she reached the back of the cave. "We can't always rely on paid mouths to tell us what we need to know. Some of the holdless would sell their mothers and profit more by informing on us. I don't foresee any need for violence either. Thread will fall early in the morning across Lord Asganar's prime forestry. As soon as Leading Edge passes this cave, we move out." Some of the men muttered. She shot a look at Giron, the dragonless man who had unexpectedly volunteered to come on the raid. It had been an encouraging change from his months of apathy. She had expected to get some use out of him a lot sooner. "We move into position and wait until the Kadros people leave on ground crew duty. Their track leads downhill. They always feed their stock before threadfall, so we're not likely to run into anyone coming out to check. There are only elderlies and a few kids left. Asganar doesn't realize how helpful he'll be tomorrow." The men laughed or smiled, as they were supposed to. She encouraged their disrespect of tradition and smiled to herself as she turned again. Her boot caught briefly against Radis's flamethrower tank. He immediately shifted it. Radis was the link to too many sources of information for her to object to his obsession. She had seen the thread scars on his back, so she permitted him to bring the flamer when they would be out in fall. It was perhaps a wise enough precaution, and he never slowed them up, even lugging that dead weight. "Now, settle down. We all need sleep. Dushik, sleep over here. Then if you snore, I can kick you off your back." She drew sour laughs from those who knew the big man's habit. As usual, he grinned at her as he arranged his blanket. She turned away, satisfied. "Radis, you'll wake us all at dawn?" The man nodded and took his place. She lay down by the low opening to the cave, where she would not have to endure the smell of many bodies in a confined space. The others soon settled, Dushik breathing heavily. But tired as she was, Thella could not slow her mind sufficiently to fall asleep. She was always exhilarated just before a strike. Anticipation was usually the best part as she waited to see her plans work, proving once more to her men just how good she was. And to think that once she would have settled for having a hold of her own, to be acknowledged by the conclave as a lady holder in her own right. So much had changed since she met Dushik. She had found far more to excite her. The thrill of planning and executing a raid, and taking exactly what she had set out to acquire, but no more. success inspired her to set more hazardous goals, more difficult puzzles. Dushik was beginning to snore, and she prodded him with her heel. He grunted and turned over. Since that gather day, she had found a far more satisfying challenge: choosing victims instead of being one. When she and Dushik had returned to the gather tents to hire some carefully selected holdless men and women, she had already begun to plan. There would be many laden runners and carts leaving the gather, and if all went well, and why would it not all of them would reach their original destinations. She and Dushik would choose what they needed to supply her mountain hold, and the desperate holdless who hovered on the edges of Igan's gather would bear all the blame. The success Thella had since achieved with successful, well-spaced raids across the eastern holds gave her immense satisfaction. If Brother Lered held any suspicions that it was his own sister who was plundering his prosperous minor holds, he certainly had not mentioned it to the other 4 lord holders. Not that those thickwits would have believed him or taken any punitive action. Yes, it was inordinately satisfying to plunder in Telgar, but not too often there or anywhere else. By bribery and threat, Thella had obtained copies of detailed maps of the holds in which she wished to operate, just as she had taken Telgar's master charts from her brother's office. While those were useful to her, she became increasingly adept in drawing out information from unlikely sources, and in attracting valuable men like Radis and Giron, now that he seemed to be recovering. 4 turns earlier, one of her men had brought her a copy of the Harper records on Lord Fax's activities in the western ranges. Now there had been a man whose vision and grasp she could admire. A real pity that the man had died so early in what had promised to be a spectacular holding. With cunning, he had outrageously taken over 7 holds. Several times she had used his surprise tactics, scaling the heights of well-positioned holds and coming stealthily in through upper windows just at dawn, when the watchware's night vision was useless. He had probably been tricked into the duel that had killed him, or good judgment had deserted him. No one challenged a dragon rider. Dragons had unusual powers, and they did not let their riders get injured. She still hoped to learn exactly what dragons did for their riders, apart from going between and fighting Threadfall. Giron would not talk about were life, yet. She would have to encourage him. The most depressing part of that Harper account was that no one had attempted to take charge of what Fax had so ingeniously secured. Ruatha Hold had been given to a baby. Miran had taken hold only of Nabal, and the other 5 had been reclaimed by bloodkin of those Fax had supplanted. Then Miran, who ought to have learned more from Fax, had become enamored of Thella's half-sister, Kilara. Well, Kilara had not been very smart in Thella's estimation. She had lost her dragon queen, and Miran was dead, too. Dushik's crescendo of snores distracted her, and she kicked him twice. In her ceaseless quest to reduce risks and improve the profit of her strikes, she had thought long and hard about acquiring some fire lizards, as they were said to hear dragons. One constant threat to her plans was the possibility of sweep riders noticing unusual numbers of mounted men and loaded animals on unfrequented tracks. If she had some way of knowing when dragons were approaching, she would have time to reach proper cover. But at her first encounter with fire lizards at a Bichran gather, she had realized that they were much too noisy for her purposes. The success of her raids very often depended on stealth. She prided herself that she probably knew more about their holds than the Lord Holders did themselves, except perhaps Asganar, Lord of Limos. Word had come to her that he was beginning to see the seemingly unrelated thefts as a serious problem. Any attempt to infiltrate his holding would be too risky, but Seifer, Lord Holder of Bitra, was a much poorer manager. Seeing her chance, she had sent Kaita to live with one of his stewards. It was proving necessary to get the flirt away from camp, because she would not leave off teasing the woman-hungry men. In Bitra, she could satisfy her itch and listen to Thella's advantage. Dushik began to snore again, but before she could kick him, the man on the other side did. Finally, she fell asleep. The next morning, Radis roused them at false dawn. They ate, washing down the dry rations with water fetched from a nearby stream. When the men slipped out to attend to private needs, she reminded Dushik to keep an eye on Felek. Neither trusted the man, who had complained throughout the entire trip, but he had proved to be an expert at snaring wherries, and knew the most edible of tunnel and rock snakes, and had been chosen because of his strength. Pershar would be at Giron's elbow. Thella still had not figured out why the dragonless man had volunteered for the foray. Over the last months, his awareness had increased, his disturbingly blank expression becoming more... Radis had found him in the Igan caverns, where so many holdless sheltered, thinking that a former wereman might prove useful to Thella. Pershar, who was capable of patching wounds and setting bones, suggested that Giron's vagueness was probably the result of the long head gash. And, of course, once he had entered her hold, even Thella would not be so cruel or stupid as to turn him out. Meanwhile, his improvement had been steady, if slow. With more animation in his face, he was also rather attractive and quite intelligent, though he rarely offered information. As a dragonless man, he was held in a certain respect by the other men. She had resented that at first, but she was beginning to think that she could make use of it. The first indication of Threadfall's leading edge was a darkening of the bright day. There was a noticeable shift to the rear of the cramped cave. Radis armed his flamethrower and stood across the opening. Incurious and unafraid, the dragonless man hunkered down behind him. Although every man could see that trailing edge was flowing across the valley, Thella had to threaten Felek and 3 others with her whip before they moved out of the cave. Radis had already signaled that their descent held no thread horrors, and he and Giron were on their way down. Thella was furious that the others had not moved at her word. So much depended on being in position before the ground crew left Kadros' hold. But at last they had all made the descent and were safely hidden behind the ridge. She crouched where she had a clear view of hold, beast hold, and the track that dropped down into the valley, the track the holders would soon follow. What was taking those wretched holders so long to organize themselves? Thread was well past. She could see no more dragonfire burst in the sky. Then she heard the grate of metal and saw the hold door swing out, and she could not suppress her inadvertent gasp. Excitement raced through her veins, her senses heightened with a singing in her blood, and her hands reset themselves on dagger hilt and lash handle. She could feel the pounding of her pulses. She contained that energy as she counted the men and women who emerged from the safety of their hold. Good. They were trudging innocently out to do their duty, leaving behind 1 old uncle and 2 aunties to take care of the smallest children. When the ground crew were out of sight down the hill track, Thella gave the signal to move toward the beast hold. From her spies' reports, she knew that the holders fed and watered their animals before fall. No one was likely to check until the ground crew returned late that evening. She watched her raiders advance, all of them keeping low and pausing behind cover just in case someone did open one of the shuttered windows. Dushik and Felek reached the thick metal-clad door and carefully opened it just wide enough to admit them. Instantly, the next group, 5 men led by Giron, slithered across the open ground and were safely inside. Thella joined the 3rd group, and the 4th slid in behind with no trouble. "Just look at this," Felek said, lifting hands full of the golden grain that they had come for. It was of good quality, Thella thought, noticing that no dust drifted away. Giron gave Felek a prod in the ribs for unnecessary chatter. Felek scowled, but he took the pail Giron gave him and began scooping grain into the sack that the dragonless man held open. The others worked in silence. The grain that was disappearing into sacks and out of Kadros' beast hold would enable her to load her runner beasts up with enough feed for raids at a safe distance from her main bases. She already had a large band of holdless folk to be fed and quartered that winter, but she needed more she could count on, strategically placed in the 5 holds. Any dim-witted renegade could steal, but few could acquire exactly what they needed exactly when they needed it. Thella, Lady Holdless, could. When Dushik caught her arm, she realized that she had been distracted from the progress of the raid. The last of the sacks was filled. Most of her men had filed out, heading for shelter where they would wait out any alarm. She took one of the remaining sacks and heaved it with a practiced motion to her shoulder. Dushik grabbed two, then turned to help her secure the bars across the door. They moved as fast as they could to the rocks. The return climb to the cave took longer, but they were well below the far ridge when Thella heard the rumble of drums. "Calling Limos Hold," Giron surprised her by saying. So far she had been the only one knowledgeable about drum messages. "Shards!" Thella stopped, listening hard to the sequences, but the ridges distorted the sounds, so she could not make out the content of the message. She could guess, though. She wiped the sweat from her face, furious at having the theft discovered so soon. She would have to alter her plans, move more cautiously to deposit the grain where it was needed. Giron grunted. "No dragons will come looking today. Too tired," he said. Adjusting the sacks on his shoulder, he continued his descent. The next day, she had her raiders split up into groups of 3 and 4, each group headed for a different destination. They had orders to try to hide the grain if they saw any signs of pursuit, and then return to the main hold by a circuitous route. "My minor holds are constantly being raided," Asganar told Tagalan, Bronze Monarch's rider, who had conveyed the Lord Holder back to Limos after the fall. "Kadros is not the first to have suffered, but probably the quickest to let me know." "My minor holds are constantly being raided," Asganar told Tagalan, Bronze Monarch's rider, who had conveyed the Lord Holder back to Limos after the fall. "Kadros is not the first to have suffered, but probably the quickest to let me know." He grimaced, crumbling the drummed message in one fist as he strode to the map on the wall of his office. "Grain today, harness there, blankets stolen where they dried at a streamside, tools from a miner's hold, seasoned timbers carefully stored in a cavern that the holder was certain no one knew about. Little things, but it's no longer minor pilfering by the holdless. It's well planned and executed, and it's beggaring my small holders." Tagalan scratched his head. Though he kept his hair cropped short, his scalp still itched with sweat after a long fall. He had been hoping to get himself and Monarch back to their weir, and a bath. But Lord Asganar was scrupulous in his duty to the weir, so Tagalan could not skimp the courtesies. He took another sip of the excellent mulled wine that had been served as soon as they walked into the hold. The fall, a fourth in the new pattern, had been right over Asganar's cherished forestry, and Flar had borrowed extra riders from Igan and Telgar to be certain that the invaluable trees were adequately protected. There had been additional ground crews, conveyed in from safe areas, to be sure that whatever threat might possibly escape the Dragonriders in the air would never burrow in the forest. It had been a very properly managed fall, on the ground and in the air. "Kadroth's hold," the Dragonrider said, "and while they were all out on ground crew, just grain?" He joined Asganar at the wall chart, noting the meticulous detail of the terrain, the contour and height of every ridge and hill, and the type and size of every forest plantation. He wished once again that Lords Seifer and Raid were half as well informed as Limos's young holder. Asganar laid his finger on the spot, then moved it so that Tagalan could see the tiny numbers jotted in the square of the hold complex. No, not just grain. Half their winter's supply. Furfar received the grain only yesterday morning. I'd sent 2 escort riders, at the carter's request. He's had trouble with holdless raiders recently, and was fearful of a long, unprotected trek. Someone spoke out of turn, do you think? Or was the thief just lucky? Thieves. They emptied 4 barrels, so there had to be a good few in on this, Asganar replied, gesturing for Tagalan to hold out his wine cup to be refilled. There have been too many, how shall I put it, timely thefts to be good luck. These thieves know what they want and where to get it. And no doubt in your mind that Furfar is honest. Not the day after receipt, with extra marks spent to ensure safe delivery. Asganar gave a snort of disbelief. The escort saw no one on the track, coming or going, and with Threadfall, who'd be on a trail?
He grimaced, having answered himself. Clever thieves! With all the able-bodied members of the hold out on ground crew. We wouldn't have known of it today, but Furfar's uncle needed something in the store and saw a spillage. He was on the drums immediately. Tegelen frowned, and at first Asganar thought that the bronze rider would prefer to ignore the report. Then Tegelen looked him straight in the eye. I've asked Monarth to tell everyone still airborne to do a low-level return. If they see any movement or anyone traveling, they'll get a closer look and report it to me. Tell me, have you any idea where the thieves would be headed? Men heavily laden with sacks of grain won't be able to move quickly or far. That's another problem. All this part of Limos, and well into Telgar, Asganar pointed at the various-sized brown stars that dotted the map, is pocked with large and small caves. We mark any new ones we discover. There are probably plenty we haven't found, but my foresters report recent fires and occasionally buried trail supplies in off-trail caves, far too frequently to be coincidence. Asganar rubbed at his face and then massaged the back of his neck. I'm not of a suspicious nature, but there is a pattern, not in the raids themselves, but in what is stolen. Certainly more food and practical items than valuables. There are renegades somewhere in those mountains who are living very well without doing a stroke of work. I resent that, and so do my holders. Indeed they should, Tegelen agreed warmly. Limos' hold had generously tithed to the Weyrs even before fall. I don't have enough guards or holders and foresters to keep any sort of a watch on so many caves, and I'm beginning to think that some of the holdless accused of theft were indeed, as they claimed, innocent. Tegelen looked thoughtful. How many such innocents do you have in safekeeping at the moment? Asganar grunted in disgust. Far too many. You can't turn whole families with toddlers away, and I need all the able bodies I can get to fill out ground crews. Any you could trust for light duty? Like doing regular rounds of the more likely caves for a while to see who turns up? A smile replaced the anxiety on Asganar's face. By the first egg, Tegelen, I'm disgusted I didn't think of that myself. What the holdless want most, after all, is a place to live and enough to eat. A minor holding in exchange for work well done. I can provide that, he added, with a pleased smile. I am, perhaps, far more aware of the problem, Master Harper Robinson said, peering around at the sober expression of the 5 assembled Lord Holders, than any of you. My Harpers keep me informed of major thefts so valuables can be restored. This list, Robinson flicked the sheets that Asganar had compiled for him beforehand, is most unsettling. He paused briefly to let his sympathy and concern be noticed. I'm glad that you approached me on this rather than tax your were leaders. It is essentially, I think you will agree, a holder problem, and must not interfere with the primary responsibility of the wares. He made a mental note of Seifer's frown.
But the Dragonriders would be invaluable in tracking down these renegades, Corman said, banging the table with his big fist, his rugged features stern. In those copious free moments they have between falls, Master Robinson replied drolly. At Tegelen's suggestion, Asganar said, to indicate that Bendenweir was helpful, I've put trustworthy holdless families in the cave's nearest regular trader routes. And what good will that do? Seifer demanded. They'd be in league with thieves. I don't trust holdless men. Won't have them hanging around and betray you, may be sure. Why, I ask you, are they holdless in the first place? I'll tell you, Lawdy said, pointing a bony finger at the Bitran Lord Holder, because the elderlies and the crippled were turned out of their rightful places as soon as the pass started, to make room for able-bodied men and women. Those caves on my eastern banks are full of that kind of holdless folk. Seifer plainly did not approve of Lawdy's altruism. You and your lady have been exceedingly generous, the Harper said to Lawdy. My men have their orders, Lawdy said, with a tinge of defensiveness in his voice. We don't let just anybody shelter there. I'll bet some renegades get in no matter how good your guards are, Seifer muttered. But I want the men responsible for these raids found and punished. It'd be an example to others with any idea of making Threadfall an excuse for indiscriminate pilfering.
It's my opinion that we should be looking for a well-organized and well-informed band, Asganar said. They know what they want, and they take it. We didn't find so much as a speck of grain leading from the Kadros hold the next morning. They had to have gone up the mountain and reached shelter somewhere, or they'd have been seen by Tigellin's wing on their way home. 15, 20 men would have been needed to carry that much grain. That raid was accomplished with clever planning, good information, and discipline. Then how do we track them, if not by Dragonriders? Seifer asked. Besides, the holdless are too spineless to do any of that. He pointed at the long list of thefts the Harper had set in the middle of the round table. In fact, I'd lay odds against it being holdless. He leaned forward conspiratorially across the table. I'll bet it's those old-timers striking back at us across the sea, whipping away what they can't tithe out of hold and haul. He peered around the table to gauge reactions. I don't think I'd take bets on that, Lord Seifer, Robinson said, his tone courteous. When you consider that Bendon Dragonriders would know if any old-timers appeared in the north for any reason. Harper's right, you know, Corman agreed, giving Seifer a cold and quelling look. We've some advantage in Karoon being wide open. You can generally see travelers a good distance off. My sons have been riding at random from hold to hold, and since they started that, we've had fewer incidents. He looked at Asganar. Wouldn't work as well in your hold, though, being up and down. Chased them out of Karoon up into Bitra is what you've done, Seifer said in outrage, his face flushed. Stop griping, Seifer, Laudes said with impatience. Egan's only across the river from Karoon, and the living's easier, so I don't think you're as put upon as you think. There's a very old saying, Robinson began, raising his voice to stop the exchange. Set a thief to catch a thief. His devious smile was not lost on the others. Asganar and Lared leaned forward attentively. Catch what? Seifer looked scornful. Not if the first one's onto a good thing like this. Not a real thief, Lord Seifer, Robinson went on, but a clever journeyman of mine with a knack of mixing in with all sorts of people. As Lord Asganar said, the targets are all well chosen, and the raids show considerable familiarity with trade routes, unoccupied caves, and the routines and management of holds and hauls. Because he was looking in Lared's direction, the Harper noticed his fleeting look of apprehension and dismay. He'd do well to start in those caves of mine, Laudes said, drumming his fingers irritably on the surface of the table. All sorts of folk come and go, though, as I said before, he added defensively, my guards keep order. The cave system is vast. Lots of corridors and tunnels no one's been bothered with. I did block up as many of the smaller entrances as I could, but I've had other priorities, you know. With as many as you're sheltering, Laude, there'd be someone to want a few marks in his hand for noticing irregularities or sudden prosperity, Asganar said. Nonsense. Most of the holdless wouldn't think twice about concealing a thief for a spill of his takings, Seifer said. I've seen the way they operate myself. Robinson raised his eyebrows in affected surprise, and Corman snorted, since it was rather a joke that Beatrons drove bargains hard enough to be called cheats. Then you'll permit me to see what my journeyman can find out? Robinson scanned their faces. They wanted something done without extending their already strained resources. It was as well, he thought, that he had anticipated their agreement. In actual fact, his spy was already in place, Harper sources having informed him of the situation well in advance of the Lord Holder's appeal. I suggest that we keep this matter to ourselves, with no exceptions outside this room. You've got clever men in your hall, Corman said, adding hastily, and women. He was exceedingly fond of Meneley. But what if he should find something going on in one of our holes and needs our help? If he needs help, Lord Corman, the Harper said with a sly smile, then he's not been as clever as he should be. Leave the matter with me for this cold season. There's too much snow around for anyone needing to hide his tracks. I wouldn't bet on that, Seifer muttered. Kaita's orders from Thella included reporting any break in the usual hold routine.
Kaita did not know much more than that Lord Seifer had been away overnight, conveyed by a Dragonrider to his destination, but she did hear that upon his return he ordered his warders to let him know of any traces of occupation in way caves or sites, and in particular of any tracks on back trails. The Bitra drum tower had been busy, but she did not know what the messages were about, as they had not used an open code. Thella read and reread that message, almost pleased that she would have the challenge that the search would offer. Seifer did not worry her. His guards were more fond of gambling and prodding the holdless beyond Bitra's borders. But he was more likely than Corman, Laudi, or Asganar to drop useful information if he was irritated. Come to think of it, lately there did seem to be more sweep riders doing low-level flights above the forested hills and ridges. She had not quite counted on that. She gave orders to keep travel to a minimum. Her storerooms were well stocked, so that meant no hardship, and gave strict instructions that those who did move across open areas must cover their tracks as they went. Dushik, Radis, and Pershar carried those orders to her other bases. For a while, she would lie low. It was Radis who returned 6 days later to tell her that the Master Harper had been seen at Limos Hold, along with Corman, Laude, Lerad, and Seifer. So they've called the Harper in for advice. So what? He's no simpleton, Thella, Radis said, frowning at her casual dismissal of what he considered disturbing news. He's the most powerful person on Pern, next to Falar. Thella widened her eyes in mock surprise and alarm. Spare me! The Harper Hall knows things. You pride yourself that you've got ears all over the eastern ridge, Thella. Radis wanted to shake the complacence out of her. Well, he's got ears and drums all over this continent, and some say in the southern one, too. Harper Hall doesn't even have guard units, she scoffed. But even Dushik looked worried. Harper doesn't need them, he said. What the Harper knows gets around, if that's what he wants. He scowled. I had to come east to get away from Harper words. I know, Dushik, I know, Thella said. Her voice was testy, but she smiled placatingly at her devoted crony. You check over anyone who suddenly gets the urge to join our stalwart crew. Harpers always have calloused fingertips from plucking strings all the time. Dushik nodded, reassured, but Radis frowned. I wouldn't leave it at just that, Thella, he began. Who's holder here, Radis? Aren't we living well and far more comfortably than most lousy mountain holders? Certainly far better than any other holdless? Her voice rang out, echoing down the tunnels to other chambers. She liked the effect, liked the vibrant sound of her own voice, and it never hurt to remind her folk just how much they had acquired under her guidance. It's taken the Lord Holders nearly 12 turns to realize what's been happening. Radis stared back at her. Lady Holdless Thella, you did take great interest in Fax's doings in the West. Don't underestimate Harper's as he did. That's all I'll say on the matter. Radis is right about Harper's, Lady Thella, Giron said, surprising everyone by speaking up. And that Robinson is the cleverest man on Pern. You have both made good points, Thella said, and beside her, Dushik relaxed. He was very sensitive to any criticism of her. We've been so very successful, and that can make one careless. Giron, how many of the Harpers do you know? Giron shrugged. A few. The werewoman Bedella liked music. Harper Hall sent them to tell Gerware whenever she asked. I'd be far more concerned with those bloody sweep riders that we can't see until they're above us, Dushik said, pointedly looking at Giron. They're the real problem. Abruptly, Giron left the chamber, and Thella turned angrily on Dushik. You let me handle him, Dushik. Hamian! Pimer called to the master miner, pointing toward the bluff on the right-hand side of the island river. Those mounds! They're not natural. No, they're not, Hamian answered, without even looking up from the line he was neatly coiling. Miner crafter he might be, but he had been a sailor from his earliest turns, both in southern and at high palisades. He would no more leave untidy decks than he would an untidy forge or shaft. There are some more further down the river on the left bank. Don't know what they used to be, but the piles haven't been washed away. But don't you want to look?
Pimer was astonished by Hamian's disinterest. Sometimes he thought the man took for granted all the beauty and wealth around him. Hamian grinned at the young harper.
I have enough on my plate without herring off to look at ruins. I can't waste time searching.
His grin broadened, and he ruffled Pimer's sun-bleached hair.
I make good use of the ones in the open pit. They even mark the direction of the veins. I don't know how they did that.
Pimer ducked away.
But who are they? You said there wasn't any mention of southern workings in the Smithcraft Hall records.
Hamian shrugged.
That doesn't mean much. As far back as they're legible, they're all about mine yields and tons smelted, and who bought what and where it was shipped. Except for Master Fanderel, the craftmasters didn't look much beyond the main hall. Put your backs in it!
He roared at the oarsmen. Once past the Delta region, he hoped for a good westerly breeze to fill the sails and make some headway over the broad portion of the island river. He licked a finger and held it up.
The wind's picking up.
He cupped his hands and yelled encouragement to the rowers.
Not long now.
But to Pimer he muttered, "Those shiftless mongrels," before he raised his voice again.
I can see who's leaning on his oars. Number 4 oar. You there, talking. You and your partner, number 6. Put your backs into it, damn your hides, or there'll be no beer tonight unless you... That's more like it.
"I'll tell you what, Pimer," Hamian added, relenting as he saw the disappointment on the young man's face. "You and Stupid can investigate on our way back. An independent study to show Torek you're good at charting and measuring. Keep an eye on those starboard banks." He outlined the area he meant. "See how long that bank is? This shallow draft sloop is fine for river traffic, but, as we both know, not all that great in coastal waters. If we'd a collecting point here..." Hamian thought for a moment, then slowly began to grin.
"We could set up a permanent hold up there, in those ruins, and transship ore direct to Nerat or Kirun Seahold. Save a lot of time and effort, and give some responsible man a proper hold.
Yes, you do that." Hamian had already calculated that they had made better time coming east along the coast than they did beating around the southern cape and having to wait for the tide to ride over the reef into the lagoon. They had enjoyed a couple of days of easy sailing down the island river before they came to the fork, where a smaller tributary came down out of the central hills to join the flow. Just beyond that conjoining was where Hamian hoped to set up a hold, if the river proved navigable that far. Wanting to avoid the miserable haul down Lagoon River and through the swamps that his sister Shara found so fascinating, he had taken several days off to sail east. Somewhere in that direction, the island river must start. It had been an easy trek down the foothills to a point where he could see the river shimmering in the distance. The terrain was perfect for a burden beast route. It had taken some pretty sharp dealings with Torek, but with some subtle help from Shara and their brother, Kevalon, he had convinced the holder to see the benefit of cutting down travel time. There had been another load of northerners to absorb, so Hamian had volunteered to take all of them off Torek's hands and put them to work building pier and hold above the spring flood level. There was enough grassland for herd beasts, and the mountains were close enough to quarry stone. Hamian was backing his own judgment about the alternate route. He needed to prove to Torek that someone else could know something about Southern besides the self-styled Lord Holder. Sometimes Torek's attitudes bothered Hamian, and Torek was always accusing him of being tainted by northern notions during his turns at the Smithcraft Hall. Hamian had organized his arguments well. Lagoon River might appear to be the shorter route, but trying to pole ore-laden barges through the swampland halfway down the river made it quite another story. Hamian was not afraid of hard work, and he was remarkably effective in getting a similar effort out of his teams, but between trips the channel markings got broken or swallowed by the shifting bottom mud. Hunting for deep waters while being eaten by insects, bitten by swamp snakes, and harried by wherries who regarded anything that moved as fair game was not an efficient use of available labor. Hamian had become infected by Master Fanderel's overriding compulsion for efficiency.
Pull that oar, Tolkien! Don't stroke it!
He yelled as the longboat began to veer slightly to port. Hamian intended to watch that fellow. He was getting to have as good an eye as Torek and Shara for who would work out in Southern. Now, There could have been some shipwrecked fisher folk who built there, he suggested to Pimer as the mound slowly slipped out of sight. Pimer was shaking his head. Fisher folk don't build in stone, and that's all that would have lasted 400 or more turns. Besides, there was nothing about this place in the Harper Hall records, which are legible a long way back. I know, he added, wrinkling his nose as if he could still smell the reek of decaying hides. I had to copy 'em for old Master Arnor. Pimer drew in a deep breath of the forest-scented air, as if cleansing his lungs of the remembered smell. He exhaled gustily. Hamian laughed. Well, you can see what your Harper-trained eye makes of the mine fittings. The single big square sail of the wide-bellied, narrow-draft ship began to fill.
Belay that, lads, he shouted to the rowers. Make ready to take the longboat aboard, he ordered the nearest crewman. That's more like it. We'll make some headway today. Both moons are out tonight, so if the wind lasts, we'll be there in 2 days. That's a damn sight better than 6 trying to wade through swamp. Too bad we can't get as far as the falls. They're spectacular.
Falls?
Yes. Torek sent an exploratory party down this river, just before I left for Telgar Smith Craft Hall. They got as far as the falls before they turned back. Sheer rock cliffs that no one could scale.
He saw the determined look on Pimer's face.
Not even you. But maybe Farley. Look, you'd better go stand with Stupid. He's getting restless.
He'd rather walk than sail, Pimer said, though the motion on the river was not as unpleasant as on open water. He never could understand why Menely and Siebel were so enthusiastic about sea voyages. At the moment, Stupid was stomping on the deck, and Pimer hurried over to calm him. It would not do to put gouges in the smooth deck planks. Farley was still doing her lazy circles far above, and Pimer wished he had the view she had from up there. He sat down, leaning back against Stupid's front legs, the best way to keep the beast still, and peered over the portside rail at the passage of the plane, wondering what lay in the dense forest beyond. Pimer hoped to prove his worth on this trip. Shara had talked Hamian into taking him on in a scouting capacity and to record the alternate route. He had gotten a taste of exploring 2 turns back and was becoming increasingly bored at setting up drum towers. He had done all he could, and Sanator was talking of sending him back to Harper Hall to get his journeyman's knot, but Pimer wanted to explore uncharted lands. From the edges of the swamp, down to Numbweed Plain and Big Lagoon, across that headland to southern, and east along the coast to the mountain rift and dry holds, Torek had installed small settlements with men and women beholden to him for the opportunities. It had been fun for Pimer to teach drum codes to pupils so much older than himself. He had been diligent, too, because Torek was a totally different personality than Master Robinton, Master Shanagar, or Master Domek and his drum tower masters. Pimer had felt Torek's hard hand once, and took great care not to feel it again. He knew that the Southerner was very ambitious, far more than anyone, except possibly Master Robinton, knew. But the provident, beautiful, amazing, fantastic land that was Southern was more than the people who grabbed a hold on it. Looking to a seemingly limitless eastern stretch of forest and hill, Pimer wondered just how far Southern did extend, and just how much Torek thought he could take into one hold under his orders. Soon, Pimer's first loyalty to the Harper Hall was going to come into abrupt conflict with his sneaking admiration for Torek's ambitions. Or the ambitions of someone like Lord Grogi, who had that mess of sons to settle, or Corman, who had 9. If they found out how much good land was available, they might even defy Bendon's orders. Senator kept telling Pimer that Master Robinton was well informed of all Torek's doing, but Pimer was beginning to wonder if Senator really knew. Just then, Pimer gasped. Through the gaps in the weather rail, he had a perfect view of the port banks. There, lounging in the sun, unperturbed by the ship floating past, were 2 huge spotted felines. They were probably some of the sports that Shara had mentioned. Pimer realized that he should call attention to them, but Hamian was on the starboard rail, watching the boat being lifted aboard, and somehow Pimer did not want to share the moment with anyone, or scare the magnificent creatures away.
I came as soon as I could, Lady Thella,
the bedraggled wight said through lips blue with cold. The first line of sentinels had passed him through to her hold guards.
I wasn't seeing. I hide a lot. No tracks, see?
He thrust a long-needled tree branch at her.
I tied this to my belt, and it swept up my tracks as I made them.
Thella made herself relax, but she worried that the thick wit before her could have led searchers to her lair in his hasty rush to tell her some insignificant rumor.
But this could be important, lady,
the ragged man went on, trying to stop his teeth from chattering. Thella signaled to one of the cook drudges to get the man a cup of claw. She could barely understand him as it was. If he had something important to say, she wanted to hear it quickly or dismiss him. He nearly prostrated himself, all but spilling the claw when it was handed to him, but a few sips appeared to control his spasms.
I mean, you always wanted to know just when thread starts and stops, he said, and which lord is going where, and more about the Weyrs than us'ns is supposed to know. Well, I got the way for you to hear dragons all the time. His girl, well, she can hear dragons. That's good, isn't it? She can hear them at a distance, too, and what they say to each other.
I find that hard to believe, Thella said expressionlessly, glancing quickly at Giron. The dragonless man slowly swung his head around to look at the newcomer.
Oh, no, Lady Thella, she can. She really can. I watched her. She called the children back into the caverns, telling them Dragonriders was on the way over. First time, she said they'd be coming to Ig and Hold. I saw the dragons headed that way myself. I heard her tell her brother when they were on their way back to Weyr. At least, she said they were from Weyr, and there wasn't no way, no reason either, to think she was lying. She did it all quiet-like. She didn't know I heard her.
If you were close enough to hear her do it all quiet-like, Thella began sourly, then why wouldn't she know you heard her? The man winked and grinned, an appalling sight, since he had so few front teeth left.
Because in the caverns, I'm deaf. I don't hear nothing. I'm good at that, I am. I'll get fed because I'm helpless.
He demonstrated, saliva spattering from his loose lower lip. I see, Thella drawled. Awful man, cleverer than he looked. Radis often said that the holdless survived more by deception than by strength. The deaf man would not have passed her outer sentinels if he had not been an accepted spy. She glanced at Dushik, who gave her a reassuring nod. She has one of those little fire lizards?
Huh?
The man guffawed, and more spittle drooled from his mouth. He seemed to sense her disgust, and swallowed, mopping at his mouth with the blanket someone had thrown across his shoulders.
Nah, fire lizards cost you. The way I heard it, her dad and ma were chased out of Ratha by facts. The ma's, still a looker, got big.
Hastily, he caught himself, realizing he spoke to a well-endowed woman.
Fax did like a good piece to warm his furs. If the ma was Ruathan bloodline, like she claims, it could be in the blood for the girl to hear dragons. The bending werewoman's Ruathan, you know.
In the face of her cold silence, he lost all brashness. He gulped down the rest of the claw as if afraid the cup would be dashed from his hand, and looked warily about him. Let him stew, Thella thought, setting her elbow on the armrest and cushioning her chin in the palm of her hand, looking anywhere but at the disgusting messenger. He was right. Ruathans had produced too many Dragonriders, far more than any of the other bloodlines. Lessa was the current insult. "Tell me again," she ordered, gesturing for Dushik and Radis to listen carefully. Giron kept on watching, his face blank. But the man seemed to be telling the truth. He had heard the girl's younger brother boasting of his sister's ability, that she always knew when thread would fall,
because the dragons talk to each other about it.
Giron nodded at Thella as he regarded the deaf man with incurious but seeing eyes, very much aware of what had been said. "I think," Thella said, after mulling over the risks involved, "I think I must speak with this fascinating child. Do you know her name, deaf man?"
"Aramina, Lady Thella. Her name's Aramina. Her dad's Dowell, and he's a wood joiner. Ma named Barla. The boy is Pell, and there's another. She cut him off.
And they're all at Egan Cave site? At his hasty nod, she asked. Would they be likely to move?
They've been there a good few turns. He does work he sells at the gathers and makes furniture.
I don't need to know that, my good man, she said coldly. He had a gargling voice, as if phlegm constantly lodged in his throat. It was not only a disgusting sound, but an irritating monotone. They're not liable to take off?
Where to, lady?
He replied ingenuously, raising both hands in appeal. She motioned to Dushik and Radis. I'll go. Dushik, you must stay here. She looked at the dragonless man. Giron, you'll come with me? She was annoyed that her words sounded more like a question than an order, but Giron nodded, an odd twitch pulling at his mouth. You'd know if she can actually hear dragons, wouldn't you? She asked him. Ignoring his silence, which usually meant Giron's consent, Thella rose and left the room with Dushik. The smell from the informant warming up by the fire was offensive. Dushik, take care of him, she ordered. If deaf men could tell tales, dead men would not. Dushik obliged her, as always. Chapter 5. Egan and Limos Holds, Present Pass, 12. Thella was not pleased when she and Giron arrived at the labyrinthine Egan caverns to find that their usual discreet entrance had been blocked up again. She was angry enough to help Giron destroy the barrier.
Someone didn't do a good job, Giron said, as the hard set that sealed the stones crumbled at the touch of his steel.
I'd skin a stoneman who did such shoddy work, Thella said through gritted teeth. She was tired, and she had counted on getting safely inside without being caught by the Egan patrol they had seen in the distance. The site had been excellent for her purposes. A tangle of young sky-broom saplings partially concealed an opening just high enough to permit runners to enter. Inside, the ceiling was sufficient for tall men to stand erect. A small chamber to the right of the entrance made an excellent beast shelter, with water oozing into a pool. There were 4 other tunnels leading from the entrance, 2 of them falling into dangerous shafts. The widest led deep into the bowels of the cave system. The 4th and narrowest seemed to end within a dragon length, but, in fact, turned abruptly right and came out at one of the intersecting main passages of the inhabited portions of the cave system. It was easy enough to get into the vaulted chambers where people congregated during the day without encountering any of Lord Laude's guards. Although Thella contacted one of her regular informers, it took all morning before she caught a glimpse of her quarry. She was not impressed. Aramina was a slender brown girl, her pants rolled to her knees and traces of mud on her legs and arms. Her clothing was muddy as well, and as she passed by Thella's vantage point, the odor of the mudflats lingered about her, along with the stench of the net full of shellfish she carried. A small, muddier boy tagged along, calling, "Aramina, wait for me!" And Thella had the positive identification she needed. She saw Giron's cold eyes following the pair, and the ominous expression on his face made her uncomfortable. "I'll want some proof of her abilities," she said. "She's of an age to be difficult, too old to be malleable, and too young to be reasoned with. Find out what you can about her. I'll see where she squats." She caught his arm as he turned away. "And be sure you eat before you come back. It looks like some scavenger smelled out the supplies we left here." "Snake, more likely," Giron said unexpectedly, his gaze following the girl as she made her way among those sitting about the wide, low-ceilinged cavern. Thella went in search of her most reliable source of information. As she made her way to a largish side chamber, not far from the main entrance, she realized that there were more folk living in the caverns than ever before. The place stank of its throng. Thella estimated that there must have been hundreds sitting or standing about. From snatches of conversation she overheard, she understood them to be waiting for the arrival of Lady Holder Doris, who came every morning with 3 healers to examine the injured or ailing and distribute the day's ration of flour and root vegetables. The able-bodied apparently added to those supplies, to judge by Aramina's net. Shellfish from Egan's tidal flats were very tasty. Those holdless drifters were living better than she, of Telgar's bloodline, had in her first turn of the pass. Well, If the Igan Lord Holder and his lady had food to give to beggars, then she would not mind lifting more of their goods in the future, Thella decided, skirting the crowd deftly. No one seemed to take note of her as she ducked down the passageway to Brere's squat. "It's tough times," the footless seaman told her, and expected her to believe it as he dipped out a bowl of thick fish chowder for her, rich with roots, a variety of fish meats, and even some shellfish. "Lowdy's men search now at odd times. You couldn't be sure when it's safe." Thella gave a quick glance to position the exits from Brere's cave. How recent a custom is this search? What can they expect to find in here? Brere had been one of her first and most useful contacts. He despised craftsmen and had few good words for holders, despite the fact that he was living fairly well off the soft-hearted Iganish. "Aye, last few weeks." He cocked his head and regarded her through slitted eyes, a sly smile on his face. "Aye, since all of Cadros Hold's grain was lifted one morning during Threadfall, up Limos way." Thella did not change expression as she thanked him for the chowder and blew on the surface to cool it. "You make a great chowder, Brere," she said. "I'd lay low were I the ones who cleaned out Cadros. I'd find a new shore to cast more nets. Lot of questions being asked. Casual like." "About me?" "About likely souls who turn renegade. They seem to want to catch a good-sized, well-disciplined band. They'd pay high for a proper lead." She smiled to herself, pleased that her skill had been noticed, but irritated that the search had fanned out as far as Igan's caverns. Maybe she should not raid Igan after all. "You've been real clever, Lady Thella." He timed his casual use of her name well. She had just taken a mouthful of chowder, still too hot to swallow quickly. He grinned at her discomfort, but they were alone, and Brere was not fool enough to let her name drop where others could hear it. He had known who she was for the past few turns, and she wondered how much she would have to hand over before he would forget that he knew it. "No fear, lady," Brere chuckled. "It's my secret." He chuckled again. "I like a good secret. I know to keep it close, too. Here." He patted his belt pouch. Fair enough. And curiously, she did trust Brere. She had paid him well over the last turns. She took his hint and slipped him 30 quarter marks, coins he could most easily change without question. Radis had confirmed that the old fisherman had never been known to betray anyone. The old man, who moved only between his sunny place outside the main entrance and his cave, probably knew anything of interest that occurred throughout the eastern rank of holds. She had used his information to advantage in the past. His sharp gray eyes sparkled as his hand confirmed the new size of his pouch. "That's a tidy price for a cup of chowder, lady." He gave her a wide, smug grin without opening his lips, screwing up the sun-scored wrinkles about his eyes. "Not just chowder, Brere," she said, putting an edge on her voice. "What do you know about this girl who can hear dragons?" Brere regarded her with widened eyes and an appreciative stare, pulling the corners of his mouth down knowingly. "Thought you'd hear about her." "Who told you?" "A deaf man." Brere nodded. "He was bound and determined he'd get to you. I told him to wait. Too many looking to find you. He could lead him to your door." "He didn't. I rewarded him well, gave him a hold all his own for the winter." Brere accepted her lie with an amiable nod, and Thella pursued the information she needed. "About the girl?" "Is that why you brought a dragonless man with you?" It was Thella's turn to grin. He did have ears in the walls and eyes on every ceiling. "He's improved in health since you told Radis he was here. The girl?" She did not intend to spend the whole morning chatting with a coy old man in a smelly inner cave, even if he did make a fine chowder. "Aye, that's true enough. Our Aramina, daughter to Dowell and Barla. She hears dragons right enough, or so the hunters say, for they take her with them if there's any fear of foe." "Where is she? I'm not prowling about in this warren without direction." "That's wise of you. 2 passages to the right here, turn left. Follow the main branch. It's now lighted,
to the 4th intersection. Family dosses down in an alcove on the right. Pink downers, he added, referring to the cave's stalactites. Dow'll carve me my stick, you know. He reached beside him and offered the crutch for her inspection. When she caught sight of the intricate carving, she grabbed the end for a closer look. Father as well as daughter would be useful to her. Broomwood, Brary said with understandable pride. Hardest wood anywhere. Not even thread scores it. This came from a piece blown down by that big gale we had several turns back. Took Dowell all winter to decorate it. Paid him what it was worth, too. His fingers caressed the dark wood, rubbed shiny by use. Fine work. Stout crutch. Best I've ever had. Then bitterness seemed to overcome him, and he snatched it from her, throwing it down beside him and out of sight. You've had your chowder. Get away from me. I'd be thrown out of the best berth a footless man could have if you found in here. She went immediately, and not to please him. Once he started brooding on his injury, he turned maudlin. As she followed his directions, she mused on the idea that a man who could carve with such skill would be living among the Iggan holdless. She would have thought he could find a place in any hold. Not for the first time, she wondered why no one had taken Iggan's cave complex to hold. There were plenty of large chambers, even if they were not so high and vaulted as those of Iggan Hold itself, across the river. Floodwaters washing into the main chamber would be a disadvantage, she admitted. Iggan proper stood well back from the river, on a high bank, well above any overflow. The labyrinth was not so well ventilated, but some of the stalactites and stalagmites that formed natural divisions between alcoves had an eerie, luminous beauty in their shaded layers. The deeper in she went, the more she was aware of the settled odors of damp and concentrated human living. She was glad of the glow baskets, for she would have been quickly lost without light. The alcove with pink stalactites was empty but neat. Belongings were locked away in carved chests, straw pallets rolled up on top of them. Propped in one corner and chained to a stalactite was a heavy dray-beast yoke, though with its distinctive carving anyone would be a fool to steal it. She stood in the center of the chamber, trying to get a feeling for its inhabitants. She would have to find out what pressures could be put on Dowell and Barla so that Aramina would come of her own accord. When she heard the echo of cheering and many conversations, she turned inward, moving swiftly to less used corridors and back to her lair. She had taken another few hours' rest, and was mulling over possibilities when Giron returned, calling softly to warn her of his coming. Wise man, she thought. She had already heard the scraping, and had her knife out, poised to throw. He grunted when he saw her arms still raised, and waited to enter until she had sheathed it. He had a covered earthenware bowl in one hand, and a loaf of bread in the other. I waited for my share, Giron said, offering half the loaf to her. The tempting odor of steamed shellfish filled the little room when he opened the pot and peered in. There's enough. She wanted to say that she did not eat dole food, that Thella, Lady Holdless, did not accept Igganish charity, but the bread looked crusty and was still warm, and the shellfish would be succulent. There's enough. She wanted to say that she did not eat dole food, that Thella, Lady Holdless, did not accept Igganish charity, but the bread looked crusty and was still warm, and the shellfish would be succulent. You can bury the shells later, she muttered, reaching into the pot. What did you hear? Was the place searched? Did you see her again? A reliable source tells me she's genuine. Giron grunted, and his face had a closed expression, not quite concealing intense and conflicting emotions. She waited until they had both eaten before she prompted him again. She could not let his black mood take precedence over her requirements. She hears him right enough, he murmured, eyes unfocused and features set. The girl hears dragons. His tone made her examine him more closely, and she got a sense of a bitter, poignant envy, an unsettling, rancorous anger seething in the dragonless man. They had done him no favors restoring his health. So why had he come with her, knowing her quest? She could be useful to me then, she said, finally, to break the dense, brooding silence. She spoke in a brisk tone. Look to the beasts after you bury the shells. Save the pot. Where Iggan guards and evidence, I'm told he searched frequently and without warning.
He shoveled the shells back into the pot, then shrugged. No one bothered me. That did not surprise Thella. One look at his expression would have been sufficient to warn off questions, even from guards. She was sorry she had not brought someone else to leaven such dour company. She rolled up in her sleeping fur before he returned from his tasks. He knew she was not asleep, but he settled himself for the night with a minimum of sound. The next morning, she changed to appropriate holder clothing, with Coronian colors and a beast-holed journeyman's shoulder knot. With a knitted hat over her plates, she strolled confidently to Dowell's alcove, giving a greeting at the entrance as she swiftly surveyed the occupants. "Dowell, I've heard of your carving expertise and have a commission for you." Dowell rose and gestured for her to enter, nudging the boy off one of the chests and telling him to get a clean mug for the holder. Aramina, in skirt and loose blouse, reached for the claw jug and poured a generous cup, which the woman, Barla, passed courteously to Thella. "Be seated, holder," Barla said, with the air of someone embarrassed to offer only a chest and struggling to hide it. Thella took what was offered, thinking that the woman might well have been coveted by Fax. Barla was still a handsome woman, despite deep worry lines about mouth and eyes. The boy was goggle-eyed about an early visit. The youngest child was still asleep along the far wall. "I don't come by much good wood, holder," Dowell said. "Ah," Thella said, airily dismissing that consideration. "That can be remedied. I'm in need of 2 armchairs in a Fellas leaf pattern as a bride present. They must be finished before snow blocks the pass to high ground hold. Can you oblige me?" She could see Dowell hesitate and could not understand why. Surely he took commissions. He wore no color or journeyman knot. He shot an anxious glance at his wife. "It'd be worth a quarter mark to me to see design sketches by evening." Thella took a handful of marks from her pouch, selected a quarter, and held it up. "A quarter for sketches. We can discuss price when I've chosen what I like, but you'll find me generous." She saw the anxious glint in the wife's eye, saw her unobtrusively nudge her husband's arm. "Yes, I can have design sketches for you, Lady Holder. By this evening?" "Very good. By evening." Thella stood, dropping the quarter in his hand. Then she turned as if struck by a sudden thought and smiled at Aramina. "Didn't I see you yesterday, with a net full of shellfish?" Why did the girl stiffen and eye her so warily? "Yes, Lady Holder," Aramina managed to reply. "Do you dig every day to fill the family pot?" What did one talk about to timid girls who herd dragons? "We share what we dig," Aramina said, lifting her chin proudly. "Laudable! Most laudable," Thella said, though she thought it rather odd that a girl who had lived holdless would be so touchy. "I'll see you this evening, Master Dowell." "Journeyman, Lady Holder, journeyman." With the carvings I've seen?" She left the compliment like that. Dowell's family would need careful handling. She could hear the woman whispering excitedly to her husband. A quarter mark was a lot to a holdless family. Now where, Thella wondered, was she going to come by seasoned wood, the sort a prosperous holder woman would gift a bride? She was back that evening and expressed lavish praise for the 5 designs he showed her. He was a good draftsman and showed a fine range of chair types. She was tempted to do more than just string him along with promise of work in an attempt to gain the daughter's confidence. Such armchairs would be far more comfortable than the canvas affairs and the stiff benches which were all she currently had. The harp-back design could be easily transported in sections to her hold and then glued together. One design, with a high, straight back, wide, gracefully curved arms, and carved legs and crosspieces, was particularly splendid. All of a sudden, Giran came striding down in the passageway, flashing her an urgent hand signal. "Let me have a day or 2 to choose, Dowell," she said, rising to her feet and folding the sketches carefully. "I'll bring these back and we'll discuss this further." She heard the wife murmur anxiously to the joiner, but Giran jerked his head for her to be quick, so she followed him down the next narrow alley. "Searchers," he whispered. Then she led him through dim corridors until they were safely out of reach. 2 days later, after she had Giran checked to make sure there had already been a search that morning, she returned to Dowell's place. To her disgust, the girl was not there. She discussed wood with Dowell and haggled over price. She finally gave him more than she thought she ought, but as she would probably never have to give over but half, and might even get that back, she could afford to seem generous. Aramina, she discovered from Brare, had been sent out with the hunters. No one actually said that she had been taken along because she could hear dragons, but it did not take much wit to figure that out. "How many people know about her?" Thella asked Brare, worrying that if the Weyrs found out about Aramina's talent, they would snap the girl up, thus ending all of Thella's grand plans. Her ambitions were great, and she was becoming increasingly convinced that they could not be realized without a guaranteed way of evading the Dragonriders. "Them?" Brare jerked his thumb in a western direction and snorted disbelief. "No one'll tell them. It'd be worth their life here if they did. She's too useful to the hunters. Have to go much farther out in the hills to find wary these days. Don't want to be caught out. I do like a bit of wary meat once in a while." He sucked in air past gaps in his teeth. Thella rose at once and left. Over the next few days, Thella tried both to gain the girl's confidence and to lure Dowell into bringing his whole family to her hold. She and Giron had found the required lengths of wood handily enough, cautiously replacing what they stole with inferior planks. "We're quiet in the mountains, I grant you," she told Dowell as she watched him meticulously carving the design on the chair back, the controlled motions of his short-bladed knife almost imperceptible. "But you can't want your children to remain in this warren. You could finish these chairs in my hold, comfortably. I've got a good harper teacher as well." She managed not to smile at the thought of her so-called harper's morals. "We're going back to our rifle hold in Ruatha, lady," Barla replied with dignity. Thella was surprised. "Across Telgar Plains during Threadfall?" "The route has been well planned, lady," Dowell said, intent on his work. "We shall have shelter when it's needed." Thella caught Barla's slight, almost smug smile and read it as an indication that they were counting on their daughter's talent. "Surely not at this time of the year, with winter approaching?" "Your commission will not take me long, lady, now that I have the wood," Dowell said. "I shall have it ready for you and still make the journey. Winter comes later to Telgar coasts." "Dowell is a journeyman. He practices his craft," Barla added defensively. "The steward sent by Master Smith Fanderel and Telgar Lord Holder cannot draft him to the mines." "Of course not," Thella agreed fervently, though she felt a jolt of apprehension at the thought of her brother Lared anywhere near. "I'm amazed that Lord Laudy is permitting any interference by outsiders in these caverns." "Lord Laudy suggested it," Dowell said with a mirthless smile. "I do not blame him," Barla said gently. "There are many here who could work who don't. Lady Doris is too kind." "A fine, generous woman," Thella agreed, beginning to think that perhaps Barla was the one she should concentrate on. Giron had informed her that the searching was two-pronged, to sift any information that might lead to the capture of marauding bands and to collect able-bodied people to work at Smithcraft Hall and Telgar's mines. The population of the cavern had noticeably decreased the first night. Sufficient folk, those with families particularly, had volunteered for the Smithcraft Hall's various projects. Not just the making of more Ageno 3 flamethrowers and the maintenance of existing apparatus, but some scheme, and Giron was skeptical, of the mastersmiths to provide better communications between all holds, halls, and weyrs. Thella did not like the idea of mountain mines being reopened. The unused shafts made ideal refuges. Still, she could always give her scouts miner's knots to wear on their shoulders. They would then have an explanation for their presence in the shafts. Just in case one of Lared's stewards might recognize her, even after 14 turns, she elected to keep out of sight. Being confined all day did not improve her temper at all. She had Giron keep one eye on Dowell's progress and the other on the girl, and she made plans. What Thella was waiting for was one of the foggy nights typical of late autumn. With Telgar's men around, she no longer had the time to talk the family into moving to her hold, not when slipping a little Fella's powder into their dinner kettle would sidestep resistance. And the girl was the one she wanted. The others were useless baggage. When they were truly asleep, she and Giron would remove the girl. A few threats of vengeance would ensure the girl's compliance. She had Giron purchase a third runner beast and prepare to leave the area. She was livid 2 mornings later when Giron came hurrying back to tell her that he had found the woodcarver's alcove occupied by 6 elderlies, none of whom understood his questions about the previous inhabitants. Brere was astonished when he heard, and angry.
Aramina's gone? She'd no right. There's to be a hunt today before the next big fall. They were expecting her. They need her to help them hunt. And I had my mouth all set for roast wary.
He shoved his crutch under his arm and was halfway down the passage before Thella realized where he was going. Giron grabbed her by the shoulder. "No, guards around. Come. He'll find out where they've gone."
He should have known they were going,
Giron replied in a savage tone.
It'll be a warm day between before I believe that footless man again.
He started to leave.
They can't have gone far, not with 3 children and a cart pulled by burden beasts.
Burden beasts? Thella followed him, not at first realizing that she was. She sobbed. "Why didn't you tell me they had burden beasts?" Giron halted and swung around to her, disgusted.
You're not usually slow-witted. You couldn't have missed seeing the yoke they had chained to an upper.
He grabbed her by the hand.
They'd beasts for the yoke. Kept them at grass, south of the cavern.
Which way would they go, then? They couldn't be mad enough to head toward Ruatha now.
I'll check with the clam diggers. You get the runners ready. They can't have gone far whichever way they went.
Halfway back to her lair, Thella realized that she had followed Giron's orders without protest. She was furious with him, and with herself for losing control, and outraged that the meek-mouthed Dowell and his affected wife could have outguessed her. She only hoped he had taken the carved wood with him. She would have those chairs off him or his hide.
They didn't strike off east, Giron said. The ferryman would have seen them.
He had been running hard and had to lean against the wall to catch his breath.
A train went out of here 3 days ago, headed toward Great Lake and Far Cry Hold, with winter supplies.
Dowell expected to join them? Thella tightened the cinch on her runner and gestured for Giron to ready his while she tied the supplies to the saddle of the third beast.
They wouldn't want to be on their own. You don't lead the only renegade band in this area, Giron said, pulling the strap so tight that the runner beast squealed in protest. What's that, Giron?
She meant both noise and rough handling. She did not hold with needless mistreatment of animals. She would have expected better management from a dragonless man. Or maybe he was revenging his loss on other animals. Outside the den, she signaled to him to stop and dismount. As much as she wanted to be on the trail of her quarry, she first had Giron help her replace enough of the debris to ensure that a casual look would see a blocked entrance. She might need that refuge again. Then they mounted and were off as fast as they could safely move on uphill, stony ground, and leading an animal. The 4th day out of Igan, Jayge had lost all his bad temper. All he had really needed was to get back on the road again, away from holders, away from the shifting and shiftless masses in the low caverns, and the constant appeals from the smithcraft haulers and the Telgarans to take a hold of himself, be useful, learn a good craft, and make enough credits to bank with a bitron. He liked being a trader. He had always liked the open road, setting his own pace, commanding his own time, and being accountable to himself alone for what he ate and wore and where he sheltered. Jayge certainly would not have traded the hazards of life on track and trail, despite the horrors of Threadfall, for a secure life straining his guts and his back to carve rooms in someone else's hold. The 3 wretched, miserable turns at Kimmage Hold had been sample enough of holding. He could not imagine how his Uncle Burrell and the others could possibly have chosen to remain at Kimmage as little more than drudges. The children for whom they were sacrificing themselves would not appreciate it when they got older. Not Lilcamps, with the restlessness bred into the blood. Jayge strode out ahead of the train. He was walking point, checking the trail for any obstacles that might hinder the progress of the broad, heavily laden wagons. Their metal roofs made them cumbersome but safe enough, thanks to Ketrin and Borgold's ingenuity, if the train got caught out in a freak fall, though that would be very bad trail management indeed. Since that first time, nearly 13 turns earlier, neither Jayge nor any other Lilcamp had suffered score. There were, he had discovered since that day, worse things than a mindless, burning rain. Jayge cursed under his breath. The day was too fine to sully by thinking of past problems. The Lilcamps were out and about again. Ketrin was with them on this journey, and they had 10 wagons packed with trade goods to deliver to Limos, Great Lake, and Far Cry Holes. The train had skirted the danger of the shifting soil, sand, and mud of the Igan River basin, but the track through the skybroom trees could be even more treacherous. The great trees, unique to this one long stretch of the valley, had root systems that radiated in a great circle around the trunk to support the soaring limbs and tufted heights. In the misty, early morning light, the skybrooms had the appearance of skeletal giants with bushy heads of hair and abnormally long arms that either reached for the sky or hung to knobby legs. Only as Jayge passed them could he see the twined trunks. The more there were, the older the skybroom. The short tufts of spiny leaves flattened out, often hiding wild wary nests situated too high above the ground for snakes to reach and easily guarded from nest-robbing wherries. Often the crowns of coarse, short leaves would be eaten away by threadfall. Some of the giants had fallen, leaving jagged stumps jutting high above the extensive plain. Skybroom was a much-treasured wood, though very difficult to work, or so Jayge had heard from a Limosan woodsman. Whole branches could be used as support beams in freestanding holds, strong enough to support the weight of a slate roof. Jayge glanced up to see dragons flying above. The first time his little half-sister had seen the skybroom trees, she had asked if dragons landed on the flat tops. But Jayge found little humor in the innocent question. Even after so many turns, he could not help feeling a certain nervous tightening of his belly muscles whenever he saw dragons in the sky. He shaded his eyes to appraise the creatures.
"That's not a full wing,"
Crendon bellowed reassuringly. Jayge waggled his hand above his head to indicate that he had not taken alarm. He recognized from their leisurely pace and informal pattern that the riders were probably returning to Igan Weyr from a hunt, their dragons too full in the belly to fly between. Then he heard someone shrieking and turned to look behind. On the lookout platform of the lead wagon stood his half-sister, screaming at the top of her lungs and waving her hands, trying to attract the high flyers. The Kimmich-Hold Harper had made certain that Alda had grown up with her head packed full of tradition. His brother Tino, who was old enough to remember that horrific day, watched as impassively as Jayge. Even dragons looked small, silhouetted against the skybrooms, but splendid. Jayge was honest enough not to deny them that. He could never erase the shock and disillusion of his first meeting with the Dragonrider, even after he had met many dedicated, courteous, and considerate weremen. But watching the dragons flow across the sky, their wings moving in unison, he experienced his usual dissatisfaction with the walking pace of both humans and runner beasts. He looked down, scanning the track ahead of him. That was his responsibility today, pointing a smooth track. One had to have room to stop burden beasts. They were slow thinkers, and once they got their heavy loads moving, they were not easily halted, not with all that weight behind them. The master herdsman in Karun could not seem to breed all the necessary abilities into one animal. One had to choose between speed and endurance, mass and grace. Intelligence seemed paired with nervousness, placidity with slow reactions. Still, their present beasts would plod on and on through the night, if necessary, without once altering the rhythm of their stride. Jayge saw a large depression, a dragon length wide and at least 5 hands in depth, enough to break an axle, and signaled for his father to swing the lead wagon to the left. Crendon was marching by the yoke, his wife Genfa and Jayge's youngest half-brother astride the left-hand beast. Jayge trotted on ahead and stood on the far side of the dip so the other wagoners could begin to shift their line of march. He saw the flank riders spreading the news down the long sprawl of the train. The rear wagon was just passing the first of the day's obstacles, a huge tree stump, and he noticed that someone had climbed it and was wagging his arms in the sequence that told Jayge and his father that riders were coming up on the train fast. 2 riders, 3 runners.
"I'll watch this, Jayge,"
Crendon shouted, prodding his yoke into the new direction.
"Go see. We're a big group for any marauders to take on, but I'd rather know."
Jayge wasted no time, untying his runner beast from the rear of the wagon. Kesso woke from his somnambulance the moment Jayge's hand tugged on his reins and shook himself alert. From the moment Jayge swung up to the saddle pad, Kesso became a different animal, snorting, eager and responsive. The rangy runner might not be as well bred as a holder's mount, but Kesso was still winning marks in any race Jayge could enter him in. As he cantered back along the train, he called out reassurances. "Just 2 riders, 3 beasts. Probably traders. May want to join us." Every adult was descending to the ground, the children all packed safely inside wagons, weapons out of sight, but ready to be seized. 3 wagons back, Borgold raised a hand, and Jayge slowed Kesso, pulling him in to walk alongside his father's trading partner. "I don't even trust 2 riders," the older man said. "They could be sizing us up, you know. Those recruiters stirred up a lot of filth, made them nervous in the low caverns. Desperate, too. Don't want them anywhere near us." Jayge smiled and nodded. Why else had Crendon sent him back to check? Borgold and Crendon had a great partnership. Borgold talked, Crendon listened, but somehow everything got resolved to the satisfaction of both. Jayge nudged Kesso forward, seeing Borgold's oldest sons, Armald and Nazer, and his auntie Thella already mounted and waiting for him down the line. He loosened his saddle knife. It was at such times that he wondered where his uncle Radis had gone. Radis had been a wicked mounted fighter. Jayge halted with Thella, Armald, and Nazer well back of their last wagon. He knew that they had a strong, well-manned train, and the sooner that was apparent to the strangers, the less trouble they would be likely to have. The riders continued on at a steady, long-distance lope, coming at him in a straight line, jumping in and out of the root sinks left by rotted sky brooms. Good riders on good horses. 2 men, Jayge thought, then changed his mind as they drew closer. A man and a woman. A tall one, but, despite the dust cloth across the face, a woman. She pulled up just in front of the man, so Jayge looked to her for greeting. "Bestra of Karoon Beast Master Hold," she said, with the sort of condescending air that many holders displayed to traders. "Lilcamp's and Trader Borgold's train," Jayge replied with terse courtesy. She did not even look at him, which would have been polite, but kept her eyes onto the line of wagons ahead. The man did the same, and there was something about his expression that made Jayge slide his gaze away. "We're after a thief," the woman went on quickly. "A holdless man who took marks and 6 fine lengths of well-seasoned red fruit wood from me. Have you passed them out on the track? They'd be in a small single-yoke wagon." She could certainly see that there was no small wagon in the crooked line detouring past sky brooms and root holes and heading toward the foothills of the barrier range. "We've passed no one," Jayge answered curtly. He was aware, out of the corner of his eye, that Thella was circling her unusually restless mount. Hoping to get rid of the odd pair, he added, "We left Ig in Low Caverns 4 days ago, and we've seen no one." The woman pursed her lips, her eyes flicking past him, assessing the train in a calculating manner that Jayge did not like. Her companion looked straight ahead of him, with a rigidness that was a striking contrast to her quick scrutinies. "Trader," she said, smiling ingratiatingly, "you'd know if there were other trails back that way?" She pointed back over her right shoulder. "Yes." She snapped him a quick hard glance, holding his eyes. "That a single yoke could travel?" "I wouldn't try it with any of ours," he answered, pretending to misunderstand. Her frustration blazed out at him, startling Jayge in its force. The emotion was a complete contrast to her oblivious companion. "I'm asking about a single cart, a thief running away with my goods," she burst out. Startled, Kesso danced away, head high, tugging at Jayge's strong hand. "That sort of rig could make most of the slopes all right enough," Armald answered, cheerfully helpful. "We're traders, lady, but we wouldn't harbor holdless folk. Everything in our wagons got dockets." "There are at least 10 switchback trails up to the foothills," Jayge said, signaling impatiently to Armald to let him do the talking. Armald, with a big frame and a threatening arrangement of thick features, was a good man to have at one's back, but he was not clever enough to spot menace unless it came at him, swinging sword or club. Jayge pointed. "We didn't see any new tracks, but then we weren't looking for any." "Rained 2 nights ago. That'd help you find their tracks," Armald added, nodding amiably. The harm was done, and Jayge shrugged. "Good day to you," he said, and eased himself up out of the saddle, hoping that the pair would leave. Lilcamps never got involved with local disputes, and had learned to be very careful who traveled the road with them, but Jayge's sympathies were clearly on the side of those fleeing this woman. She hauled her mount around. Jayge saw the lather marks of hard travel and the exhausted look of all three animals, and kicked it toward the foothills. The silent man turned, jerking the pack animal into motion, and followed her. "Armald," Jayge and Thella said at the same time over the noise of their departure. "When I do the talking, I do the talking," Jayge continued, shaking his whip handle at the big man. "That was a lady holder. She was after thieves. Lil Camps and Borgulds don't harbor thieves." "They weren't holders, Jayge," Thella said, her expression anxious. Her mount had calmed down, so Thella had been maneuvering to get a good look at the pair. "The man lost his dragon at Holds and Weyrs some turns back. He went missing from Iggen a long time ago, and that woman—" Thella moved uneasily in the saddle. "That's Lady Thella, I told you," Armald said. "That's why I told her what she wanted to know." Thella stared at him. "You know, Jayge, he's right. I thought she looked familiar." "Who's Lady Thella? I've never heard of her." "You wouldn't," Thella said with a derisive snort. "I knew her," Armald insisted. Thella ignored him. "She's Lord Larad's older sister, the one who wanted to become Lord Holder when Terethel died. She's no good. No good at all." "I used to see her in Telgar Hold, always riding about, she was," Armald said defensively, in a sulk from the scolding. "She's a fine-looking lady." Thella rolled her eyes. She was not a plain woman herself, but she was a good judge of her own sex. "Angry sort," Nazar said, fastening his dagger back into its sheath. "Wouldn't bargain with that one and make a profit." "I think we should see them out of our range," Thella said. "Jayge, wait until their dust dies, then follow. Make sure which track they do take. I'll tell Crendon." "I'm point," Jayge reminded her. He would not relinquish his assigned duty. "Armald will finish the day for you." She gave Jayge a wink and a nod. "He is good at noticing holes in the ground." "Point?" Armald's face brightened. "I'm a good point." Nazar snorted. "Then get to it." Smiling, Armald started off, and Nazar turned to Thella. "What say we ride flank?" Thella shrugged. "I don't see the need. The mist's lifting. We'll get a clear view. We'll just hang back in the rear a while." Then she grinned at Nazar, and Jayge, pretending not to see, ducked his head to hide his own smile. Well, Thella had been alone a long time. If she liked Nazar, Jayge would take himself off and leave them alone. Now that they were out and about, instead of in a hole, they could all spread out a bit. "Your saddlebags full enough?" Jayge nodded, slapping the travel rations always kept on saddled mounts, and, turning Kesso, began to walk him back toward the foothills. When Giron's sharp eyes finally found the tracks of Dowell's cart, they had lost several more days. Thella was going to make that snotty young trader pay for his impudence. She was sure he had known exactly which of those many switchback trails the fugitives had taken. Giron said nothing that first day, still upset by the sight of those dragons, no doubt. When the creatures had appeared in the skies, winging directly toward them, he became all but paralyzed. Only because his mount was used to following hers did it keep on. When they had stopped for the first night, she had had to make camp, force him to dismount, and peel back his fingers from the lead rope. She debated leaving him to recover on his own, but she might need assistance separating the girl from her family. She was glad she had not left him, because he did, in the end, revive sufficiently to catch what she nearly missed, the mark of wagon wheels on the soft mud of the track. "Smarter than I figured, for he must have tried to hide his tracks," she muttered, incensed by Dowell's shrewdness. She could not figure out why he had left so precipitously. She was certain that she had been tactful and careful. He had started work on the carvings just as if he had planned to finish them. 10 marks would have been a goodly addition for one planning a long journey. Suddenly, Brera came to mind. Had that crippled fool warned Dowell? Not likely. If the girl was as valuable to the cavern's hunters as Brera had said, they would not have done anything to scare her away. Could it have been Giron's surveillance? Maybe the dragonless man had unnerved the family. Giron could unsettle her from time to time, as he had yesterday, going into that trance fit. Or perhaps someone had let slip her identity, and Dowell had panicked. Well, she would make sure of Brera's loyalty the next time she came to the Iggen Low caverns. "Tread?" That was the first word Giron had said in 3 days, but for once he did not sound certain. He tried to see past the branches obscuring the sky. The forest was thick there, though a lot of it was new growth. Throwing the lead rope at her, he forced his runner up the bank, and then, using the beast as a prop, agilely climbed a well-branched tree. "Watch yourself," she called when the trunk swayed with his weight. "Well, what do you see?" He gave her no answer, and she was ready to follow him when he started down. His face was bleak. "Dragons? Is there thread?" He shook his head. "Well, one dragon, two. How many? Hunting?" "One. Hunting. Hide." The trace was not completely sheltered by the branches, and most of the shedding trees had lost their leaves. She and Giron would be visible from the air. Thella, urging her mount up the bank, was nearly pulled from the saddle by the recalcitrant lead runner, but she got in among a copse of evergreens, while Giron, his body flattened against the trunk, kept his eyes skyward. His mouth opened almost as if he wanted to cry out to the rider, to make himself known. Thella caught her breath, but he seemed to thin against the trunk, as if all the substance drained from him. He stood there so long that Thella was afraid he was paralyzed again. "Giron, what's happening?" "Two more dragons, looking." "For us? Or Dowell?" "How would I know? But they carry firestone sacks." "You mean there's thread coming?" Thella cast about in her mind, trying to remember the nearest shelter. "Get down out of there! We've got to move!" Giron gave her a faintly contemptuous look, but she said nothing to challenge it. She was so relieved that he had not frozen in the tree. "These are Lord Asganar's precious woods," he said. "There'll be plenty of dragonmen to see no thread penetrates here." "That's all well and good, and I'm no more afraid of threadfall than you are, but I can't say the same for these runners. We've got to get them out of sight." When they found it, the shelter was barely adequate, but at least it was deep enough so they could fit the 3 runners inside. What the stupid beasts did not see would not upset them. By the time the thread had passed, Thella had fretted herself into a frenzy. As soon as Giron was certain that the final edge had passed them, she insisted on moving out. "If that girl is thread-scored," she left the threat hanging as she swung up onto her runner. She had an awful vision of the girl's body twisting as thread engulfed it. Seeing the scorn in Giron's eyes, she clamped down on her anxiety, but the thought that she might have lost her quarry to thread made her frantic to know, one way or the other. "Thella," Giron said with unexpected authority, "keep an eye skyward. They'll be extra thorough over forest." He was right, she knew, and she spurred the beast forward. "There's not much light left, and I need to know!" It was she who saw the next telltale. Someone had rubbed out wheel marks, for the signs of sweeping were obvious once she had seen the cake of dirt, too obviously prized out of a wheel hub. Dismounting, each searched one side of the track. Giron found the wagon on the left, reasonably well hidden behind screening evergreens. He was peering within when Thella reached him and pushed him out of the way in her impatience. "Rummaged around looking for what to take with them," Giron said. "Then they're nearby." Giron shrugged. "Too dark to look now." He held up his hand warningly as she jerked the reins on the runner to bring him close enough to be mounted. "Look, if they're dead, they're dead, and your stumbling around in the dark isn't going to revive them. If they're safe, they're not going anywhere now." The fact that he was right did little to soothe Thella. "I'll sleep in the wagon tonight." "No, I'll sleep in the wagon tonight. You take the runners back to the cave. Join me at first light tomorrow." She took the blanket and journey rations out of her pack and sent him away. "First light! Remember!" This might be even better, Thella thought. Stay by the wagon and see who comes by in the morning to check on it. Aramina was the oldest. That would be too much luck, she realized, chewing the dry food. But she would prefer not to be encumbered with the whole family. If she could just spirit Aramina away. "More Dragonriders?" Thella was incredulous. "What are they doing around here?" "How should I know?" Giron replied, showing the first sign of anger she had ever seen from him. He sank down, knees cocked, forearms lax across them, staring straight in front of him. "But Threadfall was yesterday. They should be gone." She shook his arm. How dare he look away like that? A bad thread infestation? Accustomed as she was to thread, her breath caught at the idea of a burrow taking hold in the forest anywhere near her. Is that why? Giron shook his head. "If thread had burrowed overnight, there wouldn't be any forest left, and we'd be dead." "Well then, why?" Could that dragon yesterday have seen you? Giron made a mirthless sound and got to his feet. If you want that girl, you better find out where she is. They can't have gone far. They wouldn't have left the wagon. Thella was trying to marshal her thoughts. Could the Weyrs have found out about her? Weyrs have plenty of people who hear dragons, he said scornfully. She could have been searched, couldn't she? I heard there were eggs on Bendon's hatching ground. That's why. Come on. They're not going to take that girl. She's mine. It was well they were on foot, the runners still hidden, for they were able to hide when the troop of mounted men rode by. Askenar's foresters, Thella said, brushing leaf mold from her face. Shells and shards. No girl with them. They were looking for us. I know it, she said, cursing as she veered around a thicket. Come on, Giron. We'll find that girl. We'll find her. Then we'll pay back that Lilcamp trader boy. Cripple his beasts. Burn the wagons. They won't get as far as the lake, you can be sure of that. I'll get him for informing on me. I'll get him. Lady Holdless, Giron said in such a derisive tone that she paused in her furious progress. You'll be got if you're not quieter moving through this forest. And look, someone's been this way recently. The bushes are broken. Let's follow the signs. The broken bushes led them to the scuffed marks and prints on the track of horses, men, and dragons. Through the trees they could see movement and caught a glimpse of a man. He was not Dowell, for Dowell did not wear leather or a weapon's harness. They crossed the track carefully, working slowly uphill toward the edge of a nut forest. Then Giron pulled her down. Dragon, bronze, he whispered in her ear. She felt a flush of irritation with Giron. He had been right to be so cautious. That annoyed her almost as much as finding her quarry guarded by a dragon. Why had the Dragonriders not just taken the girl away? Or was this a trap for Thella? How could they possibly know that she wanted Aramina? Had Brera spoken out of turn? Or that impudent fellow at the trader wagons? Did he talk to dragons too? Then she caught sight of someone moving through the grove. Picking nuts? Thella stared in astonishment. Yes, the girl was picking nuts, and there was a guard helping her. Thella closed her eyes to blot out the sight of her quarry, so near and so unattainable. She and Giron would be lucky to get out of there with their skins. She pulled her arm away resentfully when she felt Giron tug at her sleeve. Then she saw him pointing. The girl was moving farther and farther from the guard. Just a little farther, Thella thought. Just a little farther, you dear, sweet child. And she began to grin as she indicated to Giron to help her outflank the girl. The guard was not looking downhill. If they were careful, they would be. Thella held her breath as she moved forward. Giron got to Aramina first and grabbed her, one hand on her mouth, the other pinning her arms to her side. It falls out well after all, Giron, Thella said, snatching a handful of hair and pulling the girl's head back, giving her a little pain back for all the trouble she had caused. Thella thoroughly enjoyed the fright and terror in Aramina's eyes. We have snared the wild wary after all. They began to pull her back down the hill, out of sight of the guard. Don't struggle, girl, or I'll knock you senseless. Maybe I ought to, Thella, he added, cocking his fist in preparation. If she can hear dragons, they can hear her. She's never been to a Weyr, Thella replied, but she was struck with the possibility. She gave Aramina's hair a savage jerk. Don't even think of calling for a dragon. Too late, Giron cried in a strangled voice. He heaved the girl from him toward the point where the ground fell away at the edge of the grove. Thella let out a hoarse cry as the bronze dragon blocked the girl's fall. The dragon bellowed, his breath hot enough to startle Thella into running as fast as she could, Giron astride behind her. As they slithered and fell, they could hear others calling. Thella spared one look over her shoulder and saw the dragon crashing among the trees, unable to dodge through them as agilely as the humans could. The dragon roared his frustration. Thella and Giron kept running. Chapter 6. Southern Continent, Telgar Hold, Present Pass, 12. Master Rampesi arrived at Torik's Hold, swearing and ranting about stupid northerners who thought the southern sea was some kind of mountain lake or placid bay.
I'm bloody fed up with such idiots, Torik. I rescued another 6, and there are 20 who drowned in the tub capsized a day's sail from Ista. Any decent seaman would have warned them about the storms at this time of year, but no! They must set out in holy buckets, and not a seaman among them. What are you on about, Rampeasy? Torek interrupted the tirade with bad temper of his own. Didn't you get the men we'd contracted for with the master smith? Oh, I've them as well, never fear. But word got about that I was sailing south, and I had to move out of Big Bay Harbor and anchor in a cove to keep the clods from swarming aboard me. The situation's getting out of hand, Torek.
Rampeasy scowled, but he took the fortified wine that Torek poured him, knocked it back, and exhaled appreciatively. Then, some of his irritation soothed by the smooth spirit, he sat down, turning his keen eyes on Southern's holder.
So, what do we do to keep Bandit and the Lord Holders off our backs? A little honest trading is one thing, a wholesale immigration of holdless another. And there's Telger's lord trying to recruit more men for his mines, Asganar wanting his forests patrolled against devilish clever marauders, and all kinds of queer goings-on down to Ista's finger.
Torek pursed his lips, rubbing his palm on his chin.
You say it's become known that common northerners are let in here? That's a rumor. Of course.
Master Rampeasy shrugged, throwing one hand up, fingers splayed.
I deny it. I trade with Ista, Nerat Fort, and the great Dunto River.
He gave Torek a slow, conniving wink.
I admit to being blown off course from time to time, and even to being blown as far as Southern once or twice. So far, not even Master Idarolan has questioned that. But it's going to be harder to escape, shall we say, official attention. Clearly, something must be done to stem the rumors.
Torek was annoyed. His arrangement with Masters Rampeasy and Garm had been very profitable.
Or sanction proper passage south.
Rampeasy charged Torek hefty fees to transport craftsmen to Southern, so he could well imagine the profit the mariner would realize on a regular service.
You did tell me, Torek began, last time you were here, that there is a shortage of lead and zinc. And you know the prices you've been getting for what I've smuggled in. Those northern mines have been worked a long, long time.
Master Rampeasy caught Torek's drift.
I'm only a master mariner, Holder Torek, so I'm not in a position to speak out for you where it matters.
Yes, where it matters. And I'd be taking Lord Larad's trade from him.
Not Master Smith Van der Els, though,
Rampeasy replied quickly.
He's the one crying for metals and whatnot for all those projects of his.
Master Rampeasy did not have a high opinion of them, but he was quite willing to supply the raw materials.
But he's at Telgar. Ah, but he's also Master Smithcraft, and halls don't need to please and yes, Lord Holders. They're as much captains in their halls as I am on my Bay Lady. Were I you, I'd seek Master Robinton's help on this. He'd know best whom you should approach. I'm due to dock at Fort with his cargo, so I can carry a message for you, and happy to do it. Wisest course is to sail straight into this one, Torek. I know,
Torek replied irritably. Then he remembered how dependent he was on Master Rampeasy's services, and smiled. I may just have a passenger for you, Rampeasy, when you sail.
That would be a novelty,
the Bay Lady's master remarked sardonically, holding out his glass for another charge of wine. Torek found Pimer, as usual, in Shara's workshop, laughing and chattering in far too intimate a manner to his liking. They were busy, so he could not fault them there, packing the medicinal supplies that Rampeasy would take to the master harper. Torek would miss Pimer. The apprentice had been very useful indeed, setting up the drum towers, and his maps of the island river stretch had proved as accurate as Shara's, with shrewd notations of possible hold sites, natural plantations of edible fruits, and the concentration of wild runners and herd beasts. But he was far too often in Shara's company, and the young harper did not figure in Torek's plans for his pretty sister. Still, if Torek handled him astutely, the boy could serve him well. Pimer had been Master Robinton's special apprentice, and was on excellent terms with Meneley and Siebel. He had all too often demonstrated his eagerness to remain in Southern. Let him prove it now.
Pimer, a word with you.
Pimer had been Master Robinton's special apprentice, and was on excellent terms with Meneley and Siebel. He had all too often demonstrated his eagerness to remain in Southern. Let him prove it now.
Pimer, a word with you. What have I done wrong?
Without answering, Torek gestured back down the hall to his office. He decided, as he followed the boy, that it was more to his purpose to speak plainly. Peimer did not miss much. He knew about the restrictions on commerce between North and South, knew how much leeway had already been tacitly accepted in the matter of southern medicines transported north, and knew, from his own experience, of the illicit commerce carried on between the old-timers and Lord Meran in Nabal before the man's death had ended it. Yes, the boy did not miss much, but he had never, to Torek's knowledge, been indiscreet. "Rampesi just brought in another bunch of shipwrecked fools trying to cross the southern sea," Torek said, as he slid the door shut. Peimer rolled his eyes at such folly. "Fools indeed! How many did he find alive this time?" 20, Rampesi says, with as many more trying to board the Bay Lady before he sailed. "That's not good," Peimer said, sighing. "No, it's not good. Rampesi's getting nervous, and we can't have that." When Peimer shook his head, Torek went on. "You and Senator have often said that I should speak with your master Harper about officially easing those restrictions. I've wanted nothing to do with the Northerners, but it seems they want plenty to do with me, and I must control the influx. There are thousands of holdless, useless commoners expecting an easy life here, and I won't have it. You know what I've created, what I'd like to do. You're no fool, Peimer, and I'm no altruist. I'm working for myself, for my blood, but I want folk who are willing to work as hard as I do to hold for themselves. I can't permit all I've done to be wasted on the indigent." Peimer was nodding agreement with most of his arguments. "You couldn't risk being absent from Southern for the length of a journey north, so I guess you're asking me to make the trip." "I think it might serve several purposes for you to go." "Only it's not a one-way trip, Torek." The boy looked him squarely in the eye, and Torek was slightly surprised. "I mean it, Holder Torek." A shrewd gleam in the young man's eye reminded Torek that Peimer was older in some ways than he looked. He also knew the stakes. "I appreciate your point, young Peimer," Torek assured him candidly. "Yes. I would like you to explain how heavy those restrictions weigh on Southern's hold population. How an easement would profit the North in more ways than better medicines. You can admit to the mineral and metal deposits." Torek held up his hand warningly. "Discreetly, of course." "Always," Peimer grinned knowingly. "There would be another reason why you ought to make the trip, besides, of course, your association with the Master Harper. If I can be blunt, you're over-old now as an apprentice." Seeing that the boy was startled, Torek went on smoothly. "Senator's getting older, and I prefer to have a Harper who is sympathetic to my aims, especially one already familiar to the old-timers, so that the substitution will go unnoticed. Get your journeyman's knot while you're back at the Harper Hall, and you're welcome back here when you've walked the tables. I promise you." "And exactly what do you wish me to say to Master Robinson?" "I believe I can trust you, journeyman-elect, to tell your craftmaster what he needs to know." Torek saw how quick the boy was to catch his slight emphasis on needs. Peimer winked. "Oh, definitely. Just what he needs to know." When Peimer was gone, Torek began to wonder just what that impudent wink had meant. It never occurred to him that the Master Harper would sail south to find out for himself what he felt he needed to know before presenting the matter to the Bend and Weyr leaders, and that voyage would have many repercussions. Jayge fretted over the encounter all the way to Limos Great Lake, especially after comparing his impression of the Lady Thella with descriptions he had heard of the worst of the Limosin marauders. No one mentioned her by name, and fortunately Armald was not bright enough to make the connection. Lady holders remained lady holders, just as traders remained traders. Armald was less certain about dragonless men, but that person would have unsettled anyone. What worried Jayge was the knowledge that the renegade had command of a disciplined band that was well able to cause trouble for the Lilkamp Borgald train. He had irritated her, and though Temma had called him foolish to stew over it, he could not help himself. He was also certain that Thella's appraisal had been too purposeful, and the trader train had a long way to go to get to Far Cry. They had taken shelter from Threadfall, not far from Plains Hold, and, as customary, Crenton and Borgald offered to send men for ground crew the next day. Nazar and Jayge rode into Plainshold to find out where Holder Ankaram wanted them to crew. To Jayge's surprise, Lord Asganar himself came in on a blue dragon, dismounting with the ease of long practice, smiling and greeting the many extra folk assembled at the hold. He seemed popular, and Jayge halted his runner near the anxious trio of mountain holders Asganar stopped to speak to. The Lemos Lord Holder was tall and slightly stooped in the shoulder, with a full head of blondish hair slightly dampened from his riding helmet. He had an open face, a clear eye, and an easy manner, a different sort of lord to Corman, Laude, or Seifer, the other lord holders Jayge had seen. But Asganar, like Lerad of Pelgar, was a relatively young man, and not so hide-bound as the others who had enjoyed the independence of interval. Listening, and Jayge prided himself on his keen hearing, he heard that the major complaint of the anxious holders was lack of adequate protection from raids.
If they just came at us fair and square, and it was a matter of strength or skill, Lord Asganar, it would be one thing, a Beastmaster was saying. But they sneak in when we're out in the far meadows, or doing our hold duty, and they whip in and are gone before anyone knows they've been, like that Tedros hold theft.
All the Eastern Lord Holders are being hit, not just Lemos.
And the Bitrans are turning on us folk away,
someone muttered angrily. Some of you already know that I started mounting patrols on random swings. I need your help. You've got to inform the hold when you see anything unusual, have unexpected visitors of any kind, or are expecting carders or journeymen to deliver. Be sure to lock up your hold.
Shells, Lord Asganar! They broke open all my locks and took what they were after,
a mountain holder complained bitterly.
I live up yonder.
He pointed to the north.
How am I going to send you word in time?
I don't suppose you have a fire lizard, Asganar asked.
Me? I don't even have a drum.
Asganar regarded him with what Jayge thought was genuine sympathy and concern. I'll think of something, Metaman. I'll think of something for folk like you. And Jayge could hear the sincerity in his voice. Then Asganar raised his arms to quiet the sudden spate of questions.
Telgar, Karun, Igan, Bitra, and I are convinced that all the major thefts are the work of one group, despite the range of their strikes. We don't know where they are based, but if any of you living up in the barrier range see any traces of large group movements, anything unusual, bring word to the nearest drum tower. You'll be compensated for your loss of time. Well, if we can, Lord, Metaman said. We'll be snowed in for the winter any time now.
That's easier, Asganar said, grinning broadly. Just tack out a bright cloth, or your wife's gather shawl, on the snow. Falar and Ramart keep sweep riders out all the time now. They'll be told to check it out. That suggestion went down favorably, and Asganar was able to continue on to the hold. Jayge wanted to hang around a little longer, but Nazar, once he had packed the new Ageno 3 cylinders on the burden beasts, wanted to start back.
I need my sleep if I'm to work ground crew tomorrow,
the other man told Jayge with a huge yawn. Jayge grinned and shooed one of the pack beasts back into line. The ground crew did not have much to do, as extra wings of Dragonriders had been assigned to protect Asganar's forests. Only one tangle of thread got through and was quickly flamed into char. Nevertheless, Borgold was punctilious about duties to the wear and never let members of his train skimp ground crew service. Crendon complained of the loss of 2 days' travel, but only to Tema and Jayge. A brown rider stopped to thank the crew, but though he was courteous enough, he kept the exchange to a minimum and flew off southeast instead of back toward Bendon Ware. To make up for the time lost in discharging their wear duties, they started the train rolling again as soon as the massive beasts could be prodded out of the cavern shelter and yoked up. They kept on the road night and day until they reached their usual campsite on the far edge of Great Lake. A patrol from Lemos Hold stopped by for a cup of claw and general gossip, but declined an invitation to stop the night.
They offered us escort, Crendon told his son disdainfully, all the way to Far Cry.
Jayge snorted. We can handle ourselves.
That's what Borgold said.
Jayge thought he caught a hint of uncertainty in his father's eyes. They have a patrol. We can mount a patrol. We could also... Crendon's eyes narrowed as he looked deep into the campfire's flames. Take a different route. If Thella hadn't been scared off by Asganar's guards, Tema said, emerging from the darkness to join them, I'd worry more.
What say, Tema?
She grinned as she hunkered down and swung the claw kettle over to pour herself a cup. Chatted up one of the hold ground crew before we pulled out. Thella's quarry, those thieves of hers, are a harmless joiner and his family, and they're now in Bendon's charge, you'll be glad to know. She winked at Jayge. Let your conscience be easy, lad, though it's a shame Asganar didn't catch that pair. Thella pulled her mouth down in regret, then smiled. But they didn't take the girl, either. That's who Thella was after, the girl who hears dragons. Thella looked skyward for a moment, her expression briefly envious. That could make very useful listening in times like these, and more reliable than one of those fire lizard creatures they're bringing up in droves from the southern continent. Southern? Crendon regarded her in surprise. Brother, I think we're going to have to talk to Borgold. He's far too traditional in his attitude. I think we ought to look for trade possibilities with the South ourselves. Thella chuckled at Crendon's surprised reaction. We'll get through this journey first and see what we hear at Far Cry. They're always up on the latest rumor. She rose. Nazer and I will be first patrol. Wake you at second moonrise, Jayge. Get some sleep. Don't you fall asleep, Jayge countered with a snicker. Private joke, he added, as he felt his father's disapproval. After resting the beasts 3 days, the little Camp Borgold train yoked up to begin the final leg of the long journey up the Igan River Valley. The track ran partly through forest and partly along the riverbank. They did not have to worry about thread, for they would not be far enough north to be involved in the Telgar Fall. Halfway to Far Cry, just where the track narrowed with a steep drop to the river on one side and rocky, forested slopes on the other, the raiders struck. Afterward, Jayge realized that they had chosen the best possible point for an ambush. There was no room for his people to maneuver to avoid the rock slides that were loosed, battering the lighter wagons and sending 3 down the drop into the river. Even one of the big ones, hit with an enormous mass of rocks, was tilted off balance and fell, the legs of the helpless burden beasts pawing for footing. It was just pure luck that everyone was out of the wagons at the time, lightening the load for the beasts, straining up the slope. It was lucky, too, that no one had discarded their arms, even though they had felt a false safety so close to Far Cry. Choking on the dust, listening to the bawl of frightened, injured animals, the screams of wounded people, and unintelligible shouted orders from both Crendon and Borgold, Jayge kicked Kesso past the milling runner and burden beasts he was herding. He reached the last wagon, one of the biggest, just as the raiders piled down the slopes, hollering and slashing at whatever was in their way. Jayge saw an attacker leap to Armald's back from the height of the bank. Roaring, the big man tried to dislodge the raider who was stabbing at his chest. Jayge, trying to come to his aid, was beset by a half-dozen, trying to pull him from his runner. Kesso was a fighter, hooves and teeth, whirling on his hindquarters so that no one could get within sword's length of his rider. But before Jayge could help, Armald had been overcome, a bloody, lifeless lump on the ground. Slicing at his attackers, Jayge broke loose just as he heard Thella and Nazer shouting for help. Individual fights were in progress up and down the wagon line. Jayge caught a glimpse of Crendon, Borgold, and 2 of the drivers trying to protect the animals. Some of the women and several of the older children had armed themselves with prod poles and were doing what damage they could. There was no room to maneuver Kesso on the track, so Jayge spurred the excited beast up the steep hill, managing incredible leaps over the uncertain surface and then reversing to skid down the slope to attack from behind the men opposing Thella and Nazer. 9, Jayge counted. Wicked odds, and Nazer and Thella fighting brilliantly. Rising in his stirrups, he launched his belt daggers, each blade finding its mark in a back. Then, using his boot dagger, Jayge leaned over Kesso's left side and sliced the nearest man from buttock to shoulder, just as he saw a spear catch Thella in the shoulder, pinning her to the side of the wagon. Nazer shielded Thella with his body. His sword worked dazzling as he tried to defend them both, but he was too close set and wounded in arm and leg. Jayge hauled Kesso to his hind legs, walking him forward to drop him and bringing 2 more down. Then he flung his knife at the man with sword raised to slice off Nazer's head. As he dropped from the saddle, something came whizzing past his head, and he heard his sister Alda's triumphant shriek as a heavy iron pan caught a toothless woman in the chest. More heavy pots rained down on the attackers as Tino yelled encouragement. Kesso continued to kick back, effectively clearing Thella's right side. "Knock them over! Knock them over!" The shout reverberated above the shouts and cries, the noise of fighting and bawling beasts. "Get as many over as possible!" "No! Leave off!
Dragons in the sky! Leave off! Someone else bellowed. Dragons! Abruptly, the attackers fell back, scrambling up the bank. Jayge was of no mind to let a single one of them leave alive. He took Nazer's sword from the wounded man and retrieved his own daggers before he leaped over the debris. He had as much trouble finding good footing on the sliding bank as the retreating raiders, but he slashed and prodded, hoping to strike flesh and bone. Dragons? Where? Sear your hide? Despite the distortion of fury and volume, Jayge recognized the voice. Thella. The raiders were Thella's. Temma would wish she had listened to him and been more wary. But they were so close to Far Cry Hold. In and out! A bronze! Was the answering shout, and Jayge, also recognizing the second voice, missed his next stroke. Let's get out of here! Jayge could not spare time to find either speaker as he clawed up the slope, his quarry just managing to keep out of reach. He had to catch the man before he could disappear into the forest. There was enough sense left to Jayge to realize that it would be foolhardy to attempt pursuit there, unless the Dragonrider returned to sweep the forest. With a desperate surge, Jayge felt the sword slice deeply across the raider's foot and heard the man scream. But the man was suddenly hauled up and out of Jayge's reach. Jayge, overbalanced by his effort, rolled heavily down the bank, landing on a pile of rocks. Dazed and winded, it took him a few moments to struggle to his feet. There were cries for assistance all along the train. Jayge saw her then, poised on a boulder that jutted out over the track, surveying the damage her ambush had caused. Then he saw her bring her arm back to throw. The dagger snicked across the tendon of one of Borgold's beasts, casting it to its knees. Filled with rage at such viciousness, Jayge launched one of his own blades. But Thella did not wait to be someone else's target. She whirled, leaping up the bank and disappearing quickly from view. And the last of her raiders had gained the heights and were quickly lost up the slopes. No! Don't follow! Crendon bellowed from the front of the train. We've got people and beasts to help! Cursing at his bad luck, Jayge clambered over dead raiders on his way to the last wagon. Tino was already trying to help Nazer, while Alda was making her way down from the wagon top. I got two! Alda was shrieking at the top of her lungs. I got two with pans! You better find those pots, Tino told her firmly, and fill them from the river. And bring out the brazier. We need hot water. Get the fellas first, Alda, and a numbweed pot, Jayge said, wondering how Temma could possibly be alive with that hole in her shoulder. Nazer was weak with blood loss from several deep wounds, but he insisted that they attend Temma first. Together, Tino and Jayge stanched the flow as best they could until Alda brought them the medicines and proper bandages. Traders were accustomed to dealing with trail injuries, but more serious wounds would require a trained healer's skill. I'll get the hot water, Alda said, when they had done all they could for Temma and Nazer. Sniffling back her tears, she went off to retrieve the pots she had thrown. Sorrowful bawling reminded Jayge and Tino that there were other considerations almost as important as Temma and Nazer. Of the two yokes hauling the big wagon, both offsiders were dead, their backbones hacked in several places. Their bodies had, fortunately, afforded some protection to their yoke mates. Both were bleeding, but the cuts were superficial. Jayge and Tino could not shift the dead beasts, but they slapped numbweed salve liberally over the wounds of the survivors, poked some fellas into the beasts' mouths, and hoped that would ease their torment. It was only then that Jayge and Tino heard Borgold's loud complaint. If the Dragonriders saw this, he must help us, Borgold was shouting, repeating the words like a chant as he bent over his prized burden beasts, patting them here and there, oblivious to the blood pouring from severed arteries onto the gravelly roadway. Do you see them coming, Jayge? Borgold raised a bloody hand to shield his eyes from the sun, peering forlornly at the sky. Jayge and Tino exchanged pitying looks and walked on, carefully avoiding the hand and foot of a man buried under a rock slide. The little milch beasts had been caught by it, too. Jayge wondered if maybe he and Tino should try to round up the animals he had been herding along the track. They would be scattered all over, maybe even slaughtered, along with half the train's folk and burden beasts. Jayge! Crendon came striding toward him, bloody but relatively sound. Did that runner of yours come through this? Can you ride on to Far Cry and get help? Maybe this time a Dragonrider will help, Jayge cried. Dragonrider? What Dragonrider? Crendon mopped at the cut over his eye.
Irritated by the blood dripping down his face, he tore a strip off his shirt and wound it around his forehead.
If you and the runner are sound, don't waste time.
He paused, bending to examine a dead raider.
Dead. The ones they left are all dead. I saw that woman kill one herself, a man wounded in the leg.
He kicked at the dead man.
No one's going to tell us anything useful. Ride, boy! What are you waiting for?
Jayge swung up on Kesso, only then aware that his left leg was bleeding, and it felt as if he had taken a wound across his right hip. He grunted as he settled in the saddle, and Kesso willingly darted forward. No sooner were they around the bend than a figure jumped into the track. Jayge reached for his dagger when the man waved both arms urgently, limping toward him. A wounded raider, escaping from Thella's kindly knife?
Jayge, you've grown, but I knew you,
the man said, and Jayge remembered the voice that had given the Dragonrider alarm. Raiders! What in all the... His uncle? One of Thella's marauders?
Never mind that, Jayge,
Raiders said, hanging on to the stirrup leather, keeping one hand on Kessel's shoulder to prevent the restive beast from ramming him.
I'd no idea it was Crendon's train we were ambushing. She told me another name. I didn't even know you were back on the road again. Believe me, Jayge, I'd never hurt my own bloodkin.
Well, you're friends, Jayge replied, letting scorn edge his voice and seeing his uncle wince.
Have damned near done in your sister, Thella. Remember her? I don't know who else is dead for sure, but we've lost almost every burden beast we owned. I counted 4 smashed wagons at least.
Raiders gave a grim smile. The only thing Thella fears is Dragonriders. He scrambled up the bank, grabbing a bush to help himself to the top.
I did what I could. I've got to catch up, but tell them I tried to stop it once I knew who you were. Don't try so hard the next time, Raiders,
Jayge yelled after him. The underbrush closed in after the hobbling man, and Jayge stared after him. So there had been no Dragonrider in the sky, but he had to be grateful for the lie. Come on, Kesso. We've got to get help. The only reason Mandy was so quick to respond to Jayge's message was that the Far Cry holder needed the supplies the train was bringing. Why hadn't the train set out patrols? Jayge did not mention the offer from Askenar's forester.
Did Jayge know if the Weaver's Hall shipment was safe? If not, there would be no cloth to make warm winter clothes.
But even as Mandy rattled on with, "Why didn't you?" and "What did they?" he was organizing a rescue troop. He had ordered out the hold's healer, 3 helpers including his own lady, and every able-bodied man in the hold. He had seen that supplies and enough rope and tackle to lift even the heaviest wagon from the riverbank were packed onto runners, and a half-hour after Jayge came in, he was ready to ride out.
The dray beasts will take their own speed, but we'll be all ready to hitch them up when they do arrive at the gap, Mandy said confidently.
To Jayge's utter astonishment, they returned to find dragons and riders helping Crendon and the saddened Borgold, still mourning his losses. A brown dragon was in the process of lifting a terrified burden beast from the river gorge back onto the track. It was battered, but apart from being scared into dropping and watering all the way up, it would probably recover. But its yokemate was already being butchered. Jayge took care of his exhausted mount before he went to see Thella, who was lying far too pale in the wagon she had been protecting. Nazar was there, holding her hand, his own wounds bound and his dark skin as bleached as Themma's.
"You're back?"
Nazar asked, face and eyes dull. Jayge nodded. Nazar carefully placed Themma's hand down on the blanket and patted it tenderly.
"I'll clean you up. Raiders' blades often got snake glob on 'em."
When he emerged from Nazar's rough but thorough measures, Jayge was feeling no more pain, and his head was only a little dizzy from the fellas draft Nazar had made him swallow. He insisted on going with Mandy's troops and the green and blue Dragonriders who intended to follow the tracks of the retreating raiders. Sufficient bloodstains had been found leading up the hill to warrant a search. Wounded men would not be able to travel fast or far. But that hope ended when they found the bodies of 6 men and the toothless woman with their throats cut. Their wounds had all been dressed, and they had probably been killed after they had been dosed with Fellis. Jayge did not know whether he was glad or sorry that Raidus was not one of the dead. It was when the patrol began shifting the bodies to a shallow cave for interment that Jayge spotted the tight roll of sheets. He scooped it up before someone trampled it into the bloody ground. It was strange enough to find sheets of Bendarek's precious wood pulp leaves under a raider corpse, but examining the roll, Jayge had more shocks to absorb. Clearly written in a good, clear hand was the message, "Deliver to Asganar." The roll was neither sealed nor tied, and Jayge had no compunctions about taking a closer look. What he found was artwork, sketches of people. He nearly dropped the package when he uncovered a likeness of his uncle, and there were more, including ones of Thella in arrogant poses. Giron, his face more startlingly empty than it had looked in person, and others, two of whom Jayge realized were among the dead. Dropping to one knee, Jayge surreptitiously sliced away his uncle's likeness from the page. Then he rolled the whole thing up as tight as he could and called out in surprise. "Mandy, I think you should have charge of this," he said, holding it out. After one glance, Mandy shoved it into his jacket, frowning. Jayge got very busy as far away from the holder as possible. But the incident added to the other puzzles he had to try to piece together once he got back to the ambushed camp. Who could he talk to? Thella was holding her own, according to Nazer, but the man looked so distressed that Jayge held his tongue. He could not tell his father, so it would have to wait until he could talk to Thella. But on the long tramp back, Jayge decided that he owed Radis his silence. He was certain that if Radis had not raised a false alarm, the raiders would have killed them all. Why? Because Jayge had not been helpful that day at the Sky Brooms? Or because Armald had? That poor old clod was dead. Thella and Nazer had certainly been savagely attacked. Had Thella been after them in particular? Jayge would bet a bitch any odds that the raid had been punitive. Most of the train's goods had been bulky items, hard to pack up that slope and into the hills. And it was not as if the area was cave-pocked, where goods could have been stashed temporarily. Thella had been out to destroy, not loot. Why? She would have been caught long since if she went after every wagoner who answered her indiscreetly. And what about those sketches, addressed to Lord Asganar and cleverly left behind to be discovered? Clearly, someone in Thella's camp was not her ally, and that was some consolation to Jayge as he listened that night to Themma's fevered breathing. It was several days before the train could move out again. Mandy had to send back for wagons to take the loads from the ruined vehicles of the traders, and more wheels were called for to replace those damaged by the slides. All but one wagon left the site of the ambush, and 12 trader graves remained. Chapter 7. Limos Hold, Southern Continent. Telgar Hold, Present Pass 12. As much to escape wintering at Far Cry Hold as to pursue his own search, Jayge hired himself and Kesso out to one of Lord Asganar's roving troops. Thella and Nazer were envious, vowing to join him as soon as their wounds healed. Jayge tried to sound encouraging about that, but he had overheard the Hold healer talking to Lady Desana outside the temporary infirmary, and knew that it would be a long while before either recovered. Crendon proved more resilient than Borgold over their losses, and Mandy, unlike Childen of Kimmage, was willing to strike a fair deal with the two trader captains. Replacing the dead animals would have to wait until spring, and would take almost all their available marks. But in return for reasonable work in the hold, Crendon and Borgold would be allowed time and resources, including the assistance of the hold's carpenter and smithcraft journeyman, to repair their damaged wagons. Borgold, Crendon, and their wives sat at the high table for the evening meal, and Mandy consulted them often. So when snow blanketed the valley, the traders willingly helped Mandy's workmen finish the interiors of extensions built that summer. Finally, Borgold began to take an interest in the children orphaned by the raiders, and although his smile faltered when he inadvertently looked about for his son, Armald, he began to recover. Crendon, on the other hand, continued to brood over an attack which seemed to him to be totally unprovoked. Jayge decided that telling his father of his own suspicions would do nothing to improve the older man's depression. Jayge went off with the troop without having had the opportunity to tell Thella about Radis, and still pondering the significance of the sketches he had found so fortuitously. He assumed that one of Thella's wounded had dropped the roll, and it amused him to think that dead men could tell tales. Though he had not had much time to study the sketches, the faces were vividly burned into his memory. Some looked to have been more hurriedly executed than others, but all had been drawn with a clever economy of line, capturing pose and character, and Jayge was certain that he would recognize every one of them, although he could name only Thella, Giron, and Radis. Thella was the one most frequently drawn, in different poses and angles and, in a few cases, in what Jayge realized were disguises. At night, Jayge rehearsed those faces, all but the 6 dead, in his mind. If he saw any one of them, he would know them. He wondered what Asganar had made of the sketches. That first evening on the track from Far Cry Hold, once the stew pot was heating over the fire and the men were unrolling their sleep bags, the troop leader, a forester whom everyone, with varying degrees of respect and admiration, called Shwaki, came over to Jayge. Shwaki was a bull-necked man with massive arm and chest muscles from 20 turns of logging. He had a bit of a belly on him from drinking ale whenever he could get it and eating huge amounts of food, but he was nimble-footed and long-eyed, with a sparse fringe of brown hair and a rough-featured, long-jawed face. When the men had been gathering wood for their cave fire, Jayge had seen Shwaki throw an axe at a piece of wood, splitting it neatly down the center. He was told, and he had no trouble believing it, that Shwaki could axe wherries out of the sky. The burly man wore a variety of blades, ranging from light throwing hatchets to the 2-handed axe strapped to his saddle. To Jayge's complete surprise, Shwaki thrust a wad of well-thumbed sheets at him. "Memorize these faces. Them's who we're looking for. Any or all. Recognize any from your brush at the ravine?" "Only the dead ones," Jayge said, but he studied each face carefully, matching it up with his memory. What he held were copies, executed so hastily that they had none of the vitality of the original sketches. "How'd you know which was dead?" "I was with the trackers when they found the 6 with their throats slit. That Telgar woman..." Shwaki caught Jayge's shoulder in a painful grip. "How'd you know that?" He had lowered his voice, and his expression warned Jayge to keep his answers soft. "Armald, Borgal's son, one of those that got chopped down, recognized her when she met us." "Tell me," Shwaki said, and sat, folding his legs up to his chest, his back to the others. So Jayge told him, leaving nothing out but the fact of Radis's astonishing appearance. "I still don't know who saw a Dragonrider," he added. "I heard later that a sweep rider saw the train stopped and thought it had been caught in a landslide." "It had, hadn't it?" Shwaki's eyes crinkled up in a mirthless grin. "I took a good look, trying to figure that ambush out so we'd avoid such like." "And?" "I was pretty busy helping my folk." "Well..." Shwaki shifted his bulk, took a knife from his boot, and began to draw a diagram in the dirt. "That ambush was well planned. They was waiting for you. How come you never put out no point?" "We did. We found her dead, pushed over the bank. Couldn't ride flank. We were close enough to Far Cry by then." Shwaki waggled the dagger point in admonishment. "Until you're in the hold, you're not close enough. Any rate, there were 10 deadfalls ready, spaced out to crunch each of your wagons." "If they'd been spaced out in the usual intervals," Jayge broke in, holding up his hand, "as they had been on the flats at the Skybroom Plain the day we met. She planned it then, I know it." And Jayge tasted hatred in his mouth, sour and acrid. "If I catch her, I'll cut her throat." His hand went to his dagger. "Then it's over too quick, lad," Shwaki said, tilting his long head, his eyes glittering with a malice as savage as Jayge's. Then he tapped Jayge's knuckles lightly with his dagger. "If you catch her while in my patrol, you turn her over to me. She hasn't killed often or lately in those raids of hers, but you're not the only one who wants to see her dead. You was lucky your wagons was strung out up that steep slope. Another thing shows she's slipping. Your wagons didn't tip as easy as she thought they would. But," he held up the blade again, "she's getting careless. Or desperate." Shwaki did not sound so sure of that. "Lord Ashganar's been over the waybills on the trade goods you carried, and he can't find anything she'd have had such bad need of she'd take such risks to get." "How would Asganar know what she'd steal?" "Lord Asganar," Shwaki corrected, tapping him smartly on the knuckles, his expression severe. "Even in your own head, boy. And Lord Ashganar knows 'cause he's been making it his business to find out what she's been lifting, what she's got in that base camp of hers, what she might need. Besides, a little girl who hears dragons." Jayge was indignant. "Thella only mentioned a thief she was after, and I doubted her then, but she was angry." "Is that what she told you?" Shwaki asked, surprised. "A girl hearing dragons was the reason for attacking us?" Shwaki nodded his head wisely. "That's what I was told by that young bronze rider.
Such a girl would be very useful to someone like Thella. You can bet your last boot nail on that.
That'd be useful, Jayge admitted. He wondered why the Weyrs had not already searched her out for one of their queen eggs. You know, Armald recognized her, but he only called her Lady. He didn't say her name to her face, though he told us later.
Well, Armald is now dead. You took your share, and you said yourself that your aunt and the fourth man who met her that day damn near got killed, too.
He held his hand out to take back the sketches.
You've seen her, boy. You'll be helpful. That runner of yours good on hills?
The best, and he'll murder roosting wherries, give him the chance. Shwaki got up to return to his own bedroll.
Well, that'd cause undue noise, boy, and we want to move as fast and as quiet as we can, never knowing what we'll find.
One thing, Shwaki, the man who drew those sketches, how do we know who he is? We might kill him by mistake.
We're not to kill anybody, is my orders. Capture 'em and keep looking.
What are we looking for?
Best possible find would be their main base, but any caves, hiding places, are a help.
She won't be moving anywhere in the snow.
Aye, true. But cave holds stand out in snow, don't they? Then we map 'em, check 'em out, and if there are supplies hidden or buried, we fix 'em so they can't be used come spring.
And with that, Shwaki moved off. Torek in a rage at any time was a problem for his household. Torek fuming in the midday summer heat without the calming influence of either Shara, who had gone to the healer hall at Fort Hold, or Ramallah, who had gone to midwife a difficult birth down the west coast, was a burning firestone looking for someone to char. Pimer and Senator locked eyes and, with a few deft Harper signals passing between them, elected to take a positive and humorous tack.
Well, for sure they're all inlanders. Never been in so much as a rowing boat before, Pimer exclaimed, casting a jaundiced eye over at the limp figures on Master Garm's deck. Wilted. That's what they are. Wilted northern lilies. Ah, we'll take them in hand. He beckoned to a youngster hovering nearby. Sarah, go get some numbweed to slather on their sunburns, and some of those pills Shara uses for stomach disorders. Your mother will know which ones. Master Garm, Torek said, seething with wrath and indignation, you will pause only long enough to deliver the cargo from your hold, and then you will take those excrescences back where they came from. Now, hold her, Torek, Garm began placatingly. The sea crossing had been rough, and his passengers had deafened him with their complaints, threats, and unwelcome eruptions. He was certain he would never get the smell out of his big aft cabin. He did not care how much he got paid to take the puny bastard south. He would not go through it again. Those he had smuggled in for Torek had kept their distress to themselves. The pampered lot he had just legitimately brought over had bitched the entire crossing. Torek, they're still alive. When they gets over being so sick, you can get a lot of work out of them. Well-growed. Fed well, too, to judge by what came up that first day out. Torek was scowling as blackly as ever. The last thing I need here is a gaggle of spoiled, useless turds who'd never done an honest day's work and think they're going to walk into ready-made holes. I never should have agreed. That Harper talks so smooth. Sure he does, or he'd be no good at being Harper. Pimer would not stand for anyone to denigrate Master Robinson. But there's no reason you have to treat that stomach and sunburned sick bunch any differently than you've treated anyone else that fetched up in this harbor. He could not help grinning at the dawning comprehension on Torek's face. You didn't promise Falar or Robinson, nor would either of them expect it, to give these younger, holdless sons preferential consideration. They can sweat right alongside everyone else here. If they thought they'd wander aimlessly, picking ripe fruit from the trees and basking in the breezes and southern sun, you'll soon put 'em right. But, Torek stopped, flicking his angry eyes from the wretched young man on Garm's deck to the sandy coastline spreading east. No buts, Torek, Pimer went on while Senator's fingers flew in a cautionary sign. They get a day or two to recover, and then they get assigned tasks. Pimer grinned slyly. Suitable to their abilities. You're still Torek, Southern holder, and you've the right to hold any way you choose. At least they're used to jumping when a holder says jump. They're better disciplined than some of those holdless louts Garm's brought you. In fact, I'd say once those lads recover from sunburn and seasickness, they might surprise you. Pimer sounded very positive and sure of himself. Torek just kept looking at the figures sprawled on the deck and over the rails of Garm's ship.
You whipped more into line than I thought you would, Torek, Garm said, beginning to warm to Pimer's line. You can do it again. Just leave 'em loose. The good ones'll survive. Torek was wavering. Then he scowled. You'll take no messages back with you, Garm, that I haven't seen first. How many of 'em have fire lizards? Oh, 5 or 6, Garm said after a moment's thought. They're all younger sons, Pimer added reassuringly. No queens or bronzes, then? No. 2 blues, a green, and 1 brown, Garm answered. The critters didn't hang around that long after the lads started getting seasick, and they're not back yet. Torek snorted, his manner relaxing a trifle. Send them out to Hamian, or over to Big Lagoon. Most of them should know drum code. With Torek calmed down, Pimer was full of useful suggestions. He did not want to get stuck with another drum tower assignment, not when Torek had not yet kept his part of their bargain and let Pimer loose to explore. Let 'em go. The smart ones will want to learn, the dumb ones will kill themselves off. Listening to them natter before we set sail, they all sort of thought they were going to be given holds, Garm put in hesitatingly. First they've got to prove their ability. To me. Torek jerked his thumb at his chest. Oh, bring them in. Pimer, Ramallah's not here. You know how to dose them. Senator, see if Murda can find beds for them tonight. I'll see where to send them. Shards. Why did they have to get here so soon? We had good winds, Garm replied, misunderstanding Torek's complaint as he wiped sweat from his weathered brow. Made a nice fast trip. He caught his dinghy's painter and hauled the boat in for the row back to his ship. Too fast, Pimer said softly, catching Senator's eye. They could have used a few more days to prepare Torek for the invasion. I devoutly hope that there are a few sensible ones. You recognize any of them? Senator asked as the two climbed the harbor steps. At the top, small groups of children, having seen Torek's departure, began to line the railing, pointing to the ship. Pimer could hear their giggles and unkind comments. Not from here, or in their condition, Pimer shrugged. I expect Grogi sent a couple. The one really smart son stayed at Smithcraft Hall. A couple weren't bad. He kept them all, fosterlings and the Bloods, in line. Lord Sangels would be accustomed to heat. Might even know something about crops. Corman's lot are probably still charging around the eastern holds, looking for Thella, the clever Lady Holdless. Pimer, one day that quick tongue of yours is going to get you in trouble. It has, Pimer said, grinning wryly. Then his smile changed to one of unforced approval as young Sarah came up with a basket full of lotions and vials. Good girl. Pills for their ills. Go help Murda, sweetness. Asganar alighted from the dragon, landing heavily, which was exactly how he felt. Heavy, disturbed, and knowing no other alternative to the problem. Certainly it was kinder for him, Lared's foster brother, to break the news. Kavan, looking no less enthusiastic but more determined, dropped lightly to the ground beside the Lemos Lord Holder. Heth turned his head toward the two, eyes glinting green-blue in reassurance. Kavan gave him a solid slap on the shoulder and crunched over the newly fallen snow to the impressive steps leading up to Telgar Hold's main entrance. It was cold enough not to linger, and Asganar followed the young bronze rider. They reached the top step just as the door was opened and just as Heth took wing up to keep the watch Dragonrider company on the sun-struck fire heights. Etan sent word down that you were coming, Lared said, looking pleased to see them. You'll be surprised at what a fine lad he is. Asganar was thrown off balance. Etan? Your nephew. Or had you forgotten I've a third fine son? Lared gestured diffidence. You've other concerns. Good day to you, Kavan. Are you part of this? Kavan nodded, shedding his helmet and loosening his flying jacket, then making work of matching his gauntlets and tucking them into his belt. My office, then. But surely you'll both have some claw or a mulled wine. Later, perhaps. Dulce's close by, and I think I'd like to finish my cup while you explain this visit. Dulce? Lared called. His wife appeared with a tray and 3 steaming cups. I took the liberty, Asganar, Kavan. It'll help loosen the chill from your tongues, Lared said, while Dulce served them. Then she discreetly withdrew to the great hall, and Lared led the way to his private room. There's no way to buffer this one, Lar, Asganar said, taking one of the chairs.
He put down his cup, opened his double-fronted fleece jacket, and hauled out the sketches, which he dropped on the table. "Have a look at them." Ashganar had put the sheet with the drawings of Thella on the bottom. Lerad, his frown growing deeper as he examined each face, exhaled when Thella's likeness appeared and sank slowly to his chair. "I thought her dead since the past began. I'm sorry, Lar, but she's very much alive, and far too active." Lerad flicked the sheets back and forth, always returning to the ones of Thella. The fingers of his left hand drummed an irregular rhythm on the polished wood of his work table. Then he tapped Giron's face. "This is Ramart's missing brown rider?" A dragonless man. Tema of the Lilcamp train, the one that was ambushed 6 days ago, identified him and Thella as those who were looking for Dowell and his family." Lerad looked baffled. "Dowell's daughter, Aramina, hears dragons," Ashganar said. Kavan shifted restlessly in his chair. "I fail to see a connection," Lerad said hesitantly. Lerad looked baffled. "Dowell's daughter, Aramina, hears dragons," Ashganar said. Kavan shifted restlessly in his chair. "I fail to see a connection," Lerad said hesitantly. "A girl who heard dragons would be of inestimable help to a raider," Lerad said after Ashganar had explained. "And you were her rescuer, Kavan?" "Not me, sir." Kavan smiled, relieved that Lord Lerad seemed disposed to be helpful. "My dragon, Heth." Heth's bugle was audible, even through the thick walls of the hold. Lord Lerad merely nodded. "But I don't see why, Thella." He looked even more distressed, as if the use of her name amounted to an actual accusation. "Would savagely attack a harmless wagon train." Ashganar shrugged. "When goods were missing, it was bad enough. But to kill innocent people, I agree. A heinous crime, inexcusable, contemptible. You know we've thought that only one group was responsible for the systematic looting all along our eastern range." "All Thella's work?" Lerad was incredulous and obviously hoped to hear a negative reply. "Certainly the largest part of it. She's the obvious leader of her own band. And..." Lerad paused, then leaned forward and shuffled the damning sheets into a neat pile. "Who drew these? Someone buying leniency? We're assuming it was a Harper infiltrator. Robinson did say that he'd help all he could." "Oh, yes, I recall that. So, how can I assist you?" "She's found somewhere to use as a base camp," Ashganar said, gesturing to detailed hold maps on Lerad's wall. "She also uses others as way camps, burying travel supplies and grain for her runners." "The grain that was stolen from Kadros' hold?" Ashganar nodded. He felt considerable sympathy for Lerad, who was still fighting against the evidence that his own blood was responsible for the scavenging. "I'm hoping that you might know of a cave somewhere in the mountains of Telgar which Thella might be using." Lerad passed a hand across his face, but when he dropped the shield, his expression was obdurate, and Ashganar knew that he had made his difficult decision. "When Thella left here, spring of the turn before the present pass, she took with her copies of the hold maps." "Well, that explains a lot," Ashganar said admiringly. "She'd know every nook and cranny in your hold to hide in. And don't be too upset. I'm certain she managed to get copies from me, Bitra, Karun, and Igan. Nothing if not thorough, your sister. As of this moment, Ashganar, and Kavan, you bear witness, she is no longer of my bloodkin. I shall have the Harper disown her." Ashganar nodded acknowledgement of that rejection. Kavan raised his right hand, accepting the witness. Lerad strode purposefully to the map and studied it finger-length by finger-length. Suddenly, he stabbed his forefinger on one spot. "Here is where she is likely to be. Our father, Tarathel, gave her own way in most things, mounted her well, and took her with him on his trips around the holds. She mentioned once in my hearing that she had a place she could hold against all comers. She often disappeared on her own for days at a time. She was seen several times by the herdsmen in that vicinity. I hadn't remembered it till now. She'd be entirely too familiar with the resources. She was bloody clever, you know." There was a hint of respect in the level voice.
She didn't rob Telgar holes often enough to make me suspicious. Or, to be quite candid, he amended with a grim smile, to be suspicious enough to take it further. I did think she was dead. We found a set of runner-beast shoes in a ravine. Our farrier said he'd hot-shod those to one of Thella's mares. I assumed she'd been caught by Threadfall at the same time. Lord Lared, might it be a good idea to send one of your fire lizards to see if anyone's in that hold? Kavan asked. I'm always taught not to assume anything. He chuckled. Ass? You? Me? Asganar suddenly found that his ear was extremely itchy and ducked his head, while Lared gave Kavan a long, thoughtful look. Now, that is an extremely constructive suggestion, Kavan, the Telgar holder said. You'll make wingleader when you're grown. My thanks. Our thanks, Asganar said. She'd have a watch out for sweep riders, but not for our clever little friends. If you can tell them just where to look. Lared called for his fire lizard queen and Dulce's bronze, cracking the door to let them in. I think I know a landmark to give them to find the place. I've not been in that vicinity often, but the map indicates a wide plateau. They'd have to be using the hearths, and in this chill weather, smoke, wood, or blackstone would be obvious. Kavan approved of the fire lizard's prompt appearance and the intelligence obvious in their attention to Lared's instructions. They chirruped happily, and Lared let them out his office window, a narrow slit which the two fire lizards navigated by flying up it, sideways. This is marked as a holding. Are the inhabitants in her band too? Asganar asked. No one's held there for 100 or more turns. It was one of the places which a plague of those times wiped out. No one else was willing to take it over. Is the entire complex marked? Would there be hold records showing the extent of it? I'd prefer to know exactly how to catch the whole gang. I would, too. Lared walked his finger along the dates on the tomes of records on his shelves before he took one down and placed it on the table. These diagrams are exceedingly old, but we have them for almost every mine and cave system, he told them, with a touch of pride in his voice. Asganar, examining the pages spread open for him, thought that Lared had every right to be proud. By the first egg! That's remarkable! At first he had eyes only for the remarkable clarity of the drawing. What sort of ink did they use? How old is this? That I can't guess, nor the substance used. Asganar ran respectful fingers along the edge of the opaque sheet. Lared grinned wryly. Thicker than your sheets, Asganar, but no give to it. You can't erase or reuse it, either. He sounded as if he found that a disadvantage. Kavan had turned from the drawing to its legend. Look! Even the height of each section of tunnel is recorded. He gave a soft whistle. Whew. Now that's mapping. They knew how in those days, Lared said, beginning to shake off the shock of his sister's intransigence. Telgar was the third hold established. Yes, some of those subsidiary shafts, even the narrow, low ones, would make ideal bolt holes, Asganar said, eagerly addressing the real issue. He strode back to the map, examining the area around the suspect cave. Yes, and access to it along a number of tracks. Lared, you don't need to feel obliged. Lared drew himself up straight. I do, and I am. We'll need copies of that quadrant of the area and of that old cave map. Who else have you asked to join us in this sortie? Asganar grimaced, scratching his right ear. I would rather we kept it between us, Lared. Kavan volunteered since he's already involved. The fewer who know, the better I'd feel. And I mean, just in this room for the time being. Now that I have your understanding and cooperation, Asganar conveyed his sympathy and respect by giving his brother-in-law's shoulder a brief, firm squeeze. It's a matter of organization and strategy, making sure none of them escape us. We both have trained men. I've roving troops of foresters in that general area right now. Falar and Lessa, because of the girl, have offered Benden's assistance. So a quick in and out would see us in position at all these exits, he explained, tapping the relevant points. And for a frontal assault. If we keep the whole affair between us, it could be managed quickly and with the least fuss. Lord Lared, that mountain hold you sent the fire lizards to is definitely occupied, Kavan surprised them by saying. Lared looked at the window, then turned to Kavan for an explanation. Heth listened, the Dragonrider said. Asganar grinned uninhibitedly. Lad, you're a marvel. Dragons make useful go-betweens, Kavan said in a droll voice. Asganar stared at him for 1 second before he broke out in a peal of laughter. Even Lared, who was not quite as quick to see a pun, chuckled at last. Wild, happy chirps announced the return of the fire lizards. They swooped to Larad's shoulders and made much of rubbing their cold bodies against his face. He stroked their delicate heads before finding tidbits for them in his pocket. "Now, sir," Kavan said, "while you and Lord Asganar discuss strategy, I'll make copies of these to take back to Bendon for duplication." Asganar and Lared exchanged glances and then began to formulate their plans. The Dragonriders burst into the cold mountain air just at dawn, while the frozen sentry was nodding off to sleep. Alerted to his presence by a bronze fire lizard, they were able to sneak up on him, and one deft blow turned sleep to unconsciousness. Men slid off dragonbacks, slipping and sliding into position, while Falar, Tegellan, Fanor, Asganar, and Lared checked to be sure all were ready. The 3 wings of dragons then lifted with amazing quiet to nearby ridges, holding themselves ready to spot any escapees. "And I thought between was cold," Asganar muttered under his breath, flexing his gloved, icy fingers and working his toes in his fleece-lined boots. He turned his face slightly so that the puffs of warm air from his fire lizard kept his nose from freezing. A little trickle was running from one nostril, and he sniffed, then glanced to either side of him, wondering if the troopers had heard him. The lad on his right did not look old enough to be a veteran, but the burly man on his left was exactly the kind to guard one's vulnerable side. His name was Shwaki, Asganar remembered. Lared had insisted on being in on the frontal assault, though any of the others would have been glad to spare him. The Telgar Lord had been like that as a fosterling, too, Asganar remembered. He had hated to be gulled, and he had been dead keen to set matters right once he had learned that he had been made a fool of. Day had never taken so long to come, Asganar thought, feeling the cold eat through his heavy coverings. He was beginning to shiver, and tried to control it. "Sir," someone whispered from his left, and he saw a hide-covered bottle extended. "A sip will stop that." Asganar gratefully accepted and gasped at the raw spirits. He had expected nothing more potent than hot claw. "It did," he mouthed, still feeling the heat of that sip. "Pass it on. The lad'll need it too," Shwaki said, nodding to Asganar's right. All in the same state, Asganar thought, and passed it. He experienced a mild shock at his first glimpse of his neighbor's face. The boy was older than he had looked in profile, and his expression was far more grim than cold. He mouthed a thanks and sipped easily, seemingly accustomed to such rough liquor. Not just grim, Asganar thought, returning the bottle to Shwaki. His neighbor was more intense than that, vindictive and blood-hot despite the freezing cold. Asganar hoped that there was experience there as well as incentive. A false move would flush their quarry, and they would have to go through the whole thing all over again. He wanted the matter settled that morning. There were other important things to attend to. The sun was finally above the eastern peaks, its clear light painting the snow in gold, dappled with shadowed blues and blacks. The plateau above and to their right glistened, sparkling as sun-struck ice like beams of light bouncing off diamonds. Suddenly, the signal was given, and the men who had lain or crouched just in front of the trampled-down forecourt of the hold sprang to their feet and charged forward, wielding a ram to force the door. But the door proved to be unbarred, and the impetus of their forward motion put the men of the first troop into the main cavern before they could unsheathe their swords. Lared pushed past them toward the chamber that he felt his sister would be using. But there were sleeping bodies along the corridor, and someone had wit enough to trip him, yelling at the top of his lungs while Lared sprawled untidily on the stone floor. Asganar helped him to his feet, while Shwaki and his other companion plunged on down the gallery, swinging left and right at the sleepers who, awakened by the racket, rose to fight. Even as Lared yelled at them to take the right fork, Shwaki and the younger trooper turned to the left. Others surged in behind them, and Lared and Asganar went on alone. When they reached their destination, they found the door barred and had some difficulty angling the ram for maximum effect. When the door was finally hanging on its hinges, the room they entered was empty, except for scattered pieces of clothing. Asganar spotted the other doors, and the battering ram was brought into use again. Each successive room showed signs of frantic packing. Asganar consulted his map of the complex and tried to relax. True, there was a series of smaller chambers off the main one, but all exits were well guarded. No one could escape. Shouts resounded, often making the words unintelligible. A messenger found Lerad and Asganar to tell them that the main chamber was secure, all the left-hand tunnels cleared of their quarry, and prisoners taken. "Any chance that Thella's among them?" Asganar asked. "No, sir. I've her face right here," the man said, holding out the sketch in his hand. "Several women, but not one like her." "This is the best set of apartments," Lerad said in a quiet, taut voice. "These have to have been hers." Asganar did not remark upon the obvious, that there had been unmistakably male accoutrements in 2 of the rooms. They moved forward to crouch in a narrow, low tunnel. Asganar dropped to crawl on hands and knees and ended up, with Lerad, in what appeared to be a dead end. "Can't be," Lerad said. "Glows! Forward, some glows!" "There was an exit to this group. I know it," Asganar said, frustrated. Before illumination could be brought, they heard an ominous rumble and felt the stone beneath their fingers and knees shake. The sound seemed to continue for a long time. "Lord Asganar, Lord Lerad, are you there, sirs?" "Yes, Shwaki. What was that noise?" "Here, Jayge, take the basket. You're more agile than I am." "Sirs, it was an avalanche. We're going to have to dig our way out." "Avalanche?" Lared's anxious expression, lit by the glow basket, matched his worried tone, but the crouching young trooper seemed to make nothing of their cramped and closed-in condition. His face reflected so much hatred and frustration that Asganar was stunned. A man that young ought not to feel such passions, he thought. "Yes, sir," Jayge said. "They'd a deadfall arranged. Someone got out to release it. They've used that trick before. Didn't anyone think to check?" "You forgot yourself," Lerad said icily. "Jayge?" Asganar slewed around and took the glow basket from him. "You were in that ambush at Far Cry, weren't you?" "Yes, sir." "Bloodkin lost?" "Yes, sir," he replied, the courtesy not as sullenly added. "This isn't the dead end it looks like. See the marks there on the ground? Something scraped." Lerad and Asganar heaved and pushed, thinking of a cantilevered slab. "Lords," Shwaki called, "you're needed out front. We'll keep on here." Lerad and Asganar crawled back out to where they could stand erect again, and Shwaki gave a fuller report. "The Bendin Were leader's got his dragons digging us out. We've accounted for all but 3 of the faces in those drawings, and some who weren't, plus one guy who swears blind he's got to talk to whoever's in charge. And there are troops following every alley and furrow in the place." Lerad swore under his breath, his expression unreadable. "Which 3 faces, Shwaki?" Asganar asked. "The woman they call Thella, the empty-faced man someone said was dragonless, and one other, a real brute." "Shwaki, you're too broad to crawl that tunnel," Asganar said, letting Lerad digest the news. "Find someone else to go down and help Jayge. And a crowbar or chisel would be useful if you can find such tools in here." "We found an awful lot of stuff, Lord Asganar. They'd settled in with nothing missing." "Thank you, Shwaki. The tools, please, and as many men as needed to find that exit." He took Lerad by the arm and escorted him back to the main chambers. The smallest room, which had only one entrance, was where the prisoners were being guarded. One of Lerad's men greeted the 2 holders and returned the drawings. "They're all here, and 16 more, Lord Lerad." "Any casualties on our side?" Lerad asked, noticing bloody head wounds and other signs of injury among the prisoners. "A broken bone or 2 when the avalanche caught people unawares. Them," the trooper said contemptuously. "We mostly caught still in their bedrolls. There's one over in that small room that you should speak to." He nodded to his left, in the direction of the main hall of the complex, where one of Asganar's foresters stood guard. "And there's some fresh claw in the pot," he added, gesturing to the bigger hearth where a fire had been freshened and a huge kettle was slightly steaming. "They live pretty good, all right." Asganar steered Lerad toward the hearth, and a trooper sprang to serve them. Then they went to see the man the guard had mentioned. When they entered the room, he rose, smiling with obvious relief. "Did they escape after all?" "I'll ask the questions," Lerad said sternly. "Certainly, Lord Lerad." He turned his head to nod politely at the Limousin. "Lord Asganar?" Then he waited. "Who are you?" Lerad asked after a long pause. The man showed not the slightest bit of tension or insolence. "My name is Pershar, Lord Laird, a journeyman whom Master Robinson hoped could penetrate this band. I gather that someone finally sent you the sketches I've been dropping whenever and wherever I could. I'd swear Thella has eyes in the back of her head. Did she escape? Please, the suspense is very hard on my stomach." "Pershar? Would the name Anama mean anything to you?" Asganar asked, pulling at Laird's sleeve before the other could interrupt. "Of course." The man's long face was wreathed with a happy smile. "Lord Vincent's second daughter. I did her portrait. Oh, far too many turns back, I fear. She'll be grown and married, with children of her own to be painted, I've no doubt." "He's Pershar, all right," Asganar assured Laird. Taking a seat at the table, he noticed that Pershar had not been idle while waiting. There were more sketches. "It was the only way I had of dropping information. Not that they suspected me, but it was as well not to raise any doubts whatsoever. The lady Thella, the woman is holdless," Laird said harshly. "Exactly her problem," Pershar replied with some acerbity, then sighed. "She styled herself Lady Holdless, and while not appropriate, as she did hold here," his long hand made a graceful gesture indicating the room they were in, "she was devilish quick, quite brilliant with her schemes, flawless almost, so I had to be cleverer still." "Did she escape?" His eyes sought Asganar's, almost pleading, certainly urgent. Asganar nodded, disgusted. "We think so. But until we've re-established communications with those outside, we can't be certain." "We had every hole out of this warren covered," Laird said, stalking about the small room. "I heard the avalanche," Pershar said in a lugubrious tone. "That means someone got out. I'd lay odds with a beach run she did. Unless you caught Giron or Radis. Those three used the right-hand rooms. The guard said all but 3 of the faces in your invaluable drawings are accounted for. Thella, the dragonless man, and the heavy-set man." "That'd be Dushik. Thella sent him off on some special affair as soon as we made it back here. So at least Radis is accounted for, if they're the only ones missing. Yes, either Giron or Thella herself loosed that avalanche. She was rather taken with the notion. Had all of us working on it during the last fall. Bloody cold work." Pershar shivered dramatically. "Is there any more claw in the pot?" he asked hopefully. It took just as long for the dragons to dig them out as it did for Pershar to discover, after he had drunk his claw, that Radis was not among the prisoners. And it took twice as long for Jayge to discover how to open the clever door. "And there was where we underestimated Thella," Asganar said, with as grim a smile as Laird's. "Gone up a bit, you might say," he added, unable to stifle the observation as he stared up the vertical tunnel through which escape had been effected. "Your charts were a trifle out of date, Laird." Laird cursed, and Asganar listened sympathetically. Jayge had scrambled up the rungs of the ladder and come out well above the entrance stormed by the troops. "The avalanche was set off from here!" he hollered down. Both men clasped hands on their ears against the echoes his call set up. "A bronze Dragonrider says that he sent out sweep riders. They can't have gotten far on foot." Laird leaned disconsolately against the wall, shaking his head, and sighed at the futility of their efforts. "She knows how to use snow staves. She's very good at it. We can send messages ahead to be on the lookout for 3 refugees. Send copies of Pershar's sketches," Asganar said, as Laird once more got down on hands and knees to navigate the low tunnel. "We've blocked up most of the caves we think she's been using. She's going to have a long, cold trip before she finds any safety at all." He saw Laird just in front of him, shaking his head. "If we can get just a little cooperation from Seifer, Laudi, and Corman, surely someone will notice 3 such unusual people out and about at this time of year." Once they emerged from the tunnel, Laird strode purposefully through the rooms where troopers were already gathering up the more expensive-looking articles of clothing and miscellaneous items. Asganar followed, storing up hopeful suggestions, racking his brains to think of some logical and ultimately successful course of action. It was ludicrous that they should have failed. Yet they had. When Asganar saw Laird making for the eating area, he paused, looking around for one of the Bendon Dragonriders. Falar, Fënor, and 3 troopers, still busy jotting down notes on improvised slates, came out of the storage area of the cavern. "I found the Cadros whole grain. They've got stables back there, baled fodder in quantity, and supplies enough to eat as well as Holds and Weyrs does," Falar said, slapping his heavy fleece gauntlets against his leg. "What are we going to do with those, anyway?" "Whose hold does this place fall in, Lerad? Yours or mine?" Asganar asked. "Does it matter?" "Well, sort of. You've got all those mines, and I have trees, but trees don't need much tending in the winter, and your mines can be worked year-round." Lerad turned, a look of surprise on his face, but Asganar felt that was an improvement on despair. "I tell you what," Asganar went on, "let's leave them with enough to keep them going through the winter. What with the snowslide and all, I doubt they can get out, and I'm certainly not going to ask Bendon dragons to give them the treat of their sordid lives. Let's see who's alive come spring." Falar and Fënor found that solution amusing, as did the troopers, who tried to disguise their grins. At the last, a slight smile tugged at Lerad's mouth, and he began to regain his usual manner. "I think I had better leave someone in charge after all," he remarked. "Thella has really improved this place. It's isolated, but a stout holding." "All right, then. Let's get busy." Asganar clapped his hands together to call the troopers and foresters to attention. "What have you got on those sheets? I don't want to keep the dragon men here any longer than necessary. We'll want to move the bulk out as fast as we can." "Lord Asganar, some of the supplies still have purchasers' markings." "Good man. That'll spare us a lot of trouble. Shwaki, organize your troop to haul identifiable things up front. I'll go separate what this lot... How many are there? 40? Well, I leave rations for 40 for 3 months, and then we'll come back to see who wants to work for a living." "Meanwhile?" Falar asked politely, his eyes dancing at Asganar's masterful organization. "Oh, please, Falar, find that unholy trio." Chapter 8. Telgar Hold, to Karun Beastmaster Hold, Southern Continent, Bendon Hold, Present Pass, 12. When the Dragonriders brought Jayge, Shwaki, and the other volunteers back to their camp, Jayge collected his pay and a written warranty from Shwaki attesting to his character and service, then strapped his gear on Kesso's saddle and left. Shwaki did his best to talk the younger man out of making such a long trip in winter. Even the fairly temperate Limousin Valley would soon be clogged with snow. But seeing that his efforts were in vain, he let the boy go and promised to take the note Jayge wrote his father back to Far Cry. When Jayge took his leave of Lord Asganar, the holder expressed his regret at losing such a clever auxiliary. Pershar was distressed when he discovered that his sketches of Radis were strangely missing from the roll that Asganar had copied and distributed. Dushik, whom Pershar called the most ruthless and cruel of all Thella's followers, had not returned from the errand Thella had sent him on. So, in effect, they had failed in achieving the primary aim of the dawn sortie. Thella, Giran, Radis, and Dushik were still at large, and, as Pershar said without mincing words, exceedingly dangerous. There were plenty of holdless folk desperate enough to throw in their lot with such successful renegade leaders. Finding a new base in the hills behind Limos and Bitra would not be difficult, and the band could start up all over again. Pershar drew several views of Radis to be distributed along with those of Thella, Giran, and Dushik. Ever cautious, he asked Asganar and Lerad to hint to the captives that he, Pershar, had managed to escape, for, he said with a heavy sigh, he might be called on to help again, and wanted to do so with impunity. Meanwhile, he rather thought he would like to go back to Nerat. He had not really felt warm since he left, and he had heard that Anama, Vincent's pretty daughter, now had children whom he would like to paint. Lord Lerad assigned Edic, a trustworthy, diligent herdsman, as temporary holder. Most of Thella's band were genuinely relieved that they were not to be made holdless again. They were all afraid of the possibility of Dushik's reappearance, and were reassured by Edic's presence. Lerad and Asganar reinforced that sense of security by offering a substantial reward for any sight of the man in the vicinity, and double that for his capture. Jayge was driven by mixed emotions, chief of which was revenging the deaths of Armald and his other friends, and exacting retribution for the economic losses sustained by the train from Thella's attack. And in the back of his mind was always the thought that if Radis had had sufficient loyalty to risk death to stop the attack on his bloodkin, then perhaps he could be persuaded to leave Thella's malign influence. Jayge had always admired his big uncle. Radis's departure from Kimmage had seriously depressed the young Jayge, who could not comprehend why Radis had deserted them in that terrible situation. His father had explained that Radis had every right to leave in search of more suitable employment. And before long, Jayge had come to recognize Childen's many little ways of humiliating the impoverished traders, giving them the most unsavory chores, and condescending even about the food they ate and the quarters they were crowded into. Proud Radis could not have endured such treatment. Jayge, only 10 turns old, had had no choice. Even if he had been old enough to strike out on his own, he would never have left his sick mother, Gledia, behind. But at 23, and driven by revenge rather than humiliation, Jayge could take the winter, while the trader train was snowbound, to set out to settle his debt. He reasoned that if he could stay close to the amazing girl who heard dragons, whose ability had caused so much trouble for those he loved, he might also find Thella. He did not think that Thella would give up on her own pursuit of Aramina, either because without her secure mountain camp she would need the girl's talent more than ever, or out of revenge for the loss of that fine base. When Jayge had seen her there on the track to Far Cry, surveying the damage her plans had wreaked on his train, he had thought her malevolence unusual. Her knifing that burden beast had been an act of savage, almost deranged vengeance, and her imbalance had been further demonstrated by her willingness to let everyone in her hold be killed by that avalanche, once she and her chosen followers were safe. Aramina might have been taken to Holds and Weyrs, but was she truly safe there if Thella was still at large? The fugitives had been forced to flee with little preparation, and would certainly steal without hesitation. To make it across the winter trails to Holds and Weyrs, they would need supplies and information, both of which were most easily acquired at Igan Low Caverns. According to Pershar, Thella, Giron, Dushik, and Radis had often gone there, so Jayge made the caverns his first stop, pushing Kesso to his limits in order to arrive before his quarry. To his chagrin, he learned that the best eyes and ears of the place had been found dead of a broken neck. Everyone was bemoaning the death of the footless old seaman, Brere, out of one side of their mouths, while calling him a dreadful cheat, rogue, extortionist, and pervert out of the other. Still, the Igan Low Caverns seemed a good place to start looking. The cavern was buzzing about the spectacular raid on Thella's base, all sorts of people relating the tale with many fanciful embellishments that Jayge did not bother to correct. There was considerable confusion about how many raiders there had been and what had become of them. Some believed that Lord Lared, and who could have blamed him, had had them transported to his mines. Everyone knew the holder needed help in those black pits of his, considering the shortage of metals needed to make the weapons for fighting thread, not to mention those other queer things the mastersmith was always banging away at. Others were of the opinion that the offenders had been shipped south, and there was a curiously fearful sort of envy over that fate. Jayge listened closely, wondering if there were any substance to the rumor. Would Thella and Giron have gone south with Radis to disappear in what some claimed was a vast continent, and others thought was merely an island like Ista, only larger? Were they on their way to the boiling waters of the southern seas? Everyone knew how hot it was there, hotter than Igan ever could be. No. Somehow he was positive that Thella would still attempt to secure Aramina, if only to kill the girl, and he particularly did not want Radis to be involved if it came to that. By Jayge's reckoning, the fugitives would have made very slow progress out of the mountains, even using snow staves, which were more help on snowy hill slopes than in wooded areas. Bendon Dragonriders were making frequent random sweeps over the mountains during the daylight hours, and even desperate people would not attempt to travel that terrain in the dark. Despite a grudging admiration for Dragonriders like Falar, Tegelan, and the young Kavan, Jayge did not hold out much hope that they would actually catch the fugitives. That would spoil everything. He did not wish it to be that easy. Jayge felt he had time to spare to search for a possible lair within the complex. Exploring the less frequented passages, he found several promising sites, none with any signs of recent occupation, but all with small entrances partially or completely concealed from casual observation. From one old trader friend of his father's, Jayge did establish that Thella and Giron had been in the low caverns during the time the Lilkamp Amhold train had been taking on its shipments for Far Cry. He showed the sketch of Radis to the trader, and although the man had not seen Radis with Thella at that time, the sketch was much admired for itself. "Why, you expect a man to draw breath. Nice-looking chap. Your kin, you say? Aye, no one could deny the blood between you. Now, whoever did this so handy? What did they use? Charcoal would have smudged. Lead, you say? They'd be expensive. Of course, you being trader-connected, you'd have the chance." With one of his few marks, Jayge bought from a trader a tattered but fairly accurate map of the eastern state's shores, Keroon to Bendon, including Bitra and the easternmost section of Limos. While in several spots the creases of the hide made the lines difficult to decipher, caves were marked, large and small, watered or dry, as well as all the holes and the best routes for various sorts of haulage. He also listened carefully to the nighttime conversations around the main fires when the jugs were passed, encouraging conviviality. Apparently, Dowell and his family had been such long-term residents that they were well known. Everyone was still amazed that their Aramina had made it to Bend & Weyr, where eggs were hardening. Everyone was rather pleased with the notion that their Aramina, raised in Igan Low Caverns, was certain to impress the queen egg on Bendon's hatching ground, and they were basking in her achievement. It had become known fact that Dowell, Barla, and the other two children had gone back to Ruatha, reinstated into their original home by Lord Jackson, who had given them workmen to repair it, and who generally treated Barla as long-lost bloodkin. The family was half the world away from Thella, and Aramina was safe in Bend & Weyr. Jayge did not agree. No one was safe from that woman while she drew breath. In his travels as a trader, Jayge had met all sorts of people, most of whom he could forget as soon as he moved on, but Thella was unique. She was the most evil person he had ever encountered. She deserved to be dropped down a smooth hole in the ground and left there. Finally, with the valuable map and the sketches of Radis carefully wrapped and secured against his chest, Jayge turned Kesso southeast along the bright waters of Keroon Bay. He kept to the well-traveled routes, as a lone rider on back trails would be easy prey for petty thieves looking for what they could get. Thella's gang may have been the best organized and most successful, but it was hardly the only one. Despite the fatigues of travel, Jayge did not sleep well. He kept going over and over that fateful raid. The rock falls, the wagons toppling, and the stones that missed their targets and went on rumbling down the river ravine. He kept reliving his own part in the fight and wondering how he could have saved Tema from her frightful wound, protected Nazer, killed more of the raiders. He was haunted by the sight of that foot and hand sticking out of the rubble. They seemed to twitch in his dreams, as did Armald's pitiful hulk sprawled on the gravel road. He kept seeing Tema with her shoulder pinned by that barbed spear to the wall of her own wagon, and always Thella, poised on that boulder, directing all that horror, and throwing the knife that severed Borgal's pet beast's tendons. To keep from dreaming, he would walk around and around, watching the sharp, clear stars out over the sea, conjuring the vision of himself lowering Thella by rope into a deep, smooth-sided pit, and hearing her screams, and then her pleas to be released. At Keroon Hold, a trader friend of Crendon's suggested that Jayge help out one Beastmaster Uvor, who was taking 4 fractious mares to the stallions at the Beastmaster Hold in Keroon. At the moment, he was resting them from their sea voyage. "Resting his belly from seasickness," the trader remarked with a sniff. "Anyway, he lost his apprentice to a broken leg, so he's on his own. You're good with the beasties, young Jayge, and he's going your way. Doesn't hurt to close your hand on the odd mark as well. He'll be in this evening, like as not. Come back then. With Kesso comfortably stabled and muzzle deep in a good grain feed, Jayge set out to explore Karoon Hold. He had never been that far south before, and the busy hold was full of new sights, including a port facility that handled cargo bound for Ista and the west. Jayge walked down to the port and spent a long nooning in a harbor alehold, listening to seamen, listening to people, and listening for any word of Thella. He never asked about her directly, but instead discreetly inquired about a dragonless man, or showed the sketch of Radis. He always asked about Holds and Weyrs for news of the Dragonriders. Courteous interest went down well with the Holds and Halls, which were intensely loyal to their werefolk. He learned that there had been a hatching and a queen egg, but the lucky girl who impressed Beljeth was Adria, and came from Greystone Hold in Nerat. The Nerations had been exceedingly proud of her, and she was said to be a very attractive but biddable girl. When Jayge returned to the traders, Uvor was there, a lean, likable man who cared for the mares and his own sturdy mount as if they were his children. On the circuitous route to the Beastmaster Hold, Uvor named sire and dam of each of his mares for generations back, and never once put a name to his wife or any of his sons. He taught Jayge a few tricks of living off barren land, and what insects and semi-tropical plants could supplement a diet of the ever-present snakes. It was in the Beastmaster Hold that Jayge first got wind of the unusual tradings with the southern continent. 4 breeding pairs of fine burden beasts and 4 of runners were to be shipped to Torek at Southern Hold as soon as the winter storms had abated. A Master Rampezi would collect them in a ship outfitted with special below-deck accommodations for such valuable animals. Jayge questioned the journeyman closely, for it had been his understanding that the Holds and Weyrs leaders had interdicted all commerce between north and south, while the old-timer Dragonriders remained in the southern Weyr.
There are reasons, you know, new reasons to re-establish trade south. There are reasons, an older journeyman assured Jayge, looking as if there was plenty he could add, but he was being discreet. Some say it has to do with mines dwindling down and plenty of rich ore just lying loose over the ground in the south. Some say it's because the holders have put pressure on the Weyr leaders to give land to younger sons. A couple of Fort Holders' bloods are going, and now that raider group has been knocked into a deep pit, some of Corman's might follow.
Jayge snorted. And what about the holdless folk in Iganlow Caverns, who've no decent place of their own?
Them!
The journeyman's expression was disdainful.
There's plenty of jobs for them what's willing to work and please their Lord Holder.
Now, Petter, a younger journeyman said, you know that's not always the case. You remember that ragtag of folk that came through from Bitra when Thread started? Lord Seifer had turfed 'em out, and they was hard-working people.
Petter sniffed. Lord Seifer may have had good reasons. It's not for you and me to question. Where there's smoke, there's fire. They'd no warranty to show like this young man.
Had Jayge not had other considerations foremost in mind, he would have argued the journeyman on that point. Holders, major and minor, had taken advantage of fall. He remembered all too vividly the humbling and belittling work that children had taken great pleasure in forcing him and his family to do. He knew of other cases where pride and sheer exhaustion had forced people to holdlessness rather than endure such drudgeries any longer. Is the southern continent so big it can handle more Fort and Karoon holders? Jayge asked, directing his comments to the younger journeyman. Seems to me the first thing you'd need are men and women who know how to work, not holders' sons.
You thinking of resettling, trader?
Jayge was put in mind of what Temma had said to him before he left Far Cry. You know traders, he countered with a disarming grin, always looking for new routes, new items that travel well and sell better. The beasts would be sailed across then, and their handlers chosen? It might be best if Jayge could persuade Radis to shift south for a while. He could always give his own warranty to his uncle.
I wouldn't know about that, Petter said stiffly. Uvor was chatting with the master about it. Come on, you. He tapped his foot on his junior's boot. We've got feet to trim and teeth to rasp.
Jayge asked the smith-crafter's permission to use his forge to make new shoes for Kesso.
Do you know how and all?
The smith asked, skeptical. Traders learn a lot of this and that, Jayge replied, selecting the iron bar already fullered and swaged, and crunching off the length he needed. It was not the first time he had shod Kesso, and by no means the first time he had made shoes from scratch. Crendon had taught him what he had known, and then had him work under Maindy's farrier for a season. He was aware of the smith's scrutiny. But when he had heated, hammered, shaped, and clinched the first hind shoe, the smith turned back to his own work. Jayge made 2 sets, and paid for them and a small packet of nails. He had a long way to go to Bend and Weyr. While he was eating his evening meal, Uvor and the master herdsman came up to his corner seat.
"I've told Master Briarette that you're a sensible young man and know how to care for animals properly,"
Uvor said, with the air of someone happy to confer a favor on the worthy.
"He's got a well-trained young runner to be delivered to Bend and Hold. I know you're heading that way and that you'd take good care of her, fog, fire, or fall."
Briarette was a short man, balding, with a rider's lean stature and the odd, bowed legs of someone who had ridden all his life. His keen eyes searched Jayge as intently as those of a patron giving odds. He smiled at Jayge, and the young man knew that he had passed the test. "You've a warranty, I understand," the master said in a slightly raspy voice. Jayge passed over Schwacky's useful recommendation and finished his meal while Briarette read. Finally, the older man folded it neatly and gave it back. Then he held out his hand. "Will you take charge of the mare? She's nearly as well bred as that runner of yours." He grinned. "As well he's a gelding. My drovers are going as far as Bay Head, so there's safe passage for you, and the journey's been timed to get all to Safe Cave during fall. We haven't been as much troubled by raiders as the Northwest, but there's comfort in numbers. Have a mark for you now, plus travel food and grain, and you're to get 2 marks at Bend and Holt if the mare arrives in good condition." Jayge shook the man's hand, well pleased. He would have some escort, he would make some marks, and he would still be making better time than Thella and her companions could. Pimer was back at Southern, and had finally cornered Torek into fulfilling his promise to let him explore freely in the south. He had arrived armed with a polite request from Master Robinson, a request that, since it bore Filar's signet, was more of an indirect order. "I've got my journeyman's knot. I spent hours with Wanzer, Terry, and that oaf of a fortune, Benelek, so I'm qualified to keep records that will be accurate as long as the Dawn Sisters remain in place. So you'll know, my Lord Holder." "Don't call me that," Torek snapped, his eyes flashing so angrily that Pimer wondered if he had overplayed his hand. "So you'll know, my Lord Holder." "Don't call me that," Torek snapped, his eyes flashing so angrily that Pimer wondered if he had overplayed his hand. "I get the impression," the boy said in his most conciliatory tone, that is a formality that the Bend and Weyr leaders will bring before the conclave at the next possible occasion. You're as much a Lord Holder as Jackson is, and you're working at it. But," he held up his hand, "it would be wise to know how much you're going to hold. You prove, 1, he ticked off each point on his fingers, how diligent you've been. 2, how serious you are about all this. 3, limit what their idiot sons, presuming some of them survive their initiation here, can possibly think to control. And 4, make legal and binding your own claim, by virtue of the fact that that's how much you've been holding." Torek stared across the room to the map of what he already, by virtue of having accurately charted it, held. Much of the cartographic detail had been filled in by Shara, Hamian, and Pimer, but that only whetted Torek's appetite to establish how much more there was. He had no intention of sharing it with any northern holder's sons, possibly not even his own, although he was proud of the twin sons Ramallah had just delivered, again. Pimer was astonished and secretly envious of Torek's large family. The man would need every one of them to hold for him, that was certain, and Torek had plans for Shara's offspring, whenever he did find someone he felt worthy of his beautiful sister. Pimer had about given up that daydream. He knew that Shara liked him, enjoyed his company, and accepted him as a partner in their explorations, but whether she was careful to keep the friendship objective because she felt nothing stronger for him than platonic affection, or because she did not wish to bring Torek's wrath down on him, Pimer was not sure. Maybe, if he successfully broadened Torek's holding, he might also broaden Torek's appreciation of him. Maybe not broad enough to encompass Shara, but then Pimer's motto always had been, You never know till you try. What Pymer kept very much to himself was that he would be doing the survey as much for Master Robinson as for Torek. Just where his loyalties would be tested remained to be seen. In no fashion would Pymer risk Master Robinson's good relationships with the Bend and Weyr leaders. He had a suspicion that perhaps Falar and Lessa wanted a good bit of southern to be Dragonriders' territory. He hoped that the continent would be big enough for all. How much did Torek possibly think he could manage to hold? Should someone, maybe Senator could get away with it, remind Torek of what had happened to Fax, the self-styled Lord of 7 Holds? In any event, as long as Pymer got to set one foot in front of the other until he ran out of land, he would let the disposition of it rest with others, such as the Master Harper and the Bend and Weyr leaders. They deserved more of the South than Torek ever did. But then, Lessa had a habit of giving perfectly good holds away. Pymer stopped his speculations. "You'll never know till I go look, Torek," he said wistfully. "Just stupid in me with Farley to send back my findings. I plan to live off the land." He knew that Torek hated to give out supplies that he could count on Pymer to break or lose. The holder's ill humor began to fade. All right, you may go. I want accurate maps, accurate readings all along the coast. I want details about terrain, fruits, edibles, depth of rivers, navigable or otherwise." "You don't want much from one pair of feet, do you?" Pymer asked sarcastically, but he was secretly elated. I'll do it. Garm's sailing to Island River tomorrow. Stupid in me'll hitch a ride. Why waste my time walking what's already well and truly mapped, huh? Garm sailed him to Island River, and Pymer spent the night with the holders there, an enthusiastic fisherman and his wife, who turned out to be cousins of Torek's. They had dug out the ruins Pymer had noticed, painstakingly slated the roof, and rebuilt the wide porches that allowed air to circulate during the hottest weather through the rather spacious, high-ceilinged rooms. They chattered about their plans, which Torek had approved, and they wearied Pymer with all the good qualities they ascribed to the marvelous cousin who had rescued them from a holdless existence, quite by chance, and now they had such a bright future, and weren't they the luckiest of folk? Pymer felt himself the luckiest of folk the next morning, as he hauled stupid from the fishing skiff in which the holder had ferried him across the Island River Delta. In an hour, he was slicing his way through bushes to reach a coastline where no man had ever set foot, happy as a fed wereling despite the sweat running down his face, back, and legs, and down to the thick cotton socks Shara had knit for him. Jayge got on well with the drovers, even though Kesso won every informal race from their prize runners. He would have liked to have raced the mare, too, for she was beautifully conformed for speed, but he had promised to deliver her safely to Bend and Hold, and an overreach or a cut, while bad enough on Kesso, was not to be risked on Fancy, as he had taken to calling the mare. He was almost sorry when they got to the Karoon River, where he would go north and the drovers would go east to Bayhead. However, he was able to move much more quickly without having to hold Kesso to the herd's plodding progress. He made good time the first full day on his own, and reached the fork where Little Bendon River struck right toward Bendon Hold, while the broader waters of Big Bendon took a curve to the left, past the cliffs. He chose the ferry over the sway bridge across the gorge at High Plateau Hold. To make the crossing, he had to put a twitch on Fancy to keep her quiet over the turbulent rough waters, and even Kesso was restless. Most people, according to the ferryman, preferred to swim animals across, where Big Ben met the waters of Nerat Bay. There were some grand trails up the banks of Little Bendon River, and several times he galloped Kesso, the mare beside him, stride for stride. She had the most enjoyable paces. Not that Kesso was not a very comfortable animal for long-distance riding, but Kesso had just happened. Fancy had been bred for it. Such a quality animal was certainly destined for one of Lord Raid's own women, he thought. He had the impression that the lady holder was an older person, so perhaps the horse was a gift for a daughter or a favored fosterling. He hoped she would be a good rider, with light hands for the mare's soft mouth. On the second night, the weather turned fierce, with high winds blowing right up the mare's tail, and dirty, sheeting rain, and Jayge was forced to approach a farmhold for shelter. When he produced both the travel note from Master Briarette and his own warranty, the slightly suspicious holder agreed to share quarters and meals. When Jayge admitted that the mare was to be delivered to Bend and Hold, the holder's wife,
a romantic type, went through the list of fosterlings at Bendenhold, trying to decide who the lucky recipient was. There seemed to be ever so many fosterlings at Benden, she said. She did hope there would be a gather soon. It had been such a long, tedious winter, and the children had had a tenacious fever, and she had had to drum for a healer to come down from the hold, and the lady holder had sent her own special medication for rasping cough. Jayge made his escape the next morning, limiting his time at her hearth to a cup of claw, even though she urged porridge on him, as garrulous as if she had not stopped talking all night. The trace by the river soon widened out to a wide roadway, well surfaced and maintained, and intersected a similarly good road heading north. His map indicated excellent roads all the way to Benden Weyr. All he had to do was deliver the mare at the hold, and then he could complete his journey to the Weyr and Aramina. He paused at noon to eat, letting the two runner beasts graze. He brushed mud off the mare's legs and tail, and gave Kesso a few swipes too. He would rub Fancy down again before they actually got into the hold, so that she would look her best as they entered. He was soon close enough to Bendenhold to see its splendid proportions, the multitude of windows in the sheltering cliff face, and the south end of the broad, east-facing inner yard. It was an hour or so of good riding away, but already small cotholes were visible on either side of the river, making use of cliff and cave. Behind and to the northeast were the Benden Mountains, and almost directly north, Benden Weyr. Suddenly, a group of riders burst out of a ravine just beyond him, startling the two runner beasts. By the time Jayge had Kesso under control, he was surrounded by a party of young people, admiring Fancy and Kesso and demanding in a high-spirited fashion all sorts of answers from him. "My name is Jayge Lilcamp, and I'm to deliver this mare to the Beastmaster at Bendenhold. Without injury," he added in a louder tone as some of the boys began to crowd in around Fancy, who rolled her eyes and threw up her head in fright. "Jassop, Pole, rein back. You're riding stallions," a girl said. Jayge threw her a grateful glance that turned into a long and incredulous stare. She was not the prettiest of the three girls in that group. She had black hair, plaited in one long, thick braid down her back and covered with a blue scarf. Her face was oval, strong-featured without being the least bit coarse. He could not tell what color her eyes were under rather level black eyebrows, but she had a nice, straight, longish nose, a sweet shape to her mouth, a firm chin, and an odd sadness in her expression. "Go on, Jassop and Pole. You too, Anderin Forrest. It's not fair. And she's such a pretty thing. She shouldn't arrive all sweated up. Lord Raid won't like it, you know." She was handling her own mount with quiet competence, and the others complied with her suggestion. It had not exactly been an order, but she had, quietly, taken charge. "You're mean, huh?" one of the boys protested, but he obeyed, and they all set their mounts to a trot, chanting, "Meena, Meena, Meena." They were laughing, but Jayge did not see what amused them so. "She's a very elegant runner beast," one of the other girls said, pulling her mare abreast of Kesso on Jayge's left. "Did you come all the way yourself?" She smiled winningly at Jayge, who smiled back, knowing a flirt when he saw one. "Master Briarette put her in my charge," he told her. Another girl had kneed her mount beside the flirt, her expression fearful. "From the beast hold himself? But that's a long way. And there was Fall, wasn't there?" "Fall was allowed for, and we were safe in a beast hold," he said. He had discovered that most hold-bred people found it upsetting to learn that he was not frightened by Fall. Casually, he glanced to his right, and was relieved to see that the dark-haired girl had pulled into line with him, leaving a good space between her mount and Fancy, who was settling down again. "We've been hunting," the flirt said, pointing to the boys ahead of them, on whose saddles hung some plump young wary bucks. "We're going to have a gather in a few 7 days. Will you be around?" The second girl had turned as coquettish as the first. Jayge looked at the dark girl, who was watching Fancy's high movement, smiling to herself as the mare gave that extra little flick to her front hooves. The girl appreciated a good mover, he saw. He found himself wondering if there was any chance that he could complete his mission before that gather. In the dancing square, all were equal. "I wouldn't miss it. Fog, fire, or fall," Jayge said, with a courtly half-bow to the tease and the flirt. But he ended with a questioning glance directed at the black-haired girl. She smiled, a very nice smile, without a hint of the other's coy archness. "We'd better catch up with the others," the first girl said. "See you later." She waved as she dug her heels into her mount. Fancy pulled back on her tether rope, and Jayge wound it more tightly around his hand, waiting for the others to charge off. The dark-haired girl rode ahead more slowly, looking back at him over her shoulder. When he delivered Fancy to the Beastmaster at Bendon Hold, Jayge handed over Master Briarette's packet of information about her breeding, and the mare's hair whorls checked against those on her papers. The man inspected the mare thoroughly, legs, hooves, barrel, neck, and teeth, and had Jayge trot her up and down the inner court until the young trader was a bit short of breath. Master Conwy could find no fault in her condition or appearance. Jayge waited silently, indolently feeding Kesso's reins through his fingers.
"You've earned your marks, Jayge Littlecamp," the man said finally. "She's a fine animal. Come with me. You can put your own mount up for the night here. Bendon Hold keeps a good table. I'll speak to the steward about your pay and see if there are any messages you can take back with you."
"I'm not going back to the Beast Hold," Jayge said. Then he caught himself. "I have to go north, to Bitra."
"You'd best leave your marks here with honest men, young man. Those Bitrans are terrible folk for relieving a man of his coin."
Jayge could not help but grin at Conwy's dour and disapproving expression.
"I'm a trader by craft, Master Conwy. It'd take more than a wily Bitran to relieve me of my marks." "If you say so, so long as you know their tricks."
Master Conwy clearly thought little of Jayge's understanding, and less of Bitran tricks, but he did not let that interfere with hospitality. First, he put the mare into her stall, telling Jayge to put his runner next to her so that she would settle down more quickly. Then he took Jayge to the bathing rooms, offered to have a drudge launder his clothes, directed him to where he could find a cubicle for the night, and told him where to go before mealtime. Clean and dressed in his newly pressed spare clothes, Jayge found Master Conwy's hold and was given the marks. To his surprise, the master asked for the warranty again, and added a second recommendation on the end of Schwackies.
"Doesn't hurt for someone out and about to have proof of honesty and diligence."
Master Conwy then walked him up the steps of the main hold and into the dining hall, which was full of bustle and enticing aromas wafting up from the kitchens below. Jayge took the place offered him, on the far right with the other men and women of journeyman rank, and Master Conwy left him. Such a main hold was sinfully luxurious, Jayge thought, looking at the smooth painted walls, the deep window apertures, and the burnished and etched shutters. The upper portions of the walls were embellished with brilliantly colored paintings, some of them quite old, to judge by the clothing depicted. It was the habit of the very old holds to include portraits of notable lords, ladies, and prominent crafters. Some had been done in miniature on the borders, and some were so high up the wall as to be practically invisible. Idly, Jayge wondered if any of those portraits could be Pershar's work. He answered the polite queries put to him and responded non-committally to a rather blatant come-on from the handsome journeywoman beside him, but he listened more than he talked. When the soup was passed around, Jayge was rather flattered to be served first. The journeywoman contrived to brush her full bosom against his shoulder. Her touch reminded him of how long he had been on the road alone. But all thought of casual dalliance faded from his mind with his first clear look at the head table on its dais and the black-haired girl seated at the right-hand edge. A fosterling then, Jayge realized, but not of sufficient rank to sit closer to Bendon's lord, lady, and their own children. She wore a low-cut, deep maroon dress that offset her creamy skin. She smiled often, laughed seldom, and ate neatly, and Jayge could not stop staring. "She's not for the likes of you, journeyman," his seatmate said in his ear. "She's for Bendon Weyr. Next hatching, and she's sure to be impressed." Jayge had thought that girls found on search went immediately into the Weyr, but if she was a fosterling of Bendon's, maybe that made a difference. He did not know that there was no clutch on the hatching grounds at the moment. "She was in the hunting party that passed me on the track," Jayge said casually. He tried to keep his eyes from her, but could not. There was a sweet calmness about her. It was soothing just to watch her deal with her food platter. Jayge thought that he had never seen a girl quite like her, and she was not for him. He wrenched himself away and turned, smiling to the journeywoman, who was eager to continue conversation.
The next morning, somewhat to Jayge's dismay, the first person he encountered was the black-haired girl. She was in Fancy's stable as he arrived from a quick breakfast to saddle Kesso. "I think she's going to settle in all right," she said, smiling with obvious relief up at Jayge. "Master Conway said you'd brought her all the way from Karoon Beasthold without so much as a scratch. Do you like all animals, or just runners?" Jayge was having trouble organizing a suitable answer, so he just smiled. Yes, he thought, he had been right about that sadness in her face. "Oh, I get on well with most animals. Treat 'em right, they work well for you. Feeding's important. Enough for the work they've got to do." "Are you a beastman or a herdsman?" "I'm a trader." "Ah, so you'd know burden beasts better." For some reason, the girl's smile was tinged by wistfulness. "We had a yoke. I called them Nudge and Shove. They did a lot of it, but they never let us down." Jayge had completed saddling and stowing his pack without realizing that he had done so, and he was suddenly very shy in her presence. "Gotta go," he said. "Long way still. Nice meeting you. Keep your eye on Fancy." "Fancy?" "I always name animals, even just for a journey." He shrugged diffidently, wondering what had gotten into him. He usually had no trouble talking to girls at all. Last night had proved that, though if he had known that he would be talking to her again today, he would not have settled for a quick tumble with that journeywoman. He backed Kesso out of the stall. "Fancy's a very good name for her." The girl's voice followed him out of the beasthold. "Thank you. I'll take good care of her. Good luck." Jayge swung up on Kesso and trotted smartly out of the beasthold, wishing he could have thought of some excuse to stay. But she was for the wear, and that was that. Chapter 9. Bend and Hold, Bend and Wear, Present Pass, 13. Though the trail was good, the weather was cold, and the hilly going sometimes so treacherous in the early morning that Jayge delayed starting until the sun was well up. He preferred to find or make his own overnight shelters, though several times he shared a midday meal with holders he met up with. He lent assistance to one farmer changing a damaged wheel, and when Kessel's shoes were noticed and admired, he made the man a new set for his barefoot runner. That time he agreed, when pressed, to stay the night, as it was too late to continue. But despite the occasional encounter, Jayge spent far too much time on his own, thinking of the black-haired girl. He ought to have asked her name. That would not cost him anything, he thought. He would have liked to know her name. He ran through all the variations of women's names he knew, but could not find one that suited her. He found himself fretting over that indefinable sadness in her eyes and in the slight droop of her mouth. She was probably the same age as the other two girls in the hunting party, but she had exhibited an air of maturity that the others lacked. His dreams at night took on an erotic flavor, but they amused more than embarrassed him. On the dancing square, all were equal, he reminded himself again. He would get back to that gather. He would dance with her and clear that sadness from her eyes. Bend and Weyr's peak grew to dominate the horizon, serene and invulnerable with its high, steep sides. The bigger it got, the faster Jayge urged Kesso, and the longer he traveled each day. He was up at dawn on what he judged to be the last morning on the track when he saw the unmistakable bloom of a fire being stoked up on a ledge across the river. He was instantly alert. Studying his map again, Jayge saw that his campsite was not the only cave in the immediate vicinity. Could Thella have come over the mountains directly, without bothering with her informants in Egan Low Caverns? And who would have killed old Brere? He told himself that the fire could well have been made by a herdsman checking on his flocks, but he felt compelled to take a look. Aramina was in Bend and Weyr, and if Thella was outside it, the Dragonriders should know. He tied Kesso up again, gathered some dry grasses to keep the runner occupied, and after testing the edges of his daggers, he made his way in the dawn dark down to the river. A bridge, somewhat rickety and probably dating from the time the Lord Holders had attempted to storm Bend and Weyr, provided him with a quick, dry, and quiet crossing. He caught sight not of the fire itself, but of its glow on the rock face that sheltered it from the northeast. There was light enough now in the sky for him to pick a careful route. He soon crossed a narrow, twisting path and nearly slipped on some herd-beast dung. Judging that the faint path was safer than a more direct line, he followed it, climbing to a point higher than the spot from which he had seen the fire. Then he left the trace, parting the scraggly bushes with a care to thorns and stiff branches, and crept ahead a step at a time. He heard their voices, 2 men, and a voice he recognized as Thella's. He could distinguish no words, nor could he get any closer, as the steep ridge before him was too smooth to be climbed, and he could not see a way around it in the semi-dark. Hunkered down, he waited, until suddenly he realized that the voices had stopped. He moved as quickly as he could in the growing light, but when he reached his objective, the only evidence that anyone had been there was the warmth of the stone where the fire had been, and a few fragments of charcoal. The interior of the small cave was clean. Far too clean, Jayge realized. He could see the river below him, and not a sign of travelers. Could his quarry have gone west, up and over the hill, and down to another concealed spot? Just as Jayge craned his neck to examine the slope above him, he caught sight of dragons emerging from the crater mouth of Holds and Weyrs, soaring majestically into the sky as if welcoming the sun's rising with their own. His first encounter with a Dragonrider had given him a warped opinion of them, but that had been tempered gradually as he met others when working ground crew. He had heard the high opinion in which Dragonriders were held, and had actually ridden Heth to Thella's hideout. The early morning flight before him was so beautiful that his whole perception of dragons and riders altered completely. Absorbed in that beauty, Jayge gave no thought to the possibility of his being discovered there. He watched until they had either returned to the Weyr or winked out between, an ability that the young trader found frightening even after surviving a demonstration of it on Heth. Then it occurred to him to wonder why the dragons, known to be long-sighted, had not reacted to his presence, sprawled there as he was across the rock face. They had not seemed to be alert at all. True, he had not moved, but surely Thella and her companions were on the move. Were the dragons even watching out for her? Clearly not. Those Dragonriders were so secure in their bloody Weyr they did not bother to keep sentries, he thought in disgust. And what was to keep Thella from brazening her way right into the Weyr and making off with Aramina? Jayge took the fastest way down, racing across the bridge and back to the cave, hoping that a dragon would appear to bar his way, his rider demanding to know who he was and the nature of his errand. But no one stopped him, and Jayge tightened Kesso's girth with unusual violence. Vaulting to the saddle, he had the gelding galloping at full stretch up the valley to the tunnel that was the only surface entrance to Holds and Weyrs. There he met with resistance, and while he was somewhat reassured by the evidence that not everyone could enter the tunnel, he was irritated at the way his concise statement of danger to Aramina by Thella's covert presence in the valley was questioned by every member